Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome back again to another live stream on the channel. So yes, we are talking about this man here, that is Steve Bruce, and discussing, is he the worst manager we have had at this football club out of all of the other managers we've had? So what I'll give you my opinion about it. Well, I've actually said it so many times on my videos, and the answer is yes. He is the worst manager we have had at this football club, and the reasons for that is few wins, 4 or 5 wins out of 20 odd games. That is an absolute sackable offence. That is one of the worst records I have seen in my lifetime as a Newcastle fan. What he's done to other players, threw them under the bus as well. The likes of Matt Ritchie and the Longstaff brothers as well. And he somehow had to recall them back in the side because he knew something was definitely not going right at all when we were absolutely right in this massive relegation battle easily. The pathetic excuses he comes out with, press conference before game and after a game, which I've got screenshotted as well, which I will show when people do join the live stream at some point. And if you do want to join in the live stream, the link is in the description and it's also pinned in the live chat as well. So there's the link if you would like to join there. It'd be great to get your thoughts and opinions as well, definitely. And another thing about Steve Bruce, he has one of the worst records of all time in terms of managing teams in the Premier League as well, for definitely. So yeah, anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read some comments through and let's see what people have said so far about this. So start off with Layla, and she says, we have been brilliant since the international break. Look at Leeds this season, beating Spurs 3-1 drawn against Chelsea, drawn against Arsenal, beaten Man City, drawn against Liverpool. Love Leeds. To be fair, Leeds have done very well this season. In terms, have we been brilliant? The performances, sorry, but I don't think they've still been brilliant. In my opinion, there's still a lot of times where we do switch off in games 100%. And it has backfired a lot of the time. I mean, some of the goals we've conceded as well, they should be preventable. They should not be happening, I must say. So that is why the performances haven't been great. Even though we've been getting the points after the international break, but the performances, they've not been brilliant. Absolutely no chance in hell they have been brilliant. So read through some more comments. That Cardiff City fan says hi. I hope you're keeping well. Liam says, hello, Peter. How you doing? Very well, thanks. And yourself? Welcome to the stream. Liam says, worst manager in my lifetime. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. That's why. And think about the other clubs he's managed, how shit he's done with them as well. Sam6987 says, the way we've been playing, Bruce has done very well. Well, we're getting the points from the international break, but the performances, sorry, but they're not great. They're not great at all. I mean, look at Arsenal last week. We made a piss-poor Arsenal look fantastic out on that pitch. We certainly did. Ada said, but it says, not the worst manager. What about the Wally with the Brolly and Joe Kinnear? Well, they are in the list of the worst managers. The only thing is, I would say, is both of them didn't manage a full season. This manager we've got now has nearly been in here for 2 years in charge and nearly completed 2 seasons. But again, it's all about opinions. Everyone's going to have different opinions and all that, and that is totally fine. That is definitely totally fine at all. But Wally with the Brolly, Joe Kinnear, yeah, because they caused to be relegated. And they were horrible times under them as well. Sam6987 McLaren worse. Well, yeah, because Liam says Sheffield Wednesday and Sunderland fans wouldn't have Bruce back to League One clubs. Well, no. Absolutely no chance. Well, Sheffield Wednesday still want this, the rest of this compensation. If they're still pushing for the rest of the money for it. Leila says, do you think Arteta should get sacked? It's a tough one. I think his job is massively under pressure with Arsenal. I mean, that game, that was a perfect chance. And majority of that game, it sounded like they wanted to play for a 0-0 draw. A few chances, but that's not good enough. They should be really going into that game and making sure they are ready. But wow, that was awful for Arsenal. Billy Trey and Son says last night's performance was definitely the exemption to the rule in Bruce World. He's the worst manager I've seen at NUFC, and I can remember Dennis and McGarry. Yes, but that was probably before my time here, I think. But yeah, that's another good thing why he says Steve Bruce is the worst manager this season. Ada Heben says, imagine what a half-decent manager would have done this season. Exactly, we would at least be high up the table without a doubt. Easily. Because we have got the squad. It's just the way this manager sets up to play and the way he just tells the players to defend half the time and attack. Thomas 321 now says, evening Peter, evening Thomas, hope you're keeping well, mate. Well, I've got one guest in the background waiting to come on. And yeah, we'll get him in now. It's Mr. Dan Graham. How you doing, bro?
Hello, man. You right?
Yeah, and you?
I'm all right, yeah. Buzzing from yesterday's wins, so I can't complain.
Yeah, what did you make of the win yesterday, first of all? What do you make of the performance?
Wow, I've got to say, it's one of the best performances we've seen from Bruce. The only game I compare from yesterday was the 4-1 win against Bournemouth last season. You know, we were determined, we were trying, and
that was.
Got to say, a huge credit to the team, especially the likes of Willock and Wilson as well. Fantastic, and to go to Leicester as well. I mean, I thought as well with Leicester in the FA Cup final, I thought Leicester wouldn't be at their best, and I predicted right. I mean,
yeah, I thought they would have turned us over at first. I mean, when you look at the lineup and you say Emil Kraft was in the start lineup in the centre back, you're thinking, oh god, Madison,
I'm
gonna have a field day.
I don't really Kraft at all, but now credit to the lads, performing fantastically, and like I said, we're on 39 points now. Fulham going to get 39. Job's done. We're safe with 3 games still to go.
Yeah. Well, then we'll get down to the question then. Is Steve Bruce the worst manager we've had at this football club?
I'd say 50% yes and 50% no, because if you have to ask me who are the 2 worst managers, I put Steve Bruce up there, but then I put Steve McClown up there as well, because 2 Steves. But with Steve Bruce, when performances matter, he has produced. The signings he's made, they've been good. We've got Wilson, Willock, St. Maximan. You know, he has brought some signings that have performed and have proved us good in performances when we really need them. Yesterday, Wilson 2 goals. St. Maximan in the last few games, you know, scored the win against Burnley, scored against West Ham. Joel Willock as well, some of the performances he's put in. So, but then again, there's some of the performances against Bruce where you say, well, we've had like less than 30% possession and we don't even have a shot on target. That is one thing that has caught us in the last 2 seasons. This season and last, we've had pathetic performances, pathetic possession, pathetic shots, you know, where we just haven't threatened. But then again, you got to think of the signs he's brought in, and when performances matters, he has brought them with the squad. I mean, I know we've had Callum Wilson injured over the last 2 months, but he's come back in against Leicester. 2 good goals yesterday. I mean, he was unlucky to hit the post, but he reacted very well for the second goal. But I've got to say, Leicester's defence yesterday was absolutely shocking. And we deserved to. We deserved to win yesterday, and I was buzzing that we did. But then there was the performance that we had over the last between December and April, where I think we won like 3-20, and for me, the Brighton game was the worst game I've ever seen.
That performance was probably the worst I've seen all season, or one of the worst performances ever as a Newcastle fan.
Yeah, worst I've ever seen as a Newcastle fan. I've been a Newcastle fan 25 years now, so when I watched that game, I thought to myself, Jesus Christ, we're going to get relegated. Performing like that. We played like a bunch of pussies that day. But since then, we have responded well. You know, we got ourselves a good point against Spurs. West Ham, Burnley were won. Arsenal, we were pretty shite last week, but we responded well last night with the win against Leicester. So that shows that we can do it when we want to, but still things need to improve under both the management and the players. So yeah, I was pleased that we won yesterday, but Bruce still has a lot of work to do if he wants to become better. I mean, there's not just Bruce to put up.
I think he still needs to get me. I didn't want to be here next season. No,
I don't think a lot of majority of people will. I mean, you can give a huge of managers who are up there, along with Bruce, as long as there was McLaren, of course, Hullet, Dalglish, Souness. You know, Souness wasted 17 million on Michael Owen, and then
he did was spend time in
40 million, 40, and then we wasted 40 million on Johnson as well. I mean, when Johnson signed, we expected a lot from him, and he's a lot. Go on.
I was going to say, the thing is, it's took Joe Linton nearly 2 years, and he's got 5 goals in total. And Joe Willock, in a space of a few months, he's already got 5 as well.
There you go. It shows not just money that buys you everything. I mean, Man City, they spent all the money. They slipped up again tonight. Chelsea got to beat them, and they're going to play in the Champions League final again in 3 weeks' time. So, and plus Chelsea, they were at a very restricted budget over the last 2 years when Lampard took over. He got them qualified for the Champions League, and now they've got to make it to the final. So it shows money doesn't buy everything in football. And of course, with this Super League show that was going on, Super League show that was going on last month, it shows the fans always win. And plus, it hasn't been the same season over the last 12 months or so without the fans. It has been ultra shite. I mean, I've been wanting to go to matches. You, of course.
Same, yeah. I said I'd be back.
And the rest of the lads that we speak to, I know Sharky in particular, he'll be wanting to go back to matches very soon.
Yes.
Did you watch the highlights from the Leicester game? I think I saw a certain somebody running an England Mankini at the King Power Stadium last night.
What was his name? I think I know.
Andrew Archer, of course.
Oh yeah. Oh God, Black Mankini. When he set up show on Tuesday.
Of course, he was there when we went to lose 5-0. I think it was last season or 2 seasons ago. But
last season.
It was last season, yeah. And of course, him and Sharky went when we lost 5-0.
Oh God,
we responded well yesterday. I mean, especially to go 4-0 up. I mean, I can hardly think of any games where Newcastle scored 4, and apart from Bournemouth last season, we went 4-0 up and we won 4-1. But it was a great performance last night. I think last night definitely was Bruce's best ever game for us. He got the tactics right, he got the team right, and the lads just performed, and we deserved to win yesterday, and I'm buzzing that we did. I really am.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, I must say. And but we've been very lucky this season, I must say, because it could have happened.
Between December and April, I was very, very convinced we were going to get relegated.
Same, I thought.
With the results we got, the performances we were putting in, the way the team was performing, we just weren't competing. And like I said, I think it was like two wins in 20. I mean, that is relegation form, and it is managerial sacking form. But the way we've responded, especially over the last 6 games, West Ham, good win. Spurs draw, Burnley win. Arsenal defeat, we were pretty shite, but I don't think they were their best neither, really, to be honest with you. But the way we performed over the last few games, I mean, it's given me a bit of confidence. I mean, we're definitely safe now, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad we performed when we had to. So
totally agree.
That's the most important thing. We performed when we had to. Alan St-Maximin especially, he's been wonderful over the last few games. Joe Willock as well, he deserves huge credit. And of course,
I want to get the Lance side permanently.
I would love to sign him. I mean, I remember when we got him first in January, I think Arsenal wanted about 20 million for him. I think with the performances he put in, they'll want more now. It's obvious.
Possibly, we'll see.
I think Arsenal will want more for Joe Willock now, but I'm not surprised actually because the performances he's put in. I mean, the way Joe Willock is playing now, he's on England form. If Gareth Southgate is watching right now, Gareth Southgate, if you're watching this stream right now, look at Joe Willock, make him as your super sub, get him in the squad for the Euros because I think Willock could well deserve a place in the England squad for the Euros.
Yeah,
I think he does. I think he does.
Well, yeah, right. I'm just going to run through some more comments because we've got another guest in the background waiting. Liam says it's the worst record since that run under John Carver. Well, yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean,
what was that like? That was like what? 2 wins in 15, 18, something like that.
He said, remember his quote from the game, who at the time was favourites for the relegation to the National League. Oh, God.
I believe Morecambe are in the playoffs for League 2 now. So if Sunderland bottle up, Morecambe could go and kick Sunderland 7-0 next season.
Well, we'll see. Ada says, I don't like Brucey. I want him gone, but he got them playing as a team last night. Performance was great. Well, it was. We definitely deserved the win. But of course, I would say the players are starting to play for the badge again, which is what it should be Absolutely. Well. Annie says, hey, Pete, Bruce is a great manager. Oh, God, Annie. Oh, how did Bristol City get on the day, Annie? I believe
I heard it.
I heard it was 3-1 to Brentford.
Yeah, I've seen on Sky Sports News that Bristol City have agreed to take Jeff Hendrick on a 5-season long loan.
Oh, he's got to come. He's got to watch Hensbury Lansbury in this team.
Yeah, well, of course, one thing I want to mention as well that I was speaking with Sharky and Lawrence earlier. Some of the players were let go, and 2 players, Adam Armstrong, 28 goals in the Championship, Ivan Toney, 31 in the Championship this season. Imagine them 2 up front with Wilson. What a fun 3 we'd have. That would be an absolutely fantastic fun 3. And Adam Armstrong being a Geordie as well. He should have that number 9 shirt, not Johnson. He doesn't deserve it. Adam Armstrong should have that number 9 shirt.
Yes, absolutely. Totally agree.
I would love to see Adam Armstrong come back. I think Sharky would too. I think he would see Adam Armstrong come back.
A Cardiff City fan says Bruce has been unlucky this season. I think he's been lucky this season.
He has been lucky when we needed to perform, we performed. And over the last 6 games we have. I mean, Arsenal, we were shy, but I think we were unlucky. But with West Ham, Burnley, Spurs, and especially Leicester, would be fantastic.
Yeah. Liam says, apart from Leicester, I can't think of many performances were played well. That West Ham, there's not been many. There's definitely not been a lot of many.
West Ham at home. Yeah, I thought we may have collapsed when we went to London.
Did well.
I've got to say Southampton as well. We went down to 9 men and we managed to defend well. You know, Hendrick got sent off and we got an injury as well. So I think Southampton as well should be a good shout. I mean, we didn't play at our best, but when we needed to defend during the second half, we did and we got the points. So, yeah, that counts.
Leila says, do you think Leicester will bottle top 4 after yesterday's defeat? I think they'll still get it. I think they'll.
I'm pretty sure that Chelsea and Leicester have still got to play each other. So with me, I've got a good friend of mine who's a West Ham fan. I really, really want to see West Ham hit the top 4. They're big underdogs like Newcastle were 9 years ago. So Alex, if you're watching this, mate, I really, really want to see West Ham make the top 4 because they deserve it. And David Moyes, I said at the start of the season, he's the first to get sacked and he's proven me well and truly wrong. So I think West Ham deserve a top 4 finish the way they performed all season.
Yep. I think they deserved it, West Ham. Right, next guest in. Hey, look who it is. It's been a while.
Hey, here he is.
Good evening, lads. How's it going?
Where you been like the last few weeks? I think you just
where have I been? Away from the YouTube scene, that's where I've been. I mean, season's done, mate. Season is done. We're moving on to the next one now. Want to get fans back in. I want to watch real football, you know, at the stadium. I don't want to be watching any of this like StreamYard rubbish. You know, I want to be going to actual football games and, you know, watching it. I've missed it. You know, it's been over 12 months of not being able to watch the tune. As much as how crap we are, you just want to watch it, don't you? You want to be in the stadium. You want to be having a drink with your mates. You know, you want to be socialising, not just sitting in the house, you know, bored out your skull trying to watch Newcastle, you know, put 2 passes together.
True. Question. Do you think Bruce has been the worst manager out of all the managers, or do you think there's been worse?
Oh, there's been a lot worse than Steve Bruce. Trust us. Don't get us wrong. I don't particularly rate the guy. I don't like the guy. I feel like he's just all for himself. But he's certainly not the worst. I mean, when you look at the results that we've picked up since the international break, The aim is with the board is to keep us in the Premier League and finish mid-table, and that's exactly what he's been brought in to do. Any manager that gets recruited under Mike Ashley's ownership, they're not going to succeed. They're not going to get to where they want to be, which is to try and make Newcastle United successful. It's all about just staying in the Premier League, and he's going to make the money, and he's going to have it all for himself. And no, I've seen a lot worse under Steve McLaren, because out of all the managers that we've had, he had the most investment, and let's be honest, we were dreadful. And if you gave Rafa Benitez just one more game, I reckon he would have kept us up.
Yeah. Another problem with that.
Oh, I'm back.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. I kind of agree, because everyone's going to have a different opinion. Well, some said Bruce isn't the worst manager. They think it is McLaren, or possibly Joe Kinnear.
How is Sharky? What's your opinion? I missed it because my fucking laptop crashed.
Yeah, I'll say it again. I don't think Steve Bruce is the worst manager, but he's definitely up there in my top 3. I mean, I've seen worse with Joe Kinnear. I mean, was he the right appointment back in 08, 09? No, he wasn't. And plus, he had a heart condition, and no one likes to see that. Yeah, McLaren, he had the most investment, and we were just a farce to watch. And not just that, both relegations. You look at our sides.
I was going to say the difference is the difference as well from what I was saying to Peter earlier is some of the signings that McLaren has made to the signings that Steve Bruce has made. I mean, we're brought in Wilson, Willock, ASM, and what did McLaren bring in? Like a Torvan, something like that. Those kind of players, and look how they performed.
Yeah, like don't get us wrong. I don't rate the style of football, if you know what I'm saying, but we're getting results, and that's what you've got to do by hook by crook. He's got the results, and whether or not you think it's ASM that's bailed him out, or Joe Willock or Alan St. Maximin, it doesn't matter. Like, the manager, he's got to set up the team, and the players have got to perform. Once they cross that white line, it's not about the manager, it's about the squad, and they're representing the city, they're representing the badge, they're representing the supporters. And let's be fair, since Brighton, they've delivered. Apart from the Arsenal game, they've performed really well. Now, am I happy to finish mid-table? Definitely not.
No.
But would I take mid-table over some other fans who are in the Championship? Yes, I'd rather be in the Premier League. I'd rather be in mid-table of the Premier League than be in League One where Sunderland are. Do you know what I'm saying right now?
Yeah,
exactly. And we all know that Sunderland are going to bottle up the playoffs again. It's going to happen.
Well, let's see what happens. Dave says, "Hi Peter, a few good games does not make a good manager or a good season. Absolutely not. It's been a write-off this season." Right, I'm going to bring another guest in. I'm going to bring Alex into the stream.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just watching Liverpool playing at Southampton.
Oh, what's the score in the game?
It's 0-0. It's just started now anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, well, the stream. I mean, we'll be discussing the question.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think Bruce is the worst manager Newcastle have ever had?
Look, I don't know if you saw yesterday on your Instagram page. I posted my thoughts already under the post you put yesterday. I said that Steve Bruce has been very bad, but I don't think he's been the worst. I think there have been 2 managers that have been way worse than him. The first one has got to be Mr. I'm the best coach in the Premier League. Who do you think that is? John Carver. And then what about
the best league in the Premier League, Maya?
Yeah.
And the best league in the Premier League, my ass. John Carver.
And then I never forgot that. And then what about, should we mention Wally with the brolly?
Exactly. Oh. Look at the investment that he's had, though. I mean, even in the January, right? You got in Townsend, you got in John Joe Shelby, yet we still got relegated.
And even with Benitez. I mean,
the thing is, you give Benitez just one more game. I reckon he will keep us up. No, I think Sunderland will go down. I really do. I would have been confident. The way he got the team drilled defensively. Okay, we missed some key points against Norwich and Aston Villa, but I remember those games. Really, I'm not a Newcastle fan, but I remember those games. I remember that you dropped. I mean, that draw against Villa. I think that draw against Villa was the one that cost you the game, didn't it? Yeah, it was. And Norwich. I also look at Norwich as well. I think we should have went to Carrow Road and got the 3 points. I feel like we were I wouldn't say we're exactly the better side, but we should at least come away with something from Carrow Road.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't show that game on TV that time, but
you don't want your Steve McLaren side. I don't think you want to keep away from the TV.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, yeah, I remember Steve McLaren. He was terrible. I mean, come on. I already knew from day one that he was going to struggle. I was like, you didn't. This guy didn't bring England to the World Cup, to the European 2008 qualification. Didn't bring England to Euro 2008. So you think he's going to do a good job at Newcastle? I was doubtful from day one.
And yeah, I mean, I remember going to the pre-season friendly against Gateshead, and we only just beat them 1-0. This is Gateshead we're talking about. We played our strongest lineup, and we only just got a result at the Gateshead International Stadium. This is meant to be the game where we warm up. We beat them 4-5-0. It's to get the crowd in. Getting support Newcastle and Gateshead. We struggled, and we knew where the season was going. Do you know what I'm saying? It was embarrassing.
It was only 1-0 down at Gateshead in that.
It was embarrassing. I think we had one shot on target.
Don't get me wrong. You did get some good results that season. I mean, you beat Liverpool 2-0. I remember where Klopp had Klopp had just arrived.
Spurs.
Norwich,
Norwich
that White Hart Lane.
I was at Norwich. We beat them 6-2.
Yeah, Wijnaldum getting 4 goals. Yeah, I remember that game. Yeah, I remember that one. And then
forget that.
Yeah, how could we forget that? Then I remember also that he kept losing the derby to Sunderland.
You beat Bournemouth 1-0 as well. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how we won that one away.
Yeah, I remember. I saw the highlights of that game. I think it was a goalkeeper who won.
Yeah, I think I remember. We played Bournemouth. We had like one shot all game, and both had about 20.
It was the goal.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Was it Rob Elliott? I think it was Rob Elliott. About saves he was pulling up.
Yeah. I forgot all about him. I forgot all about him. Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Just gonna rattle.
Anyway, I think so. What do you think? Do you think Bruce has been worse, or has there been like John Carver?
I've gone with Bruce as my choice.
If you're going in order, I'm going to go Steve McLaren. I'm going to go John Carver, and then I'm going to go Joe Kinnear, and then you're going to go the likes of Souness and that sort of order. I think Bruce, he's the thing is, right, as he's come in, what more is he meant to do with working under Mike Ashley? He doesn't want the club anymore. He doesn't want to see we progress. And yes, okay, it's been a crap season because we've not been able to watch the games. But you got to look at the bigger picture: is to keep winning the Premier League. You look at the squad that we've got. We should not be going down with this squad. I'm sorry to say, we shouldn't be. Yes, you've not got a divine right to stay in the league. But if you look at the players that we've got, okay, the ambitions of this club is to stay in the Premier League, to finish mid-table. As shit it is, that's what it is. And the thing is, with the manager, with the ownership, he's kept it up. It's job done, as far as I'm concerned. What more? If we finish any higher than than 11th place, for example, that's an excellent season in their eyes. Has to be.
What Liam says: Sheffield Wednesday and Sunderland fans wouldn't have Bruce back to League One clubs. Well, I don't think they'll want to touch him anymore.
Nobody want him.
No, definitely not.
I don't think Steve Bruce will want League One in his CV, so he wouldn't go back anyway.
The thing is, as well, he's going to be the manager next season, regardless. What will happen is, right, if it all goes badly wrong this time, you'll get 6 months. You might even get that, and then he'll be gone because what will happen is his contract will slowly run out. There'll be less months left. It'll be cheaper for the board, and they say, right, off you go. We'll bring someone else in. It'll be on the cheap. It'll not be someone expensive. It'll not be someone amazing. It'll be someone on the cheap, as usual.
That's it. That's all Mike actually does. See why the camera.
Oh, look who it is. Andrew Archer says, after that win, I believe Jondra is using his middle finger to check Bruce's trumpets. Oh, my God, Arch. Who's actually in the background there somewhere. I cannot see him. Well, we'll get another guest in, and it's young Annie. How did Bristol City get on the final game, Annie?
Let's move on quickly.
I tell you what, you plummeted at just the right time because the way your results were going, give it another 5 games, you go down into League One.
I'm not arguing.
you definitely join Sheffield Wednesday in League One.
What? Hi.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to go again next season, but it's got to be better.
So, Annie, I see, judging by your comment in the live chat, you think Steve Bruce is a good manager?
Obviously not. It was a sarcastic comment.
No, I don't think he's a great manager, but he's just doing the job that he's being told to do, like keeping the mid-table, and that's it. As much as we don't like it, that's his job, isn't it? I don't like it, but I wouldn't say he's been the worst I've seen.
If you finish like 13th, 12th, potentially 11th,
if he relegates with me, he goes bang on top, because if you look at the players we've got, I mean, nobody gets relegated with them. Like Alan saying, Maximin and Callum Wilson, the Hobbit.
Thomas says, evening, Peter. So, Annie, do you think Steve Bruce has been our worst manager, or do you think we've had some worse managers than him?
Yes, I think he is one of the worst managers, but he's definitely not the worst.
Who would you say is the worst we've had, Annie?
Definitely, I think Steve McLaren.
I agree.
The fact that he at the moment, I think when he left Derby, I think he's still in a bit of shock because of the fact that he was a legend at Derby and they kind of forced him out, and I think he was not quite ready for that Newcastle job, and then he goes and then complete disaster, brings Rafa in too late. As Sharky said that if you give Rafa one more game, you stay up.
That's 100%.
Yeah. By the way, anyway, like I said to you before you came in, right? I was saying to the others, I was saying to Peter and everyone, I was saying, right, that as when McLaren got appointed, I was doubtful since day one because I thought you're trying to stay up. You stayed up on the last day, and to think the right man, you think that a guy that didn't bring England to Euros 2008 is the right man to get Newcastle to stay up. So I already knew from day one it wouldn't have gone right for Newcastle, like I said earlier.
Right. Yep. I'm just going to read some more comments. Liam says, I've enjoyed Torquay on Football Manager more than watching Newcastle. Does anyone play Football Manager? I don't play.
I can hear a weird noise. I don't know if it's just me.
Oh, yes, the thing. I think I read that one question. Young player of the year for you in the Premier League?
Foden, 100%.
Yeah,
is there even an argument?
Well, I mean, yeah, Foden. I have to agree. Foden. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, Foden. For me, he keeps getting better and better every year. Personally, don't know if you lot agree.
Yeah, totally agree. Paul says, evening, Peter. Liam says,
what rating would you give this season? What rating would you give this season from 0 to 10? What would you give it?
Probably 1 or 2 for us.
Oh,
I'll give it what the season is the rating.
The rating of the season, how this has gone for Newcastle. I'm looking at 1 or...
I'll go 4, mate. I'm going to go down. I'm going to say 4.
Yeah, me too. Only because you stayed up and you got a couple of good results in the last month, like drawing against Tottenham, winning last night. Only just for that. Otherwise, I'd have probably even given a 0 out of 10.
It depends if you can jump up to 12.
It's not that though. Like you've got to look at the expectations of the club and like where Mike actually wants to finish. And it's basically mid-table and stay up. And like we're 13th at the minute. That's about right. Like for where we are, and that's why I push it to a 4. Anything less than that, if we were like still in that relegation battle, which we're not in now, let's be honest, we're safe, then I'd be saying lower, because if you look at the players we should be doing a lot better, but I don't think we can do much better than mid-table until we either get a new owner in or we start investing in proper players and strengthening them, because we've got too much deadwood at this football club.
Yeah, there's far too many.
If you look at the likes of ASM and Wilson, they've improved drastically this season. Wilson from Bournemouth and ASM, I think he's had a little bit more finishing product than last year. It's been good for those key players, but I think one thing is obviously.
Can I just change one thing as well about Bruce as well? And I'm not trying to back him up, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But he needs to change these sort of training routines as well for next season, and he needs to learn, how to manage players better, because that's what's. I know we've had the whole COVID situation, but the players have obviously. He needs to have a settled system as well. He's been chopping and changing, and we've lost a lot of key players to injuries. And if we have a fully fit side for I'd say for at least 75% of the season, then we'd have a lot more points than we're currently on. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Well, next guest. It is.
Oh no!
Oh man!
Oh, I was dreading you as I was dreading the first. I was thinking you got that Mankini on as well.
Is that Archer the Mackham? The red and my hairstyle? No, Archer the Mackham.
it's his England wig he got. Have you spread it a bit? It looks like it's got a bit outwards.
I have spread it a bit.
Looks like you're ready for the Euros. I'm really excited about the Euros this summer. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the Euros this summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not normally fit in national football, but I'm actually looking forward to it this year.
Yeah.
Well,
who do you think's going to win, Peter? Peter, who do you think's going to win the Euros this summer?
It's a tough one, actually, to be honest.
I'm going to put my neck on there and say Belgium. I've backed them right from the very get-go.
Belgium, I've got a massive chance. Well, then, Archer, welcome to the stream. You know what it's all about. Is Steve Bruce the worst manager we've had at this football club?
Yes.
Wow. Yes. Straight in there. Straight in there, Archer.
He's shit.
And why?
That's all I can do. Because he is. Like,
give me the reasons why he's the shittiest manager. I've said my bit.
Because he just stands on the touchline, hands in his pockets, no communication. But ever since we brought Jones in, we're starting to pick up points up. But when when Jones wasn't there, we end up playing shit.
Oh hi.
I'm just a bit shocked that Nathan Jones, who pretty much relegated Luton last year, is now being.
I don't even think it's about Graham Jones personally though. I think it's just the whole season, the way it's been, like the whole COVID situation, like we've not had our best players playing. And look, you think, right, the way we've been playing in recent weeks, when we've got our best players playing, we are a totally different side to watch. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Without Callum Wilson, I think we lost, was it something like 8 or 9 games on the spin? And ever since he's come back in ASM, we are a better side to watch. Look how we dismantled like Leicester yesterday.
Hi, that was well. What about some of Steve Bruce's excuses, which I'll pop up on screen? Starting with this one.
Go on. Oh, 1 second, I'm just going to roll my sleeves up. One second, I'll roll them up.
You roll your sleeves up in the background.
We have to roll our sleeves up and look to get into the next round of the cup.
That was another one I picked out. Is this one? What did he say after a defeat? Look where I've got the arrows.
We have to accept what's coming our way and dust ourselves down. Unfortunately, we haven't played well enough.
Dust ourselves down, basically.
And the final one I've got is this
one. I really hate these. You know what I hate the most? I mean, I hate managers that make up excuses all the time. You have no idea how much I hate these kind of managers. Don't know if you agree with me, Peter, but I personally, I despise these kind of managers.
Yeah. I was going to say the final the one I've picked out. You can talk about as much tactics as you like. It's all about players. Well, it's how you set the team up to play.
No, I'm not very good with tactics, unfortunately. I wouldn't be any better with tactics, unfortunately, either. So, I mean, I respect people's opinion, but I'm not very good at. I don't really understand much about tactics, unfortunately.
Can I say a couple of things, though? Like one with Rafa, though, he was open and honest to anything that happened in a game. You come out and say like to how the fans would feel. But what I will say, though, and I'm not backing Bruce up here, but the players this season, even at times, have not taken accountability for their own actions on the pitch. They've got to look at themselves. Sometimes, like we've been in games where we've either been ahead and then we've just let ourselves down. We've conceded a couple of daft goals and we've lost it, or even from a winning position, we've drawn games that we shouldn't have done. Or, do you know, for example, like we've been drawn 0-0 and we've let a daft goal in at the end. Like players are not taking responsibility. Like if we go 1-0 down, it's 2, 3, 4. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's a bit of both really in that, and that's something that needs to improve. Players' accountability.
Yeah, I'm going to rattle some more comments. Where was up to again? We says, Layla says, who do you think?
Archer. Do you think? So you say you think Steve Bruce is the worst manager in the Premier League?
Yes.
For Newcastle, pardon. Look, I agree. I agree that he's been bad, but I think Steve McLaren has done worse. Personally, as far as I'm concerned, he's done worse. You agree with me?
Steve McLaren is
at least with Steve. Yeah, John Carver as well. I mean, I don't know. I'm the best coach in the Premier League. How can you forget that?
From minute one, the minute he walked in the door, I mean, I was nearly crying when I seen Steve McLaren hold up a shirt and the pitch wasn't done. I thought that was like one of them you put on Photoshop. And then I see the statement that he got the job. I literally couldn't buy into anything he was saying from day one, and I knew it was all going to go wrong, and it did. I said we're going to go down. I said it from the minute get-go. The first game of the season, we're going to do nothing.
Peter, you just reminded me. That reminds me, Peter. When Pardew got sacked, were you with or against Pardew getting sacked? When he got sacked,
he wasn't sacked.
He wasn't sacked. He left. He just left it go and
he resigned. He resigned. But were you happy?
He left with 9th place in a comfortable position. John Carver took the job. He lost 8 games on the spin. He goes, I'm the best man in the Premier League. It all started from John Carver. John Carver started ever since Pardew left. Okay, then Benitez came in and saved and got the job done. Because I mean, with Benitez, okay, you haven't done absolutely amazing seasons. I mean, you could have. I mean, who knows? I mean, you weren't expected like get top 4, win the FA Cup and all that. I mean, you expected to stay up, get a mid-table. I mean, you would start off quite difficult the first couple of months, but then around the second half, you'd climb up the table and get normal mid-table position. I think Benitez has done a satisfying job at Newcastle, and I say that as a Napoli fan. I mean, he's been at Napoli as well, as I know. So, yeah. I mean, he was good at Napoli as well. I mean, look at all the players he brought in at Napoli: Higuain, Mertens, Callejon, etc. Albiol. One thing I will say, right, about that season 14-15 when Pardew left, right. I actually blame Mike Ashley in both seasons, because at the end of the day, right, why go from Pardew to John Carver? Like, for all the rest of the games that were remaining, right, just the way that the players weren't even bothered. And you know what, right, we're lucky not to go down that season. Ashley said a few things before the West Ham game, if you remember his famous little speech, and we stayed up, right. And the season after we got relegated, that was right, because we got lucky that first season before we should have been down the season where John Carver was manager.
Yeah.
Wait, is this a season where Hull, Burnley, and QPR?
We should have went down.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that one. I remember also because I remember in November you were in top 6. You were fighting for Europa League or something.
Yeah,
weren't you?
Quite high then.
You're like 5, 6. You beat Chelsea, who were unbeaten at the time. They would win the league with Jose.
The decline was alarming. Like from when Pardew left to get relegated.
Speaking of Jose, what do you think of him being appointed new manager of Roma? What do you think of that?
It'd be interesting to see how he'll do there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to wish him the best of luck. I mean, I can't wish him to win anything because I don't want him to cause any damage to my beloved Napoli, but hopefully, I mean, I wish him the best of luck, personally. I mean, he didn't do great at Spurs, at United. Some people were saying he's already finished, but we have to see. He might even go and do what he did with Chelsea, like with Porto, Inter Milan when he won the treble, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But anyway,
Lila says, who do you think will win the Championship playoffs? They are confirmed. Bournemouth v Brentford. So, who you think, Barnsley?
I don't know. I'm just going to go for the club that hasn't got. I mean, I'd like to see Brentford do it, but I'm going to go Barnsley because the unfancied sides that have got no money. But Barnsley, for me, are that side who've come from like League One, they're meant to be getting relegated, and they've actually punched above their weight. And they know now this is probably the only chance that they're going to get of making it into the Premier League. They'll probably go down if like, say, next season if they came up. But if it's not Barnsley, I'd go Brentford.
Right, look, as much as I'd be happy for Bournemouth to return to the Premier League, because I liked Bournemouth. Okay, I mean, I like Bournemouth. I think they are an interesting team, especially I liked it when they were with Eddie Howe. Meanwhile, sorry about that. But anyway, but it would be really interesting to see one between Brentford or Barnsley to get to see in the Premier League. It'd be very interesting to see how they do.
Yeah.
You know, let me know if you agree. If you lot agree with me, I personally think that would be very interesting. Oh, by the way, how's Sunderland doing? Because I don't watch League One, but what are they up to, Sunderland?
They're in the playoff positions, which are confirmed. So
fourth in League One. At the moment, they have to play. I think it's Northampton on the final day. They could go up to third.
It's one of them pointless games.
Did you watch Sunderland Till I Die?
Yeah.
Did you watch Sunderland Till I Die? I watched the whole series. I would have watched the whole series. It was great.
It's embarrassing.
Did you
watch it for the club?
Yeah, I know. What? Oh, Liverpool just scored. Mane. 1-0, Mane. Yeah, scored 1-0.
Oh, there's your comment, Annie. He said Brentford to go past Brentford.
What? What's that? That doesn't make any sense.
I think you made a
Brentford to
mistake.
go past Bournemouth, Barnsley to get through Swansea, and Brentford.
Yeah,
to
it must have been. It must have made a mistake. Must have made a mistake.
In the order of whose favourites to go, but it would definitely be Bournemouth because they've got the financial power and they've got the squad. Then it'd be Brentford. Then you'd probably say Barnsley and Swansea. I think it'd be difficult between them two because they're both like just got their own merit.
No, it will
Brentford have
be.
lost 3 in a row. Sorry, Bournemouth. Jeez. Bournemouth have lost 3 in a row. They've lost to Stoke. They've lost to Wickham. They've lost.
I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna go Barnsley, mate. Just to see. And if it's not Barnsley, I'd love to see Brentford, but Ivan Toney. I'd love to see Ivan Toney back in the Prem.
Yeah, it'd be good. Ian says, "Evening, Pierre. Evening, Ian. Hope you're keeping well. Retro and
Guess
UFC.
what happened with Tony today?
What?
Sorry.
Bristol City turn up into town, gift him a goal, and give him the championship record.
Hi, well done to Bristol City for that.
Well,
Annie,
he
what's
got
happening with your side?
Ex-Peterborough as well. Done well for them last season.
Typical.
Yep.
Peterborough get 2 of our best players, 2 of our best attacking players, but best attacking young
I
players.
think they could do well in the championship next season. I'm not saying they're going to be like anywhere in our top 10, but they could definitely be good set to watch.
I think Hull will be like a Coventry, just like float around
Well, I think
mid-table.
they'll be quite high, mate. I think they've got the financial backing. I think they'll be good.
Yeah, I think they'll just be mid-table. I think they were
yeah.
unlucky last season, to be honest, but they made some daft decisions. Peterborough, I think they'll be like fighting relegation, probably get relegated, to be honest, but it's too early to call.
Just going to rattle there for some more comments. Where was it up to again? Jay's comment, Retro. Good evening, lads. Good evening, Jay. Hope you're well, mate.
Blackburn 5-2 today. Wow.
Yeah. Liam says, what you said about Mike Ash. Liam says, what you said about Mike Ashley is why I've seen people will say they will spend money at non-league football. Well, we're going to return to the non-league scene as well next season, 100%. I mean, I love going to watch a non-league, definitely.
I support both. Like, I just think at the end of the day, like, football's football.
Yeah. Ian says, 19th.
Right, Peter.
19th, yep.
Peter.
Yep.
What do you think about the Super League?
It was a waste. It was only did it for money. It was bollocks. Should never got introduced.
Also, there's possibility, that Juventus, Barcelona, and Real Madrid could be banned for 2 years from European competitions. Is this true, or is it just a rumor?
I think it'd be rumours. I don't think they'll do it. They'll not have the balls.
No,
I've heard something like that. I think it's just a rumour at the moment.
The UEFA have said they're going to put sanctions on Juve, Barca, and Real Madrid.
The thing is, they'll not do it. They'll not have the balls to do it because they'll go, but we don't want to upset anyone because it's the most watchable competition. They'll not do it. It's all talk. Until I have the guts to do it, then I won't believe it.
Aye, true. Where was up to? Ian says, 19th of May, guys, don't crowd the stewards and keep social distancing for the moment. I think we're not going to bother with the Sheffield United game. I think we're just going to wait till next season. Then we can go to all the games.
The thing is, though, like, why would you? It's one game. If you look at how poor the season's been, like, why would you be in a rush to go back at the end of the season?
That's the thing, isn't it?
The thing is, I'll wait till next season when the first game of the season, when I get to go back to the stadium, when it's a fresh season, everyone's back. That's football. 10. I granted there's 10,000 fans in a 52,000 stadium, but for me that'd be shit. I want a full house.
You know what the FA should do next season?
What?
They should invest for all clubs. Obviously, due with all this COVID that's been going on for the whole year. They should invest for fans if they are going to go back next season. Invest for this sanitized stuff.
I know where this is going.
You know where you just go straight in and just sanitize them from top to toe, and then you can go straight into the stadium.
Oh God, man!
The ones who go against Sheffield United, they've got to have like some swab test or something, or whatever it is they're doing, and then they've got to get They've got to get the whole thing, and then as of next season, I don't know what's going to happen before others.
Hey, what team do you support again? Robin's talk. I can't remember who are the Robins supposed to be? Brentford, Bristol. Who are they? Who do you support?
Bristol City. He's a Bristol City fan, Annie.
Oh, Bristol. Yeah, okay.
Anyway,
yeah, where was it that Ollie Watkins was at? Where was Ollie Watkins at? Bristol or Brentford? I keep getting those two teams confused.
Brentford.
I wish.
Oh, Brentford. I was back. Yeah, I keep confused. What do you think of Ollie Watkins anyway?
Good player.
Very good. Very good player.
Solid.
We had him in our academy at one point, but went a little bit up north.
Interesting.
The question is he Callum Wilson?
No. Seriously, it's a true story. We trialed Ollie Watkins, but instead went to about 3-4 miles up north, and went to Weston-super-Mare where he scored like a bunch load of goals, and went to Exeter, then went to Brentford, then went to Villa.
Liam says, with Sunderland's new owners, they'll go up next season if they don't go up this season. I can tell he's full of ideas, this new Sunderland owner.
I think they'll go up. I think they'll probably go up this season by the playoffs. And that pains us to say, but they've got a structure. And as you said there, if they don't go up this season, they'll definitely go up next season. They're probably one of the top two.
I think that new owner will look to invest in their squad.
Why would you invest in a club like Sunderland if they didn't have any ambitions to get back into the Championship? No, I mean, it would be waste time.
Thomas says, Sharky, when will you upload again?
When will it upload again? Not too sure, to be honest. Just can't be bothered. These sort of days, like, I'm just, I don't know, like, I've done like...
Oh, you're a YouTuber?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I've given up fully. It's just taking a break of it. Like, I'm looking forward to like go to games next season without the distractions of making content. But just for now, just sort of taking a bit of a step back.
Yeah. Dan says, sorry, lad.
Anyway, Peter.
Yep.
Anyway, Peter, I was wondering, who was it? That guy that said who said that he'd rather watch Torquay United, right? Well, that guy who said, was there some guy who said that they'd rather watch Torquay United than watch Newcastle or something like that?
Oh, I think he was on about playing on a Football Manager, which I've never played.
Yeah, look, personally, I mean, if my team was in that state, I mean, I wouldn't do it personally. I wouldn't do it, but if any team was in a soft state, I mean, personally, I wouldn't do it because I mean, I love my team to bits and I watch it no matter what. But sometimes, I mean, there is a time that I could just pass an evening like watching other stuff, like my favorite TV shows. Like, I don't know, I've been watching a lot of, I don't know if you know it, Happy True Friends lately. I've been watching that a lot. Don't know if you know it.
Yeah.
You know it?
Actually, no, I don't think I do know that.
Oh, okay then. Whatever. But anyway, so you think Newcastle's season, even though they stay up, this doesn't save these last results. Don't think this save Bruce's season. Who would you like as new manager if Bruce gets sacked next season? Who would you want as new manager?
Eddie Howe.
I would like someone like Eddie Howe, who's a young manager. I think he's done well with the Bournemouth side.
I would even take Sean Dyche.
Yes, Dyche. I would even.
He might not be like, I know he manages Burnley, but he's an organizer. I'd take him.
Yeah.
The thing is, we're not going to attract like we're not going to attract like a world class manager anymore. Like Rafa Benitez was probably the final straw. You know, if he's going to kick Rafa Benitez out, then who's going to want to come in with a good TV?
Yeah. Dan says, sorry lads, but my laptop's been a royal pain. I'll step out to let other people in, but we'll continue to watch and comment. No problem, bro. I'm glad you come in, and feel free to drop any of your comments in the live chat. Geordie, welcome to the stream, mate. Long time since I've seen James on any YouTube content. I think you've just been having a break, as you mentioned there, Shock.
Yeah, listen, I think it's just been that type of season, like when you're not going to games and you can't watch it and you're just sitting in the house all the time and watching it from the screen. It's not the same. Like, I'd rather like talk to the fans like outside the ground and meet up with people and that and just go from there and watch it, you know, take it in for yourself rather than just like, oh, well, I watched it on a TV screen in the house. There you go. Like, what do you think? It's not the same thing.
Hi, it's not the same thing at all.
No,
that is the thing. We'll want to be back at the stadium watching it.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, next season there'll be a buzz because we're getting to meet everyone again. It's been a long time, and then you watch games.
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be fans? Is there going to be any fans at Euros this summer?
I think there is. Yeah.
Some, yeah.
I think there is. Yeah.
Yeah, few. There's going to be a few. I'm wondering. I'm really curious. Like I said earlier, I'm really excited for the summer. I mean, they already got cancelled. It was already sad that they got cancelled last time. Although we did get some football in the end. I mean, we got to see the rest of the Premier League and everything else, Serie A, etc. Because it all got called off during the pandemic last year. So we did get. It's not that we didn't get any football whatsoever, because then we also got August. We got Champions League, Europa League. Basically, the football summer break only lasted like 2 weeks, like between the end of August and the beginning of September, basically. So it wasn't that much of a. We had football basically almost all summer. So it's not that we had no football. It's not like we had no football in. And by the way, I was wondering. Has there only been? I said that my 3 worst managers of Newcastle are Bruce, Carver, and McLaren. Can you think of any other managers who have done worse than them, who came in before Alan Pardew? Has there been anyone worse?
Graham Souness did an awful job.
For Dalglish,
anyone worse than those 3?
Yeah. Just gonna.
What about the players? Who do you think is the worst?
Few games or something.
Nigel Pearson, he didn't do a bad job.
I don't think he took charge for a lot of games there for Newcastle.
Good point. I mean, he did get Leicester to stay up.
Yeah.
And he's managing
he did get Leicester to stay up. However,
he did, yeah.
Oh, I don't really like him as a character. I think he did an okay job. But I don't really like him as a character. For example, should we mention when he told the Leicester fans after when they lost to Liverpool, he told them to F off and die? Or remember against Crystal Palace when he grabbed hold on to started strangling MacArthur for some reason? Don't even know what the hell he was thinking there. I don't know if any of you remember that incident with. Was it with MacArthur? I believe it was with MacArthur, wasn't it?
James MacArthur.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he grabbed hold. He grabbed hold of a Crystal Palace man, grabbed him by the neck and started choking him. I don't know if that's what's worse between that or Alan Pardew's headbutt. I don't know which one is worse.
Can't remember that Pardew.
It was because of the fact that MacArthur signed for Palace instead of Leicester. That I think it was January.
Oh my God! What? He did that. So basically, so what you're telling me is that he did that just for that? Is that the actual reason why he just strangled him? No, I'm sorry, no. It's a joke, isn't it? You're joking, right?
He was close to joining Leicester, but instead joined Palace. Yeah,
that's a ridiculous reason to strangle someone. That's a terrible reason. That's the stupidest reason.
Question my manager. How dare you?
Yeah, I'm just going to rattle through some more
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He'd be a good manager, but he'd cause a lot of drama. I mean, also, not only that, even in the press conference, remember when he called out journalists and ostrich? Remember that?
Oh, I remember that. That was funny, that.
Yeah. I remember that. I don't remember those things actually happened because I remember it also from seeing, I don't know if you watch 442s. Do you watch 442s?
No, I don't think I've watched them yet. No.
Oh, they've been around for a while now. They do these cartoon parodies. They do cartoon parodies of football games and all that.
All right.
Don't know if any of you know them.
Okay,
they're quite famous.
Anyway, Peter, I'm gonna head off to enjoy the FC stream, mate.
No problem. Good to see you, Sharky.
Yeah,
if you still want to check out Sharky's channel, Toonami TV, he hasn't uploaded, but he has got some great content on there. So feel free.
I'll try my best and get back, but I'm not going to promise anything. But whatever happens, I hope you have a great summer, and I'll speak to you all soon. Stay safe.
See you later, Sharky.
See you later.
Just going to rattle through some more comments before we get another guest on. Ian says, to be fair, things have improved lately. If we play like we are now from the start of the season, we'll be in top half at least. Well, you just wonder where those performances have been all season. Because it's been absolutely nothing but dire. Brian says Chelsea are doing a madness FA Cup final, UEFA Champions League final.
Oh my God!
Women are about to win the Women's Super League.
We need to talk about Chelsea. We need to absolutely talk about Chelsea at the moment. They are. Did you see today against Man City? And
I didn't get a chance to watch that game.
Yeah, did you see Aguero's penalty?
Oh, I heard it was an embarrassing. He missed it. It was awful.
How can he get through? A player very experienced does that. I'm so disappointed in him. I'm not even a Man City fan, but I'm extremely disappointed. There's no way a player of this experience can try and do a Panenka like that. Unacceptable. Don't know if you agree. Does any of you agree with me? I think that was absolutely a player. I mean, if it was someone like, I don't know, a young player like probably Greenwood or Lookman. I mean, I would have taken even Lookman's penalty, Panenka against West Ham a few months earlier. That was bad. But at least Lookman is young and everything. Aguero has got a lot of experience and he knows better than to do that. That baffled me. Don't know if it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it baffled everyone. Even Pep, he was furious. Who do you think's going to win the Champions League anyway? City or Chelsea? I'm going to go for Chelsea. Who do you think's going to win it?
I think it could be City. I think it could be City's time where they'll win it. Dan says, Archer enjoyed streaking at the King Power last night in your England Mankini. Your tactics work better than Bruce. There you go, Archer. Well, I'm going to bring another guest in, and I'm going to bring Luke into the stream. So here he is. How you doing, Luke?
Evening, lads. How are you?
How are you doing? Not too bad. So good evening. Welcome to the stream. And you know it's all about certain Steve Bruce. Is he the worst manager we've had at this football club?
One of them, I remember. Yes, he is probably the worst manager I've seen at the club.
But do you think there's been anyone worse than him? Do you think there's been anyone worse than him though?
I haven't seen the best out of Newcastle. I've only seen the worst out of them. So I can't really say who's been the worst, who's been the best. But at the minute,
Steve McLaren. I think Steve McLaren. Steve McLaren, as far as I'm concerned, Steve McLaren. Plus Peter. I don't know. I don't know if you watch. Do you have any news about the True Geordie? I haven't seen him around lately. True Geordie.
I haven't saw much of his stuff for a while, I must say. So look, what else do you make? What makes you think Bruce is the worst manager at this football club?
His tactics.
No, they're absolutely shocking.
He doesn't change the team.
And if he does change it, he changes it far too late at times. I mean, some of the performances we've had this season have been absolutely dismal. I'm going to say the Brighton is probably one of the worst I've seen in my lifetime as a Newcastle fan.
Oh,
I agree.
In
fact, I'd never seen I saw you that video. I'd never seen you this angry. I've been watching you since like 2016 or something. I think I've never seen you apart from Sheffield. Before that, it was Sheffield, but after that, I'd never seen you so angry in my whole life. You were extreme levels of anger. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, that is one of the most.
I thought. I think before that, I would have said it was Sheffield, the angriest you had been. But then this video came out, and I have to. I mean, like I said, I think this is the angriest I've ever seen you. Don't know if you agree with me.
Oh, that is definitely the most angriest I've felt, because the way we went into that game with just no effort, we didn't even play a striker in that game. I mean, that game was just like, oh my god.
Yeah. Also, I've been thinking, right? I also mean to ask you. You keep calling Steve Bruce Cabbage Head. Why do you call him that anyway? Not that I disagree. I just want to know why. Why is he get called Cabbage Head by you?
There was a time when he was manager of Aston Villa, and I forgot.
Oh, I remember that.
And there was a fan threw a cabbage into the stadium. They were trying to hit him.
No way! No, I had no idea. Let me see. I had no idea about that happening. So that's where you got the name Cabbage Head from, then. Okay, I get it.
Valerie Brad says hi, Pierre. Hi, Valerie. Hope you're keeping well. Just remember, guys, if you're liking the stream, don't forget to like. And of course, if you do want to join, the link to join in is pinned in the live chat, and it's down in the description. Of course, it'd be great to get your thoughts on, as always. So do feel free to join in as well if you want to. Just been going for an hour. We'll try and go through this as long as we can. Was going to say, Luke, which do you think's been the worst performance under Steve Bruce?
Brighton.
The Brighton match.
That was horrible.
Yeah, definitely. That was the worst match I've ever seen. I think I fell asleep as well halfway through.
I mean, it was just, we went to that game with no effort. Any other games that stood out for you? I'm going to say Brentford away, Sheffield win, United
but
away.
Not just this season. I mean, even last season, you lost 5-0 to Leicester. You lost 5-0 to Leicester last season or something, didn't you?
And a certain person on there was down there.
Yeah, I was at the game.
Steve Bruce.
Yeah, it was Steve Bruce.
So,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because he asked, because the question was... Because the question was worst game under Steve Bruce, not worst game under Steve Bruce this season. So under Steve Bruce's whole regime as Newcastle, I'd say this season, the game against Brighton, his whole regime, the 5-0 loss to Leicester last season, as far as I'm concerned. Don't know if you agree.
Well,
obviously, I did get my first away game against Leicester last season, and that was absolutely crap. That was the worst performance I've ever seen Newcastle play away from home last season. And now when we played Leicester yesterday, we showed Leicester who Newcastle are, and we just give them a game and showed them some revenge. And we can't fight and we can't perform, but it's at the end of the day, it's Steve Bruce's tactics. At the end of the day, he must have got it right, but some games he gets them wrong. And for me, Steve Bruce still needs to go.
Yeah.
Even
also, Peter, I've been meaning to ask, right? I don't know if you remember, but round the 2015-16 season, and probably a bit even during the 2016-17 season, there was this Newcastle fan, right? There was this kid who did the video Newcastle vlogs and would sometimes rant on Steve McClaren, etc. Nathan Seeley. Have you ever heard of him or something? Do you remember him? Because he hasn't been. Do you remember him?
Not too sure.
Yeah, he was about 12 at the time, probably 11, 12. He was quite young. I mean, he did videos at the time on Newcastle, and he usually go and rants on why he wanted to see McClaren to get sacked. I remember he also said that he wanted David Moyes in before Benitez came in. He said he wanted David Moyes in, but now he's completely disappeared. He hasn't done videos for years. His old videos are gone. I don't know if you know anything about, if any of you knows anything about him. But I followed him at the time. I watched some of his videos at the time. But yeah.
I was gonna say, look, what did you make of the result performance like yesterday?
It's absolutely unbelievable.
Which one? The Newcastle one? Yeah, I thought it was very good. Yeah. By the way, look, I think I should leave now. My phone battery's running out, so I'll just leave anyway.
Yeah, no problem, Alex. Thank you very much for popping in the live stream. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks. You're welcome. I've enjoyed myself. Thanks. See you later.
No problem. See you later. Thanks very much for coming in. Yeah. So that was Alex. So do you think Bruce got that right yesterday in the Leicester game? Because we're all worried that when he put Kraft at centre back, we were worried at first.
I don't know if I'm not giving him any credit for winning. I just think it's the players actually deciding to wise up and bed for themselves.
I think the players are now starting to play for the badge now a lot, which is
good.
Yeah. Who is your man of the match yesterday in the game?
Dubravka.
RJ was your man of the match.
Dubravka, because he made some incredible saves.
Did you watch the game last night, Annie?
Yes, I did.
Who would you say was Newcastle's man of the match?
I'd say Callum Wilson, because
I've actually gone for Callum Wilson. I thought his work rate in that game was absolutely brilliant. It really, really was. Indeed, I thought not just his goals, the way he held the ball up was absolutely brilliant as well, which is I've got to say. Any other reasons why Bruce is worst manager as well?
But he is. I've never liked Bruce since he first got appointed. Like Howe, he wasn't even in the top four, man. He was like 11th favorite to be appointed for his manager. Now that is really bad. Like, Steve Bruce is just absolutely crap. Literally, but we almost got relegated this season, but due to some due to some important results, that's all because of St. Maximin. Because if it was
crappy teams.
If it wasn't for St. Maximin being injured and then for him to come back,
yep,
it was just he's a star of the team. Him St. Maximin, he just runs riot. Like if you watch St. Maximin, it's like watching Happen Ben off all over again. From the 2011-2012 season when Ben Arthur scored that crack against Bolton at St. James's Park. It's just like watching him again. St. Maximin and Ben Arthur.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was a good thing we performed yesterday after that poor performance against Arsenal. I thought that was so poor as well. I mean, we barely threatened in that game. Yeah, I must say as well. And who would you like as new manager if Bruce was to leave? I know I've said Eddie Howe. Who would you like to have?
I wish we could have Rafa back because he still loves the fans and he still loves the club. But obviously I can't see it happening. But probably maybe a Sean Dice or Eddie Howe, someone like that. But but to be fair, and I would rather have anyone at the club as long as Steve Bruce gets the sack.
Hi, I mean, Nemo wants them. Valerie says, I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm very good, thanks, Valerie. And is Jade, that's Paul's new co-host on the Toon Review YouTube channel. She's done very well. She's done very well since joining Paul's channel.
Only one man for me, and that's Rafa. I agree, Jade. I would definitely add Rafa back.
I mean, she can't stand Bruce as well. I mean, I've seen her give her plenty of thoughts on Steve Bruce. And it's just clear. Well, every this fan base wants Steve Bruce. I 100% agree because, I mean, he wasn't like first choice at the club at first.
No, he wasn't. He was 11. He was 11th choice on the list.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just because all the other managers didn't want to.
But the thing is, if Rafa was still here, Rafa didn't want to sign Joe Linton. Rafa wanted to sign Bruno Fernandes. That's who he wanted to sign from Benfica, I believe it was. So Rafa wanted to sign Bruno Fernandes, but obviously he's at Man United. Imagine Bruno Fernandes at Newcastle. Poor. So
well, I'm going to bring up I'm going to bring up Steve's Bruce's record in the Premier League. I mean, how appalling is that?
Worst Premier League wins rate, 27.8%. That's bad. Really bad.
And look at Joe Kinnear's got higher. Look at Tony Pulis has got higher.
But
look at his face, man. It's like a snapshot.
Pulis, Allardyce, Mark Hughes. I want to know how many games they've managed more than the likes of Joe Kinnear and Steve Bruce and Alan Curbishley, because Hughes, Allardyce, and Pulis, they are like the go-to people when you're in a relegation battle, and that's why I think Allardyce has had 11 jobs, Pulis has had like 12, and Hughes has had like 9. It's unbelievable how many jobs they've had.
Yeah. Valerie says, I would like to see Rafa back in Newcastle. I think Wall would, but I don't think he would come back under Mike Ashley. No chance. Well, we've got another guest in the background, and
Please be Paul. Please be Paul.
It's not Paul.
Is it?
It's John, everyone.
John Sinclair.
You went to a daydream there, John.
You know what? No, what? I just got your message down. I was just absolutely shattered, but I'm happy to be here, man. But I'm here. How are you guys? Agree?
All good. All good. Yeah, John, it's good to see you.
Here.
How you doing? No, it's just been training today in the gym and stuff as well. Like, so yeah, gotta do it. But
I know you've been doing your streams as well. I was on yours for the full time about yesterday's game. So, John, well, I think we know your answer already to this. Is Steve Bruce the worst manager we've had at this football club out of all the managers?
I just looked at that record at the minute. I mean, I've always said he's been the worst manager. Yeah, he is. No doubt about it. I mean, for me, I never wanted him in the first place, and everyone knows about this. And I wanted him out before he even came in, and I didn't want him here at the club. And it just goes to show. I mean, for me, he's the luckiest manager in the Premier League, and you know, I think the players are doing it. They're not playing for him; they're doing it for the badge, and they're doing it for us, not just for Steve Bruce. But what we need now, as everyone knows, we need a takeover, and this guy has got to be shot. Simple as that.
I mean, well, we've discussed it on the Four Horsemen every Monday that how this guy is still at this football club still. The only reason why he's still here because of Mike Ashley, because it just feels like he cannot be bothered to pull the trigger.
Nah, the thing is, though, Pete, he doesn't care. He actually does not care at all. I don't think he knows that how he's doing it as a club in a minute, because the only way he finds out is Justin Barnes and Keith Bishop keeps telling him what's going on at the club, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? He's got his own people keep an eye on the club, and if it goes wrong, they tell Ashley, but Ashley doesn't care. At this moment, what I will
He's only
say,
bothered about that money.
Money, exactly. It's greed. My mum, right, hates that word, greed, right? And I just cannot blame that sort of thing. No, and I don't like greed as well. But as long as the money comes through every season, and 120 million pound comes every season, then Ashley's happy. Goes to his back pocket. Do you know what I mean? But that money should go towards the club, not to Ashley's back pocket. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So,
anyway, Peter, I was just going to say, I'm just going to shoot off of it. I'll catch you in a bit.
No problem. Good to see you, Archer, as always. And no doubt you'll be coming up with your comments on Monday.
Yes, I sure will be. So be prepared.
Don't worry about that.
Anyway, Archer, good to see you, man. Thank you very much for coming in. I'll see you later, man.
Catch you later.
See you, Archer. Yes.
So that was Archer. Yeah, I mean, what do you think's been the worst performance under Steve Bruce of all time, John, you've seen?
Well, it's been a few, isn't there, sort of thing. I mean, the one last week, for example, we just didn't lay a glove on Arsenal, didn't we? Do you know what I mean? If we had played like we did last night against Arsenal, we probably would have won that game, because that's the worst Arsenal team I've seen for a long, long time. The Arsenal team for 25 years. But the worst I've seen this season was against Brighton.
Oh, yeah.
Home and away, especially one away. We were absolutely dog crap. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, real crap. I mean, I was watching that game. I was so embarrassed about that game. We really poor done it, and I was absolutely speechless after the game. I mean, man. I just think the game was just there's plenty of wasters at that club at the time, and the performance was absolutely shambolic. We made Brighton look like world beaters at least. Don't get us wrong, Brighton played really well that game, but we made them look good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going to that game with no striker on the pitch as well, I mean, you're thinking, what is the bloke playing at? And he takes him off with an injury, and he brings Hendrick on instead.
I don't get it at all. I mean, Jeff Hendrick is just a complete utter waste of time. As Claude, great like Claude always says, it's time to go. and he's one of them. He's got to go. Do you know what I mean? But what does he bring to the table, Hendrik? What does he actually bring to the table? I mean,
nothing.
He's getting a bit like I'm here on sort of thing, passes it backwards, sideways all the time. Do you know what I mean? But Edie's gone at the end of the season.
I think we've got a lot of deadwood in that squad that needs rid of. But however, we need to get some players tied down to new contracts. Jacob Murphy has got to get a new contract for me.
Yeah.
Fabian Shaw as
definitely.
well. Definitely. What about Fernandez?
This is going to be a surprise to you guys. I mean, he has some good games, he has some poor games, but would I give him another season? I'll keep him as a squad player for me. I mean, don't get us wrong, he did okay. He did well yesterday. But in other games, he's been a bit inconsistent. But I want to see fresh blood in the team as well for the new season. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, half the players are not good enough. I can name 7 or 8 players that aren't good enough for the team at the moment. But I want to see fresh blood in that team because half of them, like say, they're welcome at Newcastle United. Do you know what I mean? I mean, look, they've been fantastic in the past. They've been great for us, a great servant, yeah. But at the end of the day, we need to shift them on. I mean, Fabian Schast signed a new 1-year deal. Apparently, deactivated his 1-year clause, according to Swiss media, and that's confirmed. So he signed a 1-year deal. I mean, Jack Gill is not good enough for Newcastle United. Andy Carroll ain't good enough. Kraft ain't good enough. Yeah. Kieran Clark, I like him, but he'd be a squad player for me. But I'm move on. Like I said to you this afternoon, get rid of him, right, and get Joe Willock in. You know what I mean?
I would like to get Joe Willock in at this football club. I think he's been, and we were saying on your thing about the comparison between Joe Linton scoring and Joe Willock scoring.
Yeah, we said that, didn't we? I mean, Joe Willock scored for 5 goals in 5 months? In 4 months, actually. 5 goals in 4 months. Joe Linton scored 5 goals in 2 seasons.
Nearly
and
2
seasons. £40 million for this guy. And I'm telling you, right, I mean, would I keep him next season? For me personally, I mean, we need another striker who's going to be as a backup for Callum Wilson, yeah? This player will not be a backup for Callum Wilson. You know what? You need to be backup for me, man. I'm telling you. There's no way of that. I mean, yeah, I know people like to do teasers to Joe Linton sort of things, about that sort of thing, but we all know he ain't good enough for Newcastle United. You know what I mean? I know he's trying, but who's going to buy him, though? Who's going to take him? And he's on, £86,000 a week, you know?
That's just scandalous, that, given a player who's that poor, that amount of wages per week.
Pete, whoever sanctioned that deal and whoever scouted this player should be sacked for fraud and deception. And I've said that so many times, you know what I mean? Listen, end of the day, I mean, I just don't think he's good enough. And next season, we need goals next season. I don't think he's got enough goals this season. And also, we've not been defending well. That needs to be shored up. We need a takeover. And I still believe this takeover is going to happen sooner rather than later. You know what I mean? Because the Premier League are absolutely running away. They're running scared. They know that, right?
Yep.
I've said now, this will not go to court. I think it'll be settled before it goes to court. That's my opinion.
Does anyone else think the takeover is going to go through? I mean, I'm still on the fence with it. Well, yeah, which people are not going to do because we get down this road so many times and then it gets the pot. Yeah, I must say. Well, we're again looking at Steve Bruce's record, 20-odd%. I mean, how appalling is that? It's even below the likes of Joe Kinnear, Tony Pulis, etc. as well.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, Steve Bruce, for me, right? I mean, I've said this many a time. I mean, this guy, and I said this, he's never taken this job in the first place, you know, because he's past the sell-by date. You know what I mean? His record speaks for himself. I've always said that sort of thing. People say, like, oh, he's doing okay. No, he's not. He's not good enough. The guy is 60. It's not in good health. Do you know what I mean? The football has been absolutely crap, on this season. Right? He got lucky. He got lucky this season, and last week because we had to have a goal. The players did it for themselves and the fans. And Pete, also, I'm going to say this now. I think I mentioned this as well. Steve Bruce praised Lee Charnley. He said thanks to Lee Charnley. Now, he didn't say thanks to the supporters.
Just says everything about the bloke. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Not to mention the way he likes to have digs at the fans, Steve Bruce, as if to say, "Get off me back because I know what I'm doing." Well, he doesn't know what he's doing half the time.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, he's been that arrogant. I mean, which other manager stands with his hands in his pockets on the touchline and just pouts every time with that look on his face? I think, like you were saying there, John, one time, you think he's asking for the sack or he wants the sack so he can get a payoff if that was to happen.
Yeah, I think he does that. I think he's doing that deliberately, sort of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why he likes to play like John Joe Shelby each and every week, sort of thing. We all know he's lazy. He doesn't track back. His passings are absolutely abysmal. Do you know what I mean? But that pass that Richie done yesterday for that Callum Wilson for the third goal, that's how you do a pass. That's how you do a pass. You know what I mean? Totally but John Joe Shelby can't even do that sort of thing. You know what I mean? But what will it take for him to be dropped? You know what I mean? I'm not being funny yet, but John Joe Shelby, I mean, I'll drop him, right? In fact, get rid of him in the summer, sort of thing. The trouble is,
yeah, same.
And he's on, what's he, 70 grand a week, John Joe Shelby. This is the thing. All these big earners, right? I mean, it's going to be hard to get shift because they're on massive money a week. He's on 70 grand a week. Joe Linton's on 86 grand a week. Emma Kraft is on £58,000 a week here as well.
58,000 what? For Kraft?
He's on £58,000 a week. And this is the player that used to play for Bologna, right? And I watch a lot of Italian football.
Oh, God.
And Bologna fans, when they sold him to Amiens, the French club, they just laughed and they just celebrated because he is that poor. And I've been saying to people before he signed, do not get this guy. This guy is bang average. People having a go at us and saying, stop being negative, John. Don't be negative, John. No. The fact at the end of the day, I say I would like it is, right? If they're not good enough, I say they're not good enough, yeah? And I have a couple of DMs apologising to Pete, apologising and say, John, you're right, he is poor. Listen, I don't want to apologise, you know what I mean? The eyes don't lie. If they're not good enough, if we get a player who's Italian-based and they're not good enough, I was saying they're not good enough, you know what I mean? You know, and they're talking about trying to get Gattuso for Napoli as well. I say no, that will never, ever happen. Gattuso will not come to Newcastle United. There's absolutely no. He's leaving Napoli at the end of the season, but he will not come to Newcastle United.
Definitely not under Mike Ashley. No chance.
No one's going to come under him. No one is.
It's all these yes men that will only work for Mike Ashley. That's the thing.
Anyone that's desperate for a job as well will work underneath him.
Yeah, my only concern is if Bruce was to leave, we could end up appointing a manager who's just as bad as what he is. I mean, there's like Tony Pulis, etc., which I gotta hope we don't.
Oh, Christ, no, please don't. I mean, Tony Pulis, absolutely no. I'd rather appoint Tapas Pulis instead of Tony Pulis. This guy is even worse, honestly, man. Tony Pulis. I'm not being funny.
You were going to say
just because his football is so bad doesn't mean he's a bad manager.
Oh, and he's terrible, man.
It's awful, man. I'll do that. It's awful, man. I mean, listen. I mean, we love
him, man.
Pete, that's why he got sacked from Sheffield Wednesday after what, 6-7 games? Because
no. You're not. You're going into Wednesday there. Wednesday, completely different kettle of fish. Don't go into Wednesday.
He's still
No. He got sacked. He got sacked because the owners are a disgrace for Wednesday. The players didn't care. They were in a relegation battle. They had a points deduction. He was not backed. He didn't have money. He came outside a transfer window. The previous manager was a mess. Previous two managers was a mess. The squad was not good enough, essentially. No strikers. Completely injuries. That's 12. Literally 12 reasons I've just listed there where Tony Pulis succeeded and none of none of that was his fault.
I just think I just hate his style of football. It's awful to watch.
And it's a style of football, mate. It's long ball. It's a long ball. I don't tell you what it is. I do not want my club turning into Stoke. I do not want my club turning into Stoke. Do you know what I mean? Because if it comes in, it'll be like watching Stoke. I would get a neck insurance, right? I'll be looking at me here, go like that each and every game, every week. Not for me. Not for me.
If he can get you wins, then why not?
I don't know if I could trust this with him. I wouldn't trust him. I don't think I could trust him with anything, Tony Pulis. I mean, if you point Tony Pulis, you may as well keep Steve Bruce. That's, again, a dinosaur manager who has just got awful tactics as well.
What year did he come in as manager?
I know when Stoke got promoted in 2008.
Yeah.
That's when he came to the Premier League. Was that the first time he was in the Premier League? I think it was. I could be wrong. But, I didn't really style of football at all. Tony Pulis. I mean, I was going to say, we've started to pick points after the international break. But I don't think the performances still haven't been a lot convincing. Okay, the Leicester one, we did brilliant in that game. But the likes of West Ham, we're switched off at 2-0 up. I mean, Liverpool, I didn't think it was convincing then. I mean, Spurs, I think goals in there were preventable as well. That is the thing. Burnley, we were shocking in that first half. So again,
it's Steve Bruce all over. Just getting absolutely battered, but getting a result. It's just Steve Bruce. But
it's just the performances still haven't been good. And sorry, but my mind is not changing on Steve Bruce anytime soon. I'm still going to be Steve Bruce out. That is the thing. And I think, John, you'll not be changing your mind anytime soon as well. And the same with you, Luke.
No, definitely not.
John, you'll not be changing your mind as well anytime soon?
No, sure. And
yeah, you'll not be changing your mind about Steve Bruce anytime soon?
Get him out, mate. End of the season, man. Get him out, please. Get him out.
Do you think he will go at the end of the season?
Depends on the takeover. My worry is you get a takeover, he'd be gone. But if this takeover doesn't happen, then, we're going to end up getting Bruce for his last year of his contract. My only concern is, what about, I don't know what to say, man. If he's there next season, right, I'm going to be very worried because it's going to be the same old crap what we'll be watching this season. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, a lot of people think if we keep Bruce on, we're probably going to go and do next season because we've rode well luck massively this season. We really, really have. I mean, few wins out of 20-odd games. I mean, that just says it all as well. It's been nothing but of absolute luck that we're playing Premier League football for next season. Because I thought there was a point we were going to get relegated massively. And a lot of us fans were thinking the same as well. Even you said, John, as well. You thought we're going to get relegated.
I said you'd stay up. I said you'd stay up.
Well, doing it, but there was that point where we were just low and we had no hope in that side whatsoever. Just that losing form we were on. Massively.
Yeah, I said after losing against Brighton, that was us going to go down. But
I was going to say the same. I mean, another thing is, every time Callum Wilson has been out injured, we've really struggled as well. Don't you agree?
Yeah, he's a key player. He's a key player.
I mean, it's like, when we lost him after Southampton, which was that win, and then he's not back till Burnley, and that was our next win after that. After all the other games.
Crazy, man. I mean, so inconsistent, man, isn't it, this season? So inconsistent. I mean, we've been, like I said, we've been so lucky this season in games. There's games we played we should not have won. Do you know what I mean? But You know, but I'm just glad he's staying in the Premier next season. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to be celebrating. Oh, he's staying up.
No,
Yeah, but
I'll not be celebrating because
I can't celebrate this season, honestly, because
neither can I.
we haven't
been a write-off completely.
Yeah, we've just got lucky because teams below us haven't been winning their games. That's all it is. And
I mean, we were worried Fulham were going to catch her when they were starting to go on a bit of a run and form, but it looks like the confidence is completely shot to pieces once again. But still, it's been a write-off season completely for Newcastle, no matter where we're finished, because it's been that horrible to watch. And a lot of the times, like myself, you, John, Paul as well, have been probably at our most angriest, the most, when it's come to do reviews or after a game or whatever we're doing. I mean, this has been one of the angriest I've felt this season. I think after that Brighton game, that is where I probably raged the most. If anyone's seen that video.
I've seen that one, and I tell you what, you show raw passion that day, mate. And I can't blame you getting angry at that, you know what I mean? Use and pulls, and you know, I mean, I was just so disgusted at that performance. I just went straight to bed because that was poor, shocking. You know what I mean? The Brighton game.
I mean, the thing is,
he's done a wonderful job there. But if Brighton's got a decent forward that's going to get you like 15, 20 goals per season, that's all they're missing, Brighton. A decent centre forward. Now, if you can go and get someone like Tammy Abraham sort of thing, they could finish as high as mid-table next season.
They could do. I mean, I rate Graham Potter as a manager. I think he's done pretty well with them. I mean, go back to that Brighton game, I must say. Brighton was 16th. We were 17th. And people say, that was a relegation battle. Well, that wasn't. That was a training session for Brighton on that day.
It was. It could have been 6 or 7. Do you know what I mean?
One have complained.
I mean, Graham Potter has got a system of play, right? 3 centre halves, right? 3-4-3 attacking, right? They were so comfortable on the bar. We made look like Prima Brazil that night. Do you know what I mean? And people say Brighton played really well, but we made them play well. Do you know what I mean?
We made them play well. We were that bad and that of an embarrassment on that game. And that was when Bruce had to go at that point. But until next morning, where people are...
Bruce had to go long before that match. Long before that match.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Brentford, he should have gone. I mean, we lost to a Brentford. We lost to a Brentford B side. Brentford didn't play their full strongest side. And
they had Josh De Silva. I think they had Ivan Toney.
Well, Tony was actually a sub, but we made Brentford look great in that game as well. We were shocking in that game. That was a chance of us to try and get to a semi-final of the Carabao Cup. And we just threw in the towel. I mean, last season against Man City.
Semi-final.
Exactly. I mean, last season against Man City, there was a chance to try and go into a semi-final. But I know it's Man City, but the way we're set up, I mean, we went 5 at the back, and you knew what was coming. You knew what was coming in that game.
Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. I mean, they could have scored he scored the first after on the stroke of half time where Trossard scored against us with lovely turn and turn, and Dubak had no chance. Wow, I thought that was a cracking goal, but as Kieran Clark wanted, he gave him too much space. And for me, that wasn't good enough. He played a 5-4-1 again, didn't he? 5-4-1. How many games have we been winning playing that sort of formation, Pete? We haven't.
Not a lot. Not a lot, I can tell you. I mean, the Sheffield United game handed them the first win of the season. They only had 2 points until they played us. And we handed them a bastard win on that game.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows why I've said Bruce is the worst manager. I mean, I could go. There's going to be other comment that people are going to come up with as well. But I mean, we say it on the Four Horsemen every Monday night that this manager should have been gone a while ago. I'm just going to rattle through some more comments. So that football says, PD, play me FIFA. Yeah, we can do one time. Just let us know when you're available. We could do that. And he also says, how much is for Joe? See, I'm guessing he's talking about Joe Willock. I think Arsenal, if we were to get them, I think they're going to look around about the 20-odd million mark, I would say.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I agree.
But even though there's rumours said we might not have money to spend next season, I think there probably should be money to spend.
I think
the amount of business that he has as well. Yeah, he should be put the amount of business that Mike actually has as well. He should be putting money into the club.
Well, he should, but he just choose not to. He said after that, when we got promoted, he said the club can only spend what it generates. But yeah, it still will be making 100-odd million from the TV money for the past 3 years. I mean, we're still got to be making more money off players that we've been selling from the likes of Sissoko, Wijnaldum, etc. There's probably still got to be money from there as well. You just wonder where's this.
Yeah, I mean, we made a lot of money, Pete. I mean, apparently, I don't know how true this is yet, but after 10 years, Ashley only spent 7 million in 10 years. That's all he spent, apparently. I thought we spent 52 million quid on when we was in the championship. We spent a lot of money in the championship. We spent 52 million quid on players.
Yeah, I think because Mike actually wanted us to get back into the Premier League because he knew the money was going to start getting a lot more at that point. But yeah, it's just crazy. Leila says Bristol City being smashed by Brentford. I don't know where Annie's disappeared to.
3-1.
Yeah, man.
It's 3-1 to Brentford.
Who do you think is going to win the playoffs?
I'll let Luke goes first because I'll just give him the Gobo West.
I'm back on Bournemouth. I want Bournemouth to win the playoffs.
You want Bournemouth?
Yeah.
I fancy Brentford. I think it's about time they get their chance in the Premier League this time, which comes on to my next one from Leila. Says, Peter, what's your thoughts if Brentford reach the Premier League for the first time ever? I think it'll be great for them. I think it's about time. They deserve that shot in the Premier League now. I think they've got a very good manager. And
skillful.
I think, yeah. And I think it's time that they get that chance as well, I must say. But yeah, but anyways, back to you know who. I mean, there's just been so many performances. I mean, Newport. I mean, how long did it take with us to get an equaliser in that game? We took that game to a penalty shootout.
I remember watching that. I was watching that on the Grandas. That was shocking. I think I switched off as well.
I mean, was there a team in League Two, was it?
Yeah, I think it's League. I think the League Two.
Yeah, I know. It was just. It took us to the 80th minute to get that equaliser. I mean, and we had a decent start lineup in that game as well, and just taking that to a penalty shoot. I mean, last season we had to take 2 League One sides to a replay in the FA Cup.
Blackburn.
No, it was Rochdale and Oxford United.
Yes.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But you asked me a question, Pete, about who's going to come up for in the playoffs. I'm going to agree with you. I like to see Brentford. My head said Brentford. My heart said Brentford, right? But me head's going to say Barnsley. I really do think Barnsley, do you know what I mean? But I like to see Brentford do it because they've got a cracking manager, Thomas Frank. They play open, exciting football. And Tony's breaking records. Yeah, we should have kept on to him, man. He's breaking records, right? They're playing fantastic football. It's not because they beat us, by the way, but they've beaten some good teams in the Champions. They didn't start well, by the way, but Thomas Frank done really well at that club, and they got a lovely stadium. And Natalie Sawyer from Talk Sports supports Brentford, by the way, so she'll be over the moon. So yeah, I mean, I think out of the 4. I think Bournemouth can do another season in the Championship. And Barnsley, it might be a bit too early for them if they make it great. Swansea's inconsistent, even though Freddie Woodman just won the Golden Glove.
Yeah, I've seen that. Congratulations.
Golden Glove, congratulations. Pretty well done. Well done, Freddie. Well done. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, if it's in the championship, we've got on the playoffs, I think we'll bottle it, Pete. We'll bottle it big time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Leila says, do you think if Brentford reach the Premier League, do you think Tony will stay? Yes. Yeah, I think he'll be one that next big move up. I think he's proved it in the championship now, and he'll be ready, wanted to take that to the next level. 100% agree. I think he would. Leila says, would you take Mbueno at Newcastle? So that's a player from Brentford.
I don't think Thomas Frank. You're not selling. They're not selling.
I don't think he'll want to keep a lot of their best players if they want to make that next step into the Premier League if they get into it.
Complete waste of time. You know, I mean, Thomas Frank. I know if they are a selling club, Brentford. Don't get us wrong, but if they get into the Premier League, they don't need to sell their best player. However, if they don't get promoted and the money is right, like they've done to Benrahma and Ollie Watkins as well, I would have loved to have signed Ollie Watkins for 33 million quid rather than Joe Linton. Do you know what I mean?
I think Ollie.
Yeah.
Ollie Watkins for me this season, right? If he gives marks out of 10 from this season, I'll give him a 9 out of 10 this season. He is that good. Ask the Arsenal fans, they cannot stand playing against him. Do you know what I mean? He took them apart.
I mean, he did. Particularly the Emirates.
AFTV, they just raving about this guy. He's an Arsenal fan, by the way. He's an Arsenal fan. But at the end of the day, Ollie Watkins, I love his movement. I love his skill. I think he's going to be destined for the top, this kid. He'll play for England a couple of years' time. Watch him.
Yeah. Leila says, I'm fuming you didn't even mention Barnsley. Well, it's just who I think get promoted. Barnsley, they've done well to get in the playoffs, but are they going to win it? Well, we've got to wait and see. White Tran says, Kinnear was the worst. He was as relevant as Brontosaurus when he took over us. Well, Joe Kinnear, I mean, that was another worst manager we've had, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, Pete, when he was appointed after Keegan resigned, we got him, a month later? They wanted Terry Venables, didn't they? And Terry Venables turned it down because he didn't want to... he was about to take over. He was a bit concerned about the colours going to be sold. And then Mike Ashley actually didn't get anyone at arm whatsoever, sort of thing. When they appointed Joe Kinnear, that was left field appointment. He hasn't managed for the club for years. And we go and get Joe Kinnear. And I'm thinking, wow. And I think, I don't know what to say, man, but I was just speechless when it got in the end of the day. But it just goes to show no one didn't want to work with Mike Ashley at the time. And I said the moment Kevin Keegan left, we'd be heading down. I've said that. And I was proved right. But the reason Ashley got Shearer in 8 games again is to shut us up. That's all it is, to shut us up. And they blaming Shearer for taking us down. The fact was...
we were done before he came in.
Exactly. I mean, you kind of put on Shearer with 8 games left.
Exactly.
What an absolute muppet. Real talk. You know what I mean? The club back then was a shambles. It's gone backwards, and today it's still gone backwards. Do you know what I mean? I love this club. I'll say it from here. Yeah, I love the club. The bad Pete, that's my club. Today, the club I'm seeing today ain't my club because the club is in an utter mess. It's run by cowboys, and it's complete shambles at the club. And you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, right, Ashley knows if we get relegated, the takeover will be knackered, right? We're talking about if he's still all at the club, by the way. And also, it's going to take years to get out again. I'm telling you, we need
I think if we were to go down, I don't think we'd be coming back for a long time. I think a lot of players would be away, and we'll end up getting players who are probably championship at best, and that is the thing. There would be a massive departure out of that club if we were to go down, and I think we'll lose a lot of money as well.
Yes, we will. We will, no doubt about it. You know what I mean. But look, at the end of the day, you look at Schalke. I don't watch our Bundesliga. Schalke, that huge club in Germany in the Bundesliga, just got relegated. 6 different managers this season, I believe. Right, huge club.
Jesus
one of
Christ.
the best stadiums. Eh? Sorry, Luke.
So Jesus, I didn't even know that.
And absolutely unbelievable. And when you think Bochum's get promoted and Bochum and Schalke do not get on, Bochum's gone up. Schalke Skardoon, Bochum fans are laughing, absolutely laughing. You know what I mean? But that club has been an absolute shambles this season, Schalke. And I tell you what, they better get themselves sorted, otherwise they could be in the second division for many years to come.
Possibly. Leila says, how much do you think Tony is worth if Brentford don't get promoted? I think he'd be around about 20 or 30 million, possibly. I think he's been well on fire for Brentford. And I know Brentford, if they were going to sell him, they would ask for a massive price tag easily.
Totally agree. This is the thing, right? I mean, these Premiership clubs have got money and they spend the money. What they probably do, though, Pete, they're not going to spend £30 million all up front. They probably do like add-ons and that. Probably say 22 million plus 8 million on add-ons. If they qualify for Europe, they could pay extra couple million or whatever it may be. So if they're doing the trophy, bang on again. I think you don't pay all that £30 million all up front because for me, it's unproven in the Premier. And I think it's harsh for me to say that, but I'll judge him on the goals he's been scoring. You know what I mean? But he scored goals he could do in the Premier League. Ollie Watkins, again, banging the goals in the Championship, doing in the Premier League. You know what I mean?
Yep.
People on Twitter has come out and say, yeah, but he's only a Championship player. I mean, he's unproven in the Premier. Look, if you score goals, you can score goals. Ollie Watkins has proved it.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
White Trout says, right. White Trout Channel says, remember when we tore Barcelona apart? Yes, I remember that 3-2. Asprey at hat-trick. And he says, sorry. Yeah, Luke?
Just about Barcelona, I actually know Keith Gillespie because he's from where I'm from. So every time I see him, I always talking to him about that. So,
all right.
He's absolutely nice guy as well. Really is.
That's good. Annie says, sorry guys, but my internet having slight problems there. That's no problem, Annie. Leila says, if Bournemouth don't go up, would you take Onat Dan Juma? Wouldn't say I know much about the lad, to be honest. What hasn't been mentioned is Brentford's recruitment the last 3 seasons produced Maupay, Watkins and Tony. Yes, I mean, the way they were playing for Brentford was unbelievable.
And you know what it is, Pete, right? I mean, I wouldn't have these people coming over to Newcastle and teach us how to do the transfer policy properly. Do you know what I mean? We got none of like that. They got one does transfer policy. That's Charlie, Z Nixon, and Mike Ashley. That's all we've got. That is all we've got. Justin Barnes don't need that about football. He'd kick him out. Keith Bishop, it's just a PR stunt. Get him out. You know what I mean? We need footballing people in at the club. Do you know what I mean? And the fact is, guys, and I hope people's watching this as well, look here, it's not being run properly. Do you know what I mean? And we are an absolute joke when it comes to it. Look at all these clubs and that. They got chairmen, they got board of directors, right? We've only got an owner, a director, a chief exec, and a scout. That's all we've got. 3. And if you went back when Rafa Benitez resigned, right, when he left the club, right, Lee Charlie's come out and say the next manager can only bring in one other staff with him. So as the manager, assistant manager, that is it. That's because everything you know about Charlie. The guy is an absolute muppet. Do you know what I mean? The guy needs not about football. He's a T-boy. He's a T-boy, man. You know what I mean? For me, he might as well just go on the Muppet show because he's an absolute muppet. You know what I mean? Should be lead. Charlie should lead. Trump lead. You know what I mean? The guy is an absolute muppet. Real talk here. Do you know what I mean? Could you imagine him being a chief executive of Arsenal Football Club or Man United? He would not last 5.
I don't think he will last 2 seconds there.
Nah, he won't. AFTV will rip him a good one.
Oh, I think they would if he went there.
We'll get absolutely laughter.
I think they would.
And Lee Goddard will rip him to pieces. Chiggy will rip him to pieces. Claude, if he was alive, will rip him a good one, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah. And he says, Dan Juma having a great season. Oh, well. White Trust says, I know we're all sick of even saying it, but if we stay up and the Super League's off, is the takeover a serious thing again? Well, something's possibly going on behind the scene, but I'm not going to say anything until something gets officially announced. I mean, I've done plenty of these videos previously, and it just goes a spanner in the works gets thrown, and then it's off. The next thing is that it's off.
Apparently, right? I mean, according to Liam Kennedy, they're going to put in this CATS. They're going to bring in the CATS CATS court thing, which could go through very, very, very quickly, sort of thing. You know what I mean? But if it goes through that, apparently, the courts should be shown live. It could be shown live, and if that is the case, everyone is going to be glued to that. The Premier League don't want it. The fans who certainly want. We'd be having a field day, Didi. Field day.
I think we would be. Yeah.
Bring it live. I take a week off for that, and I'll be watching that. I'll be doing a live stream for that as well. Check out.
I can imagine, John. And he says 25 million for Maupay, 35 million for Watkins, and in my opinion, 40 million for Tony. Wow. He thinks Tony's worth 40 million. Oh, 40 million for Joe Linton is still. I still find that whoever scouted that lad needs shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
should be home. Should be.
I mean, you have to.
Should be charged for deception.
I mean, you had to look at his record. Where has he scored double figures at the clubs he's been at in one season?
I checked him out. I haven't. He hasn't. Not at all. He just hasn't. I mean, he scored 7 goals from Hoffenheim. I mean, if I was a Hoffenheim fan, I'll be celebrating me Deutschmarks, man. I'll be celebrating, man, each and every week. But honestly, man, it is an absolute joke. I mean, do you know what they've done that, Pete? They've done that because they put 2 fingers up at Rafa Benitez, right, and saying, you know what? We can spend big. Look what he could have got, but Rafa didn't want him. Simple as that.
Oh, I didn't think any other manager wanted him. I think it was just us.
We're just mugs. We got absolutely mugged off by Hoffenheim. You know what I mean? Mugged off. I actually don't seem to care,
Jan Juma stats 15 goals, 7 assists. Tony stats 31 goals, 10 assists. Wow. 2 good championship players, definitely. So. Oh, Leila says, Buendia or Miggy?
Buendia all day long. This guy is absolutely a magician for Norwich. Norwich fans loves him. He's got skill, his assists, he's scored goals. And this guy, I tell you what, I take him in Newcastle. I always take Max Downs as well, by the way, because apparently we have to Max Downs as well. I'll take that guy all day long.
I think we need another backup right back in form, particularly Manquillo, because Kraft is garbage.
Useless.
I mean, he wasn't too bad yesterday. I mean,
we've
seen him do worse. We've seen Kraft do worse.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Wolves game, he got torn year one in that game from the likes of Traore, etc. And Man United and Chelsea, I thought he was dreadful in that game in the both away games. I mean, the way he let Timo Werner cut through him and also Rashford in the Man United game.
Ripped to bits. He ain't good enough. I mean, I said at the time of Kraft, do not get him. Do not. If they wanted to tell us about Emil Kraft, I would have been quite happily spoke about it. Yeah. But the club do not listen. They do not care about us, the fans. They don't put us first. They put themselves first. Because all they care about is themselves, the club. And now, I don't like the way the club's being run are.
No, I don't. White Trout says fake transfer value. If Joe's worth 40 million, that makes me worth 10. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. And he says Buendia all day long. Shotty says John, because you're in the live, said Shotty was in there. Well.
Yeah, James, how you doing, my guy? Great. I hope you're doing okay.
Leila says an interesting one. Says Hoffenheim mugged you off like Lille mugged Arsenal for Pepe 72 million.
Oh.
The thing with Pep, I think Pepe, when he is on his game, I think he's a really decent player.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Joe Linton. When has Joe Linton ever had a good game for Newcastle? Not very many, I can tell you.
Not very many, because at the end of the day, I mean, I just don't think he's good enough for the Premier League. I really don't. Against West Ham first half, I thought he was decent. He got Clay Dawson sent off, though. Clay Dawson sent off, didn't he?
Oh, yes. He did. I mean, well, yeah, I could say that's the thing. Shotty also says we need to clear the deadwood in the summer. Well, I totally agree. There's a lot of deadwood in that squad that we need to get rid of.
You know what it is, guys? I'll get rid of. I mean, I would keep 6 players. I would going to keep 6 or 7 players at the club. The rest can go. I would keep 6.
Yeah, I mean, some of these players have outstayed their time as well. I must say they've been great servants, but now's the time where you've got to draw a line and say good times where have to end. For example, John Joe Shelvey. When we first got him, he was one of those players that could really pick a pass out. But what have we seen from him this season? A bloke who looks absolutely finished, past his best, and has been a nothing but of laziness all season as well.
Yeah, I said on the fan forum a couple of weeks ago that I used to idolize Shelvey.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
And this is a player who likes to back Bruce as well. Well, he probably is because he works for him, but well, that's but what captain's armband as well from this season. I mean, how does he get?
He doesn't do anything. Matt Ritchie deserves. Yeah, Matt Ritchie deserves captain's armband because he bollocks.
Matt Ritchie, exactly. I mean, Matt Ritchie has well deserved it more than what Shelvey's been getting it.
Matt Ritchie, I mean, to me, I'll give him. He's got another year left on his contract. He's got to be in the team. He's got to be in the team for his leadership alone. I'm telling you. Yeah. And I do. People say, right, I mean, Matt Ritchie's finished, right? But somehow, Scott player, I'll keep at the club. You know what I mean? Even if the takeover happens.
I like Ritchie because I think he grafts, he gives 110%, and you can tell he's a player that wants to get on with the job. He really, really does. I'm going to read through some more comments. Dean says, resign a prime Cisse. Did anyone? Yeah, Denver Bar's now a free agent.
Yeah, he said he wanted to come back to England, doesn't he? But I think he's past it. I think he's past it now. I'm not being funny, but I think
well into his 30s. Yeah, that's my thing. I don't know who would touch him now. Shotty says, Man City up next. Well, it's going to be a tough game, but do you fancy us to get anything against Man City or not?
No, I don't see it.
What's this now? What I want to see now, I see Newcastle play a 4-2-3-1. Change it up, right? Play different tactics. Play 4-2-3-1 because we're safe now. Give it a go, and then hopefully at the end of the season, into new season, play a 4-2-3-1. The back 5 does not work, sort of thing. Yeah, you know what I mean. Drop Kraft, play Fernandes, and do it on the back. Richard left back, and play Murphy right back, and then have Willock. And I'll bring Matty Longstaff in for the game as well, you know.
That's the thing. Matty Longstaff, he's probably thinking, why did I sign a new contract if I'm not going to get selected?
I don't get it. I do not get it at all because he's done that wrong. I mean, he had a couple of good games. Yeah. Steve Bruce has come out and said that he needs to prove himself, right? So in under 23s, he doesn't need to. He is a good player. He works hard for the team. I mean, he tackles, he presses. You know, he works hard for the team. He plays with a badge, yeah, and a passion. Yeah, we need some bite in midfield. We ain't got that. We haven't got any bite in the midfield.
Yeah,
Shelby is lazy. Willock is a pass to the ball, yeah, but he's got energy in the middle as well. Sean Longstaff, I like him. Yeah, he needs to be in the first team. Miguel Almiron doesn't suit this style of play. Does not suit him at all whatsoever. Not
he's too far back now. He drops deep too far back. I mean, did you notice in the game yesterday? You could see how far he dropped back.
Yeah, I mean, I can't question his work yet, right? I think he's a decent. He runs about all day long, but at the end of the day, that ain't him. He needs to be in the halfway line, taking on players, show off his skills, take him on, take on skills, having shots on the goal. You know what I mean? and he ain't done that. Do you know what I mean? It seems to me that he's playing this new formation. He's quite happy. He's gone from an attacking midfielder into a defensive midfielder. That ain't Miggy. That is not Miggy at all.
No, it's definitely not Miggy at all. Absolutely no chance. Shorty says John Joe Shelby couldn't pick his oars, let alone a pass.
I
love that one. I love that. Shorty says John Joe Shelby, vice captain, please. Meaning how he ended up with that captain's armband when Lascelles picked up that foot injury. Mike Trendle says, is it possible even for a Brazilian forward to be that bad? Shelby needs to toe up the arse. Richie captain all the way hot like a lion. Absolutely 100% agree.
Well said.
Great comment. I'd take him all day long. I'd take him as captain all day long because
I think the reason Richie's only came back into the side is because I think Bruce has had no choice but to call him back in because of that rotten run we were on, and he's frozen out so many of these players, and he's probably thought, right, put my differences aside. I want to put my trust in you again. That's the only reason why they're probably playing again. That is the thing. But Richie, he's deserved that ever since he's come back. My word, what a player he has been since introduced back into the side, which is absolutely brilliant.
Love him. What I wouldn't say he's blessed with skills, but that pass yesterday over the top for Wilson, oh my God, that's a beautiful ball over the top there. If Johnny Evans was there, I think Johnny Evans would have got to that, but Wilson's too quick for their back three.
Yeah,
yesterday. So the one player I was disappointed with yesterday was Fofana. I was expecting a lot more from that guy. Everything's been really about this guy from Leicester. Let's see, Fofana. He's going to be destined for the very top. Very disappointed in him yesterday, mind. If I was giving marks out of 10 for him, I would have probably given him a 2 because he was disappointed.
I thought Soyuncu, he had a nightmare as well. The way Willock just nicked that ball off him. As well. Vardy, I didn't think Vardy was at his best. I didn't think Madison was at his best as well.
No, they got frustrated.
They did. Because we closed a lot of them down.
And they did. All they also do, they expect to turn up, and then Vardy and Madison, when Madison went close to that free kick, that's about it. That's all he's done. And when he went off the pitch, I thought, I'm glad he went off. Let's be real. You ought to see Perez when he came on with that shot and Dubaka made that top quality save in the end.
I don't think Perez has been brilliant at Leicester as well, I must say.
No, he hasn't.
I don't think he's justified his price tag there.
Not really, no. And I spoke to a Leicester fan, right, on my chat the other day. Leicester die and his mate on there as well. I think it's the sort of thing. And he said that they said that you could have Ayotze back for 30 million and a penny.
Right, because the thing. I thought Perez at times at Newcastle was a frustrating player. In his first half of the season, he would go missing. But then the second half of the season, he's then banging in the goals.
Mm-hmm.
It proved it on the last
game. I was at that game when he scored a hat-trick against Southampton.
Yeah, I was there as well. Yeah, same, I remember. Remember that as well. I'm just going to read for some more comments out. Leila says, would you fancy Rico Henry at left back? Does anyone know much about him?
No,
Brentford.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, he plays for Brentford, doesn't he? I would. He's quick.
Mm-hmm.
Can tackle. The thing is, I want to try and get a Brentford fan on me chat sometime. Yeah, I hope it's Stanley Sawyer.
Deed says sign Billing. I think he's up from Bournemouth.
He's from Bournemouth.
I don't know about him. Mike actually needs to park up a skip for the Deadwood. Yeah.
He needs to.
And he says we could get the skip on loan as we wouldn't pay the full price. Probably not. Layla says Tony Watkins bought for 5 million, could buy Joe Linton alone bought for 40 million. Yeah. Loan skip to buy if we shift enough Deadwood on. We'll have got a guest in if we can get him in. Mike's ready to come in, so if he's there, Mike, are you there? No, I don't think he is, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to take him back out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So anyway, guys, if you're enjoying it, don't forget to like the stream. If you do want to join, we can still got some more time remaining left. So still, if you want to join the stream, the link is in the live comments pinned, and it's also down in the description as well. Please make sure if you're new, do subscribe if you're enjoying. And also, John, who is on the stream as well, is a YouTuber. So feel free to go check out his channel. He's on the way to 700 subscribers.
I've got 668, so I've got another 32 to go for 700.
Well, actually, you're going to bring a remaining guest back in who's just came up with these comments. He must be dying to see you, John. Sharky is back again.
John, is it Luke? How's it going, lads? How's it all going? You good?
I'm good, James. It's great to see you back again, mate. How's things?
Have you missed us?
I mean, we could have done the whole thing around when he's ever going to come back on, man. And it's just great to see he's back, So,
do you know what? Do you know what it is? Being honest, it's just I'm just getting frustrated, like doing all the content at home. I'd rather be like in the stadium, like it just around the fans and that. It's just, do you know what I'm saying? Like it's been such a long time, and when you watch that on the TV, it's like, oh.
Leila says 3 players you will take from the playoff teams: Barnsley, Brentford, Bournemouth, and Swansea. So, which 3 players would you take from them clubs?
Hillock from Barnsley.
Any others?
Polly Woodrow.
Not a bad shout.
Brentford. Ivan Toney, bring him back. Why did we let him go?
I mean, he's banging in the goals. I mean, I don't know if you see that, Shoggy. We were combining Joe Linton and Joe Willock. I mean, it took Joe Linton 5 goals in nearly 2 years, and it took only Joe Willock in a few months to get 5 goals.
Difference in quality, though. If you think of where Joe Willock's come from, though, at Arsenal, he's been coached correctly. Do you know what I mean? He's come through a very good sort of academy, like through the under 23. He's played at Premier League level. Joe Linton. He's come from Hoffenheim, and we've obviously been scammed because, I mean, how about 40 million quid for that?
Leila says, Shoggy, why doesn't your channel show how much subscribers you have? You must have.
I would just say, just take a break.
He's just taking a break here for the time. I think Colby's going to come in, so we're going to try and get him in. So is he there? Colby, are you there? He's there. Yeah. How are you doing, Colby?
Good, you?
Yeah, not too bad. Welcome to the stream, mate. You know what it's all about. Do you agree Steve Bruce is the worst manager we've had out of all the managers at this club?
Well, I've only been watching Newcastle since the Padre era. I can barely remember the CCA bar season when we got in the Europa League that season. But as far as all of them, McLaren, Carver, Carver came in as assistant manager. And it's only McLaren and Bruce. And one thing about Bruce is that a few months, I know he's a bit better now, but he never took any faults what he did. So he just said, well, he never took any what's the word for it? He never took anything bad what he did. So if he did something bad, he never took blame for it. So I would say
that is the thing with Bruce. He would look to try and blame other people rather than himself. A lot of the time, when he knows he's got it wrong. I mean, handing Sheffield United the first win, who had 2 points that season, and to hand them the first win like that was absolutely scandalous. Getting beat off a Brentford B-side as well.
Isn't that just typical Newcastle fashion anyway? Don't we just do that regardless?
Well, true, but the way we performed in that pitch was absolutely abysmal. It really, really was indeed. I mean, who had a good game in that game? Because I don't think anyone did. Lila says, to be fair, Joe Linton has 2 in 4 games against Spurs. Well, true, but is he still good enough?
They could sign him if they want. I mean, they might be looking for a striker in the summer. Harry Kane's leaving. Now Joe Linton for free if you want.
That's what I think. If Spurs miss out on Europe, I think Kane's gone.
Done, complete, done.
Well, because they had to win the day. They didn't win, did they? So
he's 28 now, Kane, isn't he? He's 28 now. I mean, they need to. Wow, what can I say? I mean, he might go to Man United or Man City. But I think if Kane's going to leave, I think he's going to Man U.
He's got to go this summer.
He's going in the summer, but he's going to Man U.
Could go to Man United.
It doesn't matter how much Spurs and push and do this, that, and the other, but he's got to think of himself. And as a footballer, you know, your career's only short, and you don't want to look back in 10 years' time when you're about to retire and think, "Wow, I haven't actually won a trophy." Like if you'd stayed at Norwich, you could have actually won some trophies. There was a start out the other week.
He hasn't won a trophy since with Spurs.
If you'd stayed at Leicester, right, you could have actually won the Premier League in 2016, but he didn't stay. Unfortunately, he stayed at Spurs. Could have won the Champions League, and that slipped.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. White Trust says, what's happened with Vilca? He was meant to be the new Nobby Solano.
I'd play more next season, mate.
How's he been doing it for the under-23s lately?
I haven't watched him. Well, to be honest, I haven't watched much under-23 football this season because it's been hard to access anything because you can't go to the stadiums.
That's the thing. Layla says, if we get a decent offer in the summer for Miggy, would you consider it?
I'd let him go, mate. I think it's very frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I'd let him go as well.
Did you see him in the last game against Arsenal when he was just passing backwards? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
All he does is run. That's it.
He's got no end product whatsoever. Like you watch him and you think, oh, you could do a bit more than what you're offering. Do you know what I mean? Like people think, oh, but we've spent 21 million quid in him, right? Okay, like that's nothing in today's money. Where we are, like, come on.
I mean, do you think the Premier League's too quick for him?
I just don't think he's good enough. I've seen enough of him to suggest that he just doesn't do enough. And I've got to be harsh.
Or do you think it's the way we're playing, this formation we're playing, is why he's not performing as well?
Just didn't think he's good enough. I'm being brutally honest. I don't think he's good enough.
That's probably
that's what it is. Can he play? So we used to play with Rondon and Perez, and he was absolutely awesome. Then he plays a 10 role, but now I just don't know what his position is now. I just don't.
Do you know what I do? Do you know what I do, John? Right at the end of the season, I'd try and sell Almiron for something, and then use that money to get Joe Willock, tempt him to come and say you're going to get first team football, you're going to be a regular. That's what I do. He's our camp.
That's a good idea.
I do. Get him so. Let's come Madrid wants him as well, mind. You know what
Just
I mean?
Let him go, mate. Look, he's aging. His agent's got a cheek as well. Like, oh, he's not happy, right? Oh, off you go then. I'm not bothered.
Yeah, exactly. His agents come out and say it, or source of story sort of thing, like, you know. But yeah, let him go. I mean, he said he's happy at the club. I don't think he's happy at the club.
No, he's not.
No, I don't think he is.
He's not, man. I mean, the things though, Sharky, they only tell us what we want to hear. They don't tell us the truth ever. You know what I mean? I yet to see someone speak the truth and come out and say, look, he's not happy here. He wants to wear. But he won't do that because they absolutely bottle us, you know.
I just hope that the club, the thing is, if he wants to go, let him go. Find a good price for him, and then just use that to buy Willock. I mean, look what he's done: 5 goals and so many appearances. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah,
certainly is.
He's been a fresh air. He's been a breath of fresh air. That guy, I'm telling you. I mean, his finishing is Ramsey-esque, Lampard-esque. We have not had a midfielder.
Imagine him though. Imagine him in this squad next season when the fans are back and he's playing like that. He scores.
Oh, hi. Yes.
I think, do you know what though? The thing is, right, Arsenal will probably want him back and he'll probably get ruined again. You barely get games. You might get the odd game.
If he goes back to Arsenal, I don't think he'll get game time because Arsenal will persist with Xhaka, Partey, etc. in their midfield role.
They've got a woeful side. I'm sorry.
Comes on to the next question. Well, and we were discussing about this, John, on your channel. John, what are your thoughts on Arteta and Arsenal's exit to Villarreal, and should Arteta go?
I'm going to be honest with you. I watched a bit of that game, right? And I watched the game and AFTV guys as well.
Good evening.
Yes, I have. And good evening. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to come on to you and Emmy in a minute, right? But that game, they had 2 shots on target. They had a reprieve as well for the first leg in that. They lost it in the first leg because they played a false number 9. They played a false 9 that game. Arteta never plays a false 9, yeah? Pepe there, yeah? And they lost that game. They could have got beat by 5 or 6-0 that year.
John, they were absolutely abysmal. I watched both. They were abysmal.
They are. I mean, this is the worst Arsenal team I've witnessed in 25 years.
John, could you imagine their squad in the Champions League? They wouldn't make it. They wouldn't last 5 minutes.
I think they would get ripped to death.
No, that's probably won't. No, that's probably won't.
Could you imagine that against Atletico Madrid? They get ripped.
They get ripped from middle. They would. You're right. I mean, those players are not good enough at all. You know what I mean? Their back four aren't good enough. Hecky B, he is absolutely crap him.
Oh, better.
You take Aubameyang out their side. For me, they're in the bottom end of the table. Like, without his goals, in the bottom end. I'm sorry, like that. The stats tell you that. Like without his goals, they're not good.
The thing is, Aubameyang's had a very poor season. I must say.
He signed a new contract as well.
I think the thought party was going to be the new Patrick Vieira.
By the way, and you might disagree, yeah, but I think Mikel Arteta is so overrated because he worked with Pep. Like, it doesn't make him a great up and coming manager because he worked with Pep. Do you know what I'm saying? He's just something's not right there.
I agree with that.
He's overrated.
Not only that as well. Arteta, this is our Arsenal Football Club, our massive, massive club, right? And it's a job for an experienced manager. Mikel Arteta has come in with zero experience whatsoever going into that club. It was a huge gap. The reason he went there...
Who would take it, though? Under ownership, who's taking it?
Well, the fans want Conte, Allegri, and Simeone, right? They're not going to go there, man. They're not going there.
Did you see what was on the football community? Apparently, Allegri's trying to... Leninga's trying to reject them.
Will Arsenal get this takeover or not?
Nah, but like Mike Ashley, that ever happens. You literally got so much hope, and then all of a sudden it just gets dashed. Probably not. They don't want to sell, though. They made it clear.
If they do, I'll be watching that with interest. I'll be watching that with interest. If they get a takeover, I definitely will. But if they try to get a takeover, I'll be watching that.
I tell you,
if they get a takeover and we don't, then I'm sorry. Mike Ashley should be ripping them apart. The FA. But I still
John,
they get a takeover.
Fancy this for a first game of the season, right? Both Arsenal and Newcastle haven't sorted themselves out. We've still got Bruce. They've still got Arteta. Both fans are protesting. First game of the season, Newcastle versus Arsenal. You'd love to see it. First game back at St James's, Newcastle versus Arsenal. They're all fucking protesting. Riots.
Yeah.
JB, I missed the comment before. Almiron is too small and too weak for the Premier League.
Yeah, honestly, I'm sick of people backing him up now. I think he's been here long enough, and I don't think he's doing enough, unfortunately. Look at Willock. He's been here a short period of time, and he's done more in 5 minutes than Almiron's done in a couple of years.
GB and UFC's high. Hope you keep well. Leila says, look at Almiron compared to Eze from Crystal Palace.
I'd take Eze.
Good player. Truls says, hey, Proudlock and John, hope you're all right. Great, thanks, Truls, mate.
Can I say something else about Joe Willock? You take away his goals in crucial matches, we wouldn't be 13th, we'd be probably near the bottom three with Fulham. Yeah, that's a fact. We'd be with them.
Exactly. Totally agree.
White Church says, is Wilson due a place in the England squad? The thing is, Southgate doesn't pick players from Newcastle.
I'd send him. He's got 12 goals. I'd send him. Even for the bench, I'd send him.
Yes, well, we're going to bring another returning guest back. It's Mr. Dan Graham again.
Dan, are you there?
I'm back. I'm Arsenal extortion again.
Oh, God.
You're right.
It wouldn't be Dan without returning with the glasses on, eh? It wouldn't be Dan. Being different.
I'm the Terminator man. I'm John Tim when it comes to John Sinclair. So there you go. John,
it was quite busy. That's why I came back.
Yeah, I just want to say, John, I've been following you on the Four Horsemen. Nice to meet you, long last. I'm a big fan, and I love watching your rants with Jordan. Absolutely fantastic. Nice to meet you, long last.
Oh, thank you very much, man.
John is a legend.
Price is not.
I've been watching the Four. I was going to say, where's Paul tonight? Where's Paul?
I don't know where Paul is tonight. I'm surprised he hasn't popped in.
Yeah, I was going to say I love watching the Four Horsemen as well with Pete and John and Barry as well. I mean, I love watching that, and yeah, I thought while John was there, I thought I'd come in and introduce myself because like I say, I'm a fan. I love watching the shows, and me and you, we both have a similar for Newcastle as well. But yeah, I'm good to be back, and hopefully my laptop behaves itself this time because it's a piece of shite. It's just like Sunderland, really. I think I'll name my laptop Sunderland. I'll name my laptop Sunderland because it's a piece of shite.
No, you had that laptop a while now, like Dan.
As long as Sunderland be in League One, yes.
Dan, what's it got? Like Windows 97?
What's it got?
No, Sunderland in League One since God knows how long. That's what its program it is.
Oh no, I'm just trying to think if it's got. I'm just trying to think if it's got a like Crash Bang, bloody 97 Windows.
No, remember that back in the days.
Oh no, I know. But hell yeah, John, man. I'm glad to meet you, long last, and I'm looking forward to the next Four Horsemen show and see what John has been doing to you.
You'll get to see him at the St James's Park maybe next season if he turns up.
Peter, don't spit your drink out. This is because I said that, okay, mate?
No, I didn't spit me drink out. No, I didn't spit it in there.
I hope that was clipped. I hope that was clipped, was it? Was it clipped? Was it clipped?
Don't think it was. No, I think John still. Well, I'm surprised I've had no John and Joe comments come in on this live stream yet.
Now you've said that.
Yes,
they're going to zoom in now. You said that,
but John always takes
a
away
big yes.
Well,
a big yes. And Paul, where the fuck are you, man? Come and join the crack.
He's probably taking a break. He's probably having a break tonight. He's probably got better things to do.
Oh, Paul's not having a break.
I like watching Paul. He's a good lad.
Oh, yes. I think we should have the full gang back on Monday. I know Lee stepped in there this Monday because Barry was working.
Well, if not, I would love to join you for Four Horsemen show. I would love to do that one day.
Oh,
absolutely. As Kevin Keegan would say,
speak to Paul.
As Kevin Keegan would say, I would love it.
Oh yes, I mean that show that's happening on a Monday. It's just lifted off massively. It really, really has.
Oh, it has. Yeah, I've Sharky, you not been on for a while yet?
I haven't been invited back on by him. I was just like one of them behind the background guests.
Well,
Peter, you should do something like that because you know how much you love Metallica, and the Four Horsemen is one of their favorite songs. You should do something like that. I really think you should.
I don't take other people's ideas. That's Paul's show.
How
dare I even do that?
I'm not better not because that's Paul's idea of the show.
I would do that anyway. Though. I mean, I know, but I mean, like, because I know how much you love Metallica. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because of course you may went to see them live, so
that's true.
You may went to see them live, and that was a great gig.
Yeah.
So, but man. If Paul ever wants another guest for the Four Horsemen, I'm up for it. I would absolutely love it. As
drop him a message. Drop a message on Twitter, and he might be able to get in touch with you.
The thing is, do you have Twitter?
I don't.
James Ross says, "Evening lads, great result last night. You back on YouTube next season, Chalky, or even better this week?"
Everyone's asking how I wasn't going to be a miss, but
I don't know. I thought you would put. I thought you put a video on for the Leicester game. I really thought you would do a review for the Leicester game, Sharky. I was typing on YouTube, 290 TV, waiting for you to say full time Leicester City 2, Newcastle 94. Get the fuck in. I was waiting for you to say something like that.
Do you know what it is? I'm just getting to the point now where I'm just getting more and more frustrated. Not that they're making content just like we sit in the house doing the same old. I'll be around the stadium like doing like videos and stuff, but I didn't think I was going to be a miss. To be fair, I've had a lot of comments on Peter's like, "Where's Sharky? Where's Sharky? Where's Sharky?" But it's just.
Oh, I've missed you on YouTube, yeah.
Everyone seems to miss it. Everyone seems to miss it.
Oh yeah, I love your content on YouTube. That's why I always wait for your videos, whether it's a review, preview.
I just like I say, I used to just do my own thing, to be honest.
Or whenever you're very, really pissed off, and I just went for a big rant, I was like, "Get it, Sharky."
Well, Steve Bruce was very good at doing that.
Just saying 4 goals. Who's he relating to there? I'm not too sure. I've checked Almiron's status. He has 11 contributions in 3 years. 2 seasons ago, last season, and 5 this season.
Not good enough, though. Like, well, God, listen, don't get us wrong. I'm sure he's a talent, but he's just, you've got to be harsh to be truthful. He's just not good enough. I don't think he is. I've seen enough of him to think that we could do better.
Even Callum Wilson's done more than Miggy over the last 2 years.
Sorry, like I don't care that he's a young player that we paid 20 million quid for him. It's nothing in the Premier League. I've seen like Bournemouth spend like 30 odd million quid on players and they got relegated. I just think for me, get rid of him in the summer and get in a goal scoring Joe Willock. Do everything, Mike. Actually, push those buttons. Whatever you have to do, you bring him in. He's a goal scorer. He's done more in 5 minutes, right, than what he's done in 2 years. And I'm comparing Joe Willock to Miggy.
One player I would bring in, because tomorrow, if West Brom lose to Arsenal, they're relegated. One player I'd bring in is Pereira. I would love to bring him to Newcastle.
He's been linked with Leeds. He's been linked with Leeds to, I think it's Rafinha's maybe got to Liverpool. So I think there's maybe a little deal going on there, but we'll see.
Still Pereira is a player I would love to see Newcastle sign. I think he'd be good.
I thought you were going to say Sam Valdez is please Steve Bruce's replacement.
Oh God. White Trout says.
No, I was actually. I was going to say I was going to say Sam Johnson replaces Martin Dubravka, but that's impossible.
Oh no! Dubs is number one. No chance.
White Trout says
Dan. Sarcastic.
Dan says, Dan, there's a bit of Bill Bailey going on when you've got those shades on.
True says, a bit about Undertaker, man. That's me.
Oh, True says, and I did mention 4 goals. Well, now I've realised what he meant, and that was the win yesterday because we got 4 goals. Still exciting from yesterday. Well, yeah, I think.
Do you know what it is though? And I watched a certain YouTube channel, and they actually didn't give us any praise. They're like, Newcastle didn't even play very well. It goes, hold on, we actually did play well. You just didn't defend properly for 4 occasions. Oh, we could have. We should have scored. We should have scored the same max.
Oh, he's froze again, Dan.
I was just about to say, right, we should have scored the same maximum. He missed a sitter, and then when the ball, there's a free kick when the ball goes into the box, right? Is it Fernandez? He directs it on target. Well, he's got to put it on target. He's got to put it in the back of the net from the header. What's he doing? Come on, man. You're better than that.
It's Luca. Big up. How's it going, Luca? I can imagine he's still pissed off from Arsenal's exit in the Europa League.
Oh, well, we made Arsenal look like prime Barcelona, didn't we? Last Sunday.
He said, how's you boys? All doing very well, thanks, man, and yourself. And he says, big up, Sharky.
Hello, mate. I know you asked us to do a preview. I can only apologise, but I've been taking a break.
He's a good man as well.
True said we made Leicester look bad. Well, we did. I think that was easy for us. It really, really was.
I had no hope. I think I went 3-0 Leicester, to be fair, in the main prediction. But
Dan's gone. But I have another guest in the background. He's known for his dirty comments on the Monday show.
Archer.
Chippers.
No, it's not. Yes, John just said it. It's Chippers.
It is.
Oh, you finished work,
yes.
are you?
Hello?
Are you doing Chippers, matey?
I have just finished work.
Oh, you finished work. We'll get Dan back in.
I just finished it then.
Oh, you've just in time, man. Just in time. Good to see you, man. First time you've been on my show. Good to see you. So, Chippers, Steve Bruce. Is he the worst manager we've had at the club?
Yes.
And why?
He's just shit. Well, we've only won, was it? In the 73 games he's managed in the league, we've only won 21. So, I mean, and all he does is blame us for everything. So I'm sorry, but if you blame the fans, then there's no coming back from that.
Yeah. I mean,
I can see why he's saying that.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, the record. I'll bring the record back up again of Steve Bruce's thingy. I mean, how shocking is that?
Thingy. Peter, what's a thingy? I never heard of a thingy. I mean,
well,
know what
you know what I'm on about.
You're supposed to say managerial record, and you're supposed to say Steve Bruce is proper shite. So that's what you're supposed to say.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at that, 27.8. I mean, how bad is that?
When's that from, though, Peter?
I had a better one than Football Manager, me.
When was that start from? Where was that from? Like, what game was that? Is that this week?
Football Manager.
Football Manager.
Well, look at that. Ever since we were wearing diapers, I think, because look whose name else is on there. Joe Kinnear and some others.
He's not my worst manager. I don't rate Steve Bruce, but he's not my worst.
You've said McLaren.
See McLaren.
McLaren's me. Yeah, look at the investment he got given. Look at you also. Well, when we were struggling in the January, you got Shelby, who I don't actually rate, and you got given Townsend, and we still got relegated.
Yeah,
come on, man.
I agree with McLaren.
Come on, man. Look at the investment he got given. Was it over 80 million quid? That's embarrassing. Don't go down with that.
Yeah, he got like Mitrovic and Mbemba in as well.
Exactly. He was just he was basically the definition of a failure from the very get-go.
We could have done worse. I mean, we could have spent over 100 million quid and been Fulham, and they still got relegated. So there we go. We could have done worse.
No, that's true. But if you think, look, I'm comparing Newcastle and Fulham, or started a club. I mean, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, Chippers, you're back for Monday's show. God knows. Have you got the comments lined up for Monday, Chippers?
No, I'm off work tomorrow, so I can think. I'll think of them up tomorrow. So
we'll be ready.
Brace yourself for the 200 comments you're going to get. Brace yourself, Peter.
John, you're getting it, mind. I'm telling you, there's knee high. Knee high.
I'm ready to play Slipknot song "Spit It Out" because Peter's going to spit his drink out all the time.
Oh, Chippers, one of Chippers' last comments made us spit me drink out. It was when he said that Joe Layton farted cum bubbles. When he farted cum bubbles.
Tell you what it is, it'd be good though when we get all queued up at the end next season. I think it'd be great when we'll get to go to the stadium, meet up, and that would be great.
Oh, absolutely. So any other reasons, Chippers? Yeah. Any other reasons, Chippers, why you think Bruce is the worst manager we've had as well?
He's just there's no inspiration from him, man. It's like when you see him come out, he's piping off the other team. Then he's piping his own team off. He should be praising us. He should be saying that we're going to win. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's like, oh well, they're fantastic. They're this. Even after last night's win, he wasn't so enthusiastic. I thought you just won 4-2. At least show a bit more enthusiasm about it. It was like we're just being beaten. We're just beating a reserve team or something, and we're beating the team that was third in the league. And he was just, oh well, all the players are back from COVID, And I thought COVID was about 6 months ago, man.
That really annoys me. Well, Oh, this is another one that I really hate as well. Every single weekend, can you not change your response? It's the accumulation of points. Fuck off! Shut up! Say something different. The accumulation of points. Oh, it's definitely the accumulation of points. I'm like, say something different. They're trying to.
You know what it is, right? That's how I'm doing much press conference reaction nowadays because it's always the same every single week. It's it's the accumulation of points. Oh, they're great, them. Oh, we've got no. That's one thing I don't like what he says. Like when he downgrades our side, like, oh, Burnley, they're a fantastic side. Them, what was it? The Newport game. Oh, they play fantastic football. Them in League Two, Oh, wow, we're gonna have such a tough night. I'm like, it's fucking Newport, for goodness sake.
God, you know what annoys me? On Friday night, Man City, you've got to beat us to win the league. So what's he going to be saying on Thursday?
Exactly.
The league on Friday.
Proud defeatist, isn't he?
You'd be like, oh, Man City, your team we aspire to be, and Guardiola's manager.
Wait. We aspire to be with him as manager. We aspire. Wow, with him.
You'll say, well, Joe Linton could easily be Raheem Sterling if he wanted to be, but he's.
That's one thing I will say about Steve Bruce. Though, like when you watch him in game and he just stands there and puffs out his cheeks and doesn't do anything. Like, come on, change it.
Yeah, I'm just going to
his substitutions at 4-0 down, 4-0 up yesterday. He cost the goals. I mean, he did his best to try and make one not win 4-0. I thought.
You knew he wanted to get it at 4-4 when he was bringing Jeff Hendrick on.
Oh God.
I suggested
Shocky, I said last night that in the 95th minute that Jeff Hendrick's going on goal and it would finish 4-3.
Jeff Hendrick, though. I mean, come on, man. We're on the back ropes, and he's bringing on Jeff Hendrick. I mean, come on, and then Joe Linton as well. I'm like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to rattle through some more comments. Lucas says, yes, I am. He means he's still pissed off from Arsenal's exit. That's fine. Go listen to my rant from the other day. I'll go and check it out. I still haven't watched it yet. Jules says, Bruce out. Layla says, unfortunately, Sharky speaking facts about Miggy. I think he gets a free pass from a lot of the fans. He gets a free pass. I agree with Sharky. Miggy for 21 million players like Eze, Pereira, Rafinha.
Well, that's what I was saying. Obviously, I know the other lads just coming, but I just think he's right because we're paid 21 million quid. He gets a free pass. For me, he doesn't you look on his performances. He's so frustrating to watch. Honestly, I've seen enough from what's his name, Joe Willock. I've seen enough from him in 5 minutes to suggest that he's worth the 20 million quid. Just sell on Miggy and bring in Joe Willock. I tell you what, we'll have a much better season. I'm sure.
I'll take him out with this formation, because it's just not him. I would rather have 3 actual centre midfielders than a player who isn't a centre midfielder play there, just to keep him in the team. I just don't think Miggy's right for us. If you know what I'm saying, even if you say the system, something's not right. I think he wants to probably go. I'll let him go, mate. I think we've got a couple of years out of him. I think now it's just time to say Tudor, and we'll bring someone else in. If it's that depends if Will Cabbage will be here next season, doesn't it? If he is, and Joe Willock doesn't come back, we'll probably end up starting Jeff Hendrick in most games. Oh my God, it's going to happen.
Oh God!
I think it's going to be. If I understand, if I'm correct, I think it's going to be Jeff Hendrick and Johnson up front.
Won't surprise us.
Won't surprise us. Still with the same. Still with the same. It's going to be like it's this season. Do you know what I mean? But the thing is, we're just playing, right? Like I said today, the players is playing for the badge, and the fans not for Steve Bruce.
Can I just say something as well about with strikers? They're not good enough. Apart from Callum Wilson, the rest are all bang average. I'll get rid of Dwight Gale, Andy Carroll, Joe Linton if we can. We need new strikers.
That's all we want.
Yeah, they're not good enough. If we're going to progress next season, whether we've got him in charge or not, we need some strikers in because we can't score goals.
Yeah, that is the thing. I mean,
we need 2 strikers.
Did you see when Callum Wilson was out? We didn't win for about 8 or 9 games in the spin.
That was the thing. I mean,
Shocky,
we really
if you remember,
struggled.
I mentioned in the championship. Look at Adam Armstrong, Ivan Toney. Look at the goal scoring they put in the season.
I bring them back. I bring Adam Armstrong back in a heartbeat. One thing
Who scored the goals as well when they were injured? It was ourselves who only scored 2 goals.
Exactly.
In the championship this season, Adam Armstrong has scored 28 goals in championship.
The thing
That's
is,
more than what Dwight Gale did, including
the thing is, though, right? Tony's going to be wanted by Spurs. Tony's going to be wanted by the big clubs. That's fine. Spurs not. But Adam Armstrong, I don't think he's without our reach. I think we can get him. I think we'll bring him back. I would. Him and Callum Wilson next season be mint.
How much would you pay for Adam Armstrong? How much would you pay for Adam Armstrong? 15 mil, 20 mil?
Get him, just whatever it's going to take. Get him back. He's a local lad. He'll come back.
He's got a 40%. What do you call it? He's got like 40%.
Would you not want Armour back though? I'd take him back.
Be better than Joe Linton.
I'd take him back.
I'll take him back. I'll take Tony back as well.
Tony will go. I think Tony will go on one of the top 6 sides. Just by the way that people are talking about him, like Spurs and Chelsea, and can't say it.
John is Joe Linton leaving in the summer.
John, how do you feel if Johnson left?
What was that?
How do you feel if
Is Joe Linton leaving in the summer, John? Have you got my move yet?
I was going to say, John. Are you packed your bags here because you might be heading off?
I was going to say as well. John, how do you feel if Johnson left? How would you feel if Johnson left, though, John?
Don't send him back to Jury and make us.
Oh, by the way, make sure it's not a red zone because if it's an amber or green, you may have a chance of going somewhere. Make sure you got that tag ready.
Exactly. Yay!
He's going to Porto or somewhere else, Sporting Lisbon.
Oh, he's got his phone ready for that phone call. Agent on the go.
Exactly.
Please don't leave me, John.
Oh God,
Jerry,
he's on 86 grand a week. That's the thing. It's an 86,000.
That stinks. He did. For me, I've seen League One and League Two players on about £4,000 a week, and they're doing more than what he does.
Exactly.
League One, League Two standard players.
How much commission do you get for that?
Right. Honestly, do you know what it is? Honestly, Joe Linton is one. Honestly, Joe Linton is the biggest fraud I think I've ever seen at Newcastle, price wise. What a fraud!
I still see people defending
what
me
a
by
fraud!
What
a fraud!
The problem is, though, Sharky, you're not allowed to know Joe Linton, but I've always said, right? I mean, I try to support the guy, but he ain't good enough for me.
He's a fraud. Like Steve Bruce.
Has he dumped you?
What?
Has he dumped you, John? Because that's a bit harsh on him.
Hey, John. You might think I'm trying to call you a fraud there, or no? I mean, honestly, I think he's a fraud. I tell you what, I'm trying to find that receipt. You know, I'm trying to find that receipt for Joe Linton. I can't find it. Maybe in the back of the sofa somewhere.
The DWP after him for fraud.
Send it over. Send that receipt over to Bristol.
There you go. I'll just rattle through some more comments. Bruce has had used over 100 million when he said he spelled that much. Sean Lynch, how are you today? Yes, that's about in yourself. True says looking forward to it, Chippers. So he's on about your comments for Monday.
Oh yes, I said I'll be back, so I'll be back.
See what you have to say about John Johnson.
Well,
and to make Peter spit his drink out as well.
I'll tell you what, Mike Ashley's going to need the biggest skip outside that stadium in the summer to get rid of the deadwood that we've got. Whether he pays for it, that's another thing. It might be a loan skip, an option to buy. Depends how much deadwood we've got and it makes use. Honestly.
He's not good enough. I mean, get him gone. You need two steps.
Is that Joe Linton?
I'll take them out, let them all go. Ashley gone, Charnley gone. I mean, they're all frauds. Get rid of them.
A lot of them. I'll give it
on the rocks.
And like you know, this thing with Mike Ashley as well. His statement that he put out in midweek, like, "Oh, I'm going to do this with the Premier League. I'm going to do that." I don't even feel sorry for Ashley though, because he's had 14 years to get rid of this club. Like, why now?
Do you know what? Do you know what he said in Mike Ashley translation? I want my money. I want money. That's
pretty much, right? Yeah. That's what he is. That's the man. Like I don't feel sorry for him. You've had 14 years to get rid of the club, even in the first and second relegation. But no, you sat there and took the money, didn't you?
Yeah.
The man that you are.
I'll have because he covered a sleeping giant. I thought you've had 14 years to make this into a giant.
That's what I'm saying.
Neglected it.
That's a decade and a half of my life gone, like supporting this such and such. I'm not going to say anymore, but Mike Ashley. But I'm 14 years, man. It's a long time. Like, to be sat there and doing nothing, twiddling your thumbs, hoping that something's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Peter, I'm going to go because I need a drink. I need to chill.
You're trying to sell the club. Trying to sell the club, right? Which is fair enough. I still believe, Sharky, that this takeover will pass out of court. Not in court, out of court. The Premier League are rattling. Yeah? This will pass.
Something's got to give, because we can't keep twiddling our thumbs every single season hoping that something's going to happen. Something's got to give.
No, Johnson's twiddling with something else, but I won't say it because this is not the first.
I tell you what, even Chippers will be proud of that one. I was going to say you're joining the club. Exactly. Live on YouTube.
Anyways, Peter, I'm going to shoot because I want to go watch Match of the Day and see what goes on. Glorious definition again.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Great to see you on it, Chippers, mate, and we'll no doubt see you on Monday. Looking forward to it. Good to see you, mate. See you later, man.
See you, man.
See you. That was Chippers.
Honestly, I just don't. Something, like I say, something's got to give, because what next season, right, when the fans get back, if he hasn't sold the club, it's just going to be what it is this season, but this time with the fans, like mid-table, we might have a really poor start, then we'll have a really good ending as well, we seem to do. You know what I mean? Like when we think, it's done, we're finished. And then they just need to turn it on.
Well, and
we need fresh blood in the summer. Fresh blood. That's what we need. Because, like I said earlier, we need to get rid of 10 players at least out. Yeah? I'll keep 6 or 7 and I will build.
I think Matt, you'll be gone me, you know. I think he'll request to leave because he's not playing games.
No.
Yeah. Plus, with with the fallout that Richie had with Steve Bruce a few months ago, I think that was the ticket to Richie going. So I do see Richie leaving. And
I think Longstaff will go as well.
I think he'll go.
Yeah. Well, I'll just rattle for some more comments because we've got another guest waiting in the background. Just waiting, and where was I?
It's not Archer and Mancini, is it?
It's not.
It's not Archer and Mancini, is it?
It's not. He said we won and scored. He said we won and scored 4 goals. When's that ever going to happen again?
It's nice just to celebrate a victory. It's nice just to go down and actually put in the performance like we did for a good 80 minutes.
Yeah. They'll probably happen when we're least expected. Pereira, that's Matheus Pereira from West Brom.
He's a good player, man.
Yeah, seems like every club needs a pretty new manager.
I agree.
He's a very good player.
I agree, Dean. I would love to see sign Pereira from West Brom. I think he's a quality player. He's resilient. He did well.
I would focus on Willock. I'd focus all on Willock. I'd go all out.
Yeah. Annie says, "Can we have Gale?" Yeah, you can have him for free. Maybe.
You can have Dwight Gale, Joe Linton, and Andy Cowell for free. How about that?
Yeah. Leila, I'm not even a Newcastle man, and I get frustrated when I watch Miggy against Arsenal. He could have played Wilson in. Instead, he runs and slips in. The attack is gone. Yes.
Do you know what though? It was literally backwards. Yeah. And then it was a Callum Wilson. He was literally saying, "Passes the ball, passes the effing ball. Like put us through. I'm running through. Look at the space. Oh, I'm going back. What you doing, man?"
Shocky what I meant about getting Miggy a free pass. I don't mean he don't get criticised enough. Well, yeah.
I'm going to criticise him because I think at the end of the day, what his agent said, whether Miggy said anything in the background, I don't know. But I just don't think he's done enough. And if we want to move forward and score goals and be the club that we once were, I'm not saying we're going to be what we think we are, but if we're going to try and get into that top 10, we need goals. And imagine if Joe Willock had signed in the summer. Imagine where we could have been. Imagine.
Exactly. Yes.
Exactly.
Dean says by Pilling and Pereira.
Billing, I'm not a fan of him at all.
True said this for Mondays, haha, because of the comments before. Be happy one Saturdays on about Miggy. Well, we'll get the next guest, and it's Ryan from Canada.
What's up?
Hey, Ryan, long time no speak.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sharky.
It's good I'm here. Hello.
Yeah.
So I am Ryan. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you on.
How are you doing? Okay.
I'm pretty good. Good win yesterday too.
Yeah, it was certainly
we're all safe now.
Yeah, so Ryan, good to see you. You know what this stream's about. Steve Bruce, is he the worst manager we've had?
Yeah, he makes Steve McLaren look like Guardiola.
That was brilliant. That is the best comment I've heard all night. Brian.
To be fair, he's not my worst manager, but that was a great comment. I'll give him that.
No, well done. That was a fantastic line.
Guardiola. Well done. He makes McLaren and Guardiola in the same category. Wow.
Well, I mean, at least McLaren was trying to play some attacking stuff. He was just clueless.
I'll give him that, but he didn't get the wins, unfortunately.
Hi.
Exactly.
I mean, go on then, Ryan. You were saying, continue on.
Yeah, no, just too many times under McLaren. This guy had no clue how to use our squad, and we just concede goals and stuff. And Steve Bruce is just the worst. No tactics.
Hey, Ryan.
Anyone. Yeah.
Ryan, well, I'm rolling my sleeves up and trying my best, but I can't do it.
The best phrase I hear from Steve Bruce in his press conferences is him saying, trying to box clever. That's my favorite.
Oh no! When he hears his press conferences before a game, it's the accumulation of points. It's the accumulation of points. It's definitely the accumulation of points.
Reporters like, "Hey, is Callum Wilson available?" Yes, but we'll have to box clever. It's like,
who we got on the bench? Oh, we'll have a look. So we've got Mickey there. We've got Shelby. Oh no, do you know what? We'll put on Jeff Hendrick. How about Jeff?
I'm so glad we didn't fuck up the game yesterday. Another half an hour.
My favorite phrase is.
What?
I tell you what my favorite phrase is that I love to say many more times in my life is playing with too many pussies, and I wish I could say that, but that's what Newcastle.
Tell you what, mate, Leicester had us on the ropes that last 10 minutes. Give them another 5 minutes. I reckon they would have got a 4. The way we defended so deep, it's 4-0 as if the game was won. It's never won. It's finished.
See, I thought
like
Joe
I said,
Willock would.
Like I said, do you know what really grinds my gears? We sit back far too much, and that's what could have cost us yesterday. But we did hang on, and I'm glad we got the win. But still, Leicester could have got maybe 4-3 or draw. So, but I'm pleased that we did get a win.
Points over performances now. That's all I care about.
I think that's the thing. It's all about getting the points now rather than performances. I still don't think the performances haven't been great. I mean,
Callum Wilson's got 12 now for the season.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, Spurs. There's goals in there that we could have prevented. I mean, after that, Burnley, the first half was awful.
Yeah, it was.
West Ham, I mean, 2-0 up. Second half, we sat back as usual in that game. Liverpool will win at their best. Liverpool just missed a lot of chances, and they were so open at the back.
This is what sums up the season. Most teams we come up against are shit, and we don't take advantage of it. Chelsea at home, we could have got a point or even a win against them, in my opinion.
How many times have we just slipped from like a 1-0 lead and then we've just not defended properly and then all the win?
That's the thing, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Liverpool. I would have loved it, as Kevin Keegan would say, I would have loved it if we had beaten Liverpool away, because maybe we could well have. I mean, we had that goal ripped off. I think it was harsh on how
that was our opportunity with no fans there too.
This game sums up Steve Bruce in a nutshell. You went down to Brighton and Albion, right, for a 0-0 draw, and we got beat 3-0.
Yeah.
I think it was harsh. I think it was harsh how we got the goal disallowed against Liverpool. Maybe we could have well beaten them, but I was glad we did get the point.
That was a goal all day long. What was Callum Wilson supposed to do with that?
Yeah,
nothing.
Seriously.
Exactly.
It's a goal.
See, with
the ball
VAR,
bounced up Alisson. The ball bounced up Alisson and it hit his arm. I thought that was harsh. And
what's he supposed to do? Like chop his arm off or something, and just like what's he supposed to do?
Exactly, Sharky. Exactly. And I thought, yeah, we could have well beaten Liverpool, but I was glad we got the point. No offense, I was glad we got a point, but maybe we could have gotten
we should have won. Nah, we had them on the ropes.
Yeah, I agree. I think we could have well won against Liverpool. We could have well have won.
You think that was bad? We got Man City next. Oof. Depending like we did against Leicester last 10 minutes, Man City will be in with faces.
We're going to get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not going to get destroyed because if I'm hearing right, Archer is going to run across St. James's Park and it's Mancini is going to destroy Sergio Aguero.
I mean, right? Did you see that wig on Paul's show on Tuesday?
Yeah.
You see him and Jade looked absolutely horrified.
I tell you what, I'm sorry, Archer, but you've now turned it into a Mac, and that's red and white. Come on, what we do? Change the colours, man.
Well, he claims it's an England one, but
I tell you, I beg to differ. We'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean,
nah, I'm joking.
Back to the whole VAR thing. The worst, I was kind of like, it was in the back of my mind, like throughout the season. Like I didn't really think too much into it. But as soon as that goal that was disallowed because Podence's arm was offside, oh
dear, yes.
I think it was even more just because it was a crucial game for us, for Wolves to win, and we see a goal disallowed, and it could have turned the season around easily. But even before that, like the VAR in the World Cup was really good, but it's just so inconsistent in the freaking England, man.
It's the people that run it.
In my opinion, the Premier League needs to have foreign refs to eliminate bias as well, and just because of how better they are.
You know what? With VAR though, like I don't have a problem with it. It's the people that use it and that run it that I have a problem with. Like there's no real consistency throughout the whole season.
You notice how in the Champions League too, none of these refs are in the Premier League. Except maybe Michael Oliver, and I can't really think of anyone else.
So what you're saying? We should get like German refs.
The best ones are like the Italian or the Eastern or European refs. Those are like the best ones I find.
So what you're saying? We should have mixed refs.
Yeah.
I've heard from Archer. I've heard from Archer that apparently Mr. Blobby is running VAR.
No, I see what you mean. There's so much like it happened in the World Cup. It worked out perfectly. Euros fine. Then it comes in the Premier League. Oh, your toenails offside or your armpits offside.
Well, also,
remember Luke Ayling from Leeds when his hair was offside? It was actually, if he scores, if his hair was above the line, he would have actually scored. But because his hair went over the line,
I was playing for the Newcastle Women's. Apparently, I was looking at their tits and my dick was offside. So there you go.
You know what? Patrick Bamford was given offside when he pointed to where I wanted the ball. Actually, John was running up for the ball and he was offside looking for Johnson. So that's awesome.
Oh God,
John, I'm still looking for that receipt.
Sorry, mate. I wish Paul was here right now, but you know.
I'm surprised Paul hasn't come in tonight. I wonder what he's doing.
But I tell you, without this summer, right, during the Euros, all the Premier League team have got to get together and they've got to look at it because they've got to look at all the individual errors that have been made this season, get each and every one of them from the start of September right till the end of the season and have a look why these have gone wrong. Because I tell you what, the only way we're going to move forward in this league is if they bang their heads together and sort it out once and for all. Otherwise, scrap it. I am all for VAR, but if you can't work it, if it happens again next season, and when the fans are back and it's still embarrassing as it is, get rid of it. Play the football how it should be. Get rid of it.
These refs that choke the decisions on the field are the same ones behind the screen.
Exactly.
They're the same ones behind the screen. So, like, what do you expect different?
But this is the thing. Like, when the referee, it's their game. Let them referee. Like, actually, please check the TV because I might not be correct.
They never check
go
the
by my decision
as well.
I'm sure John will ask Johnson to check something else, but I won't say anything.
Oh God!
Just go to the TV monitor, checking if Joe Linton's still approved.
It won't be the TV monitor that John will be checking out Johnson. Trust me.
Check it out if he's still approved, Joe Linton. Or checking if Steve Bruce has still got a job.
Sorry, John.
Checking to see if Steve Bruce has still got a job. No job.
I wish Sheffield Wednesday.
Checking if Johnson's class is bollocks, but you know.
Oh
God. I wish Sheffield Wednesday got the money to buy Steve Bruce out of this contract. So
they won't be able to afford him now. They've got a League One.
Yeah, they would have wanted him to get the 12th position.
That's the thing, yeah. Just run through some more comments. Where was I up to again?
Go to where John was checking Johnson. That's where you were checking.
This is for Mondays.
You know what I've come to realization, guys? If Steve Bruce is in charge again next season, it'll be like this season and last.
That's what I'm saying.
The last quarter, like the last quarter of the season, almost, or like the crunch time, is when Steve Bruce will get his accumulation of points or start winning. It's the middle.
Ryan, does that not annoy you though?
Yeah, it's towards the halfway of the season and like a bit after, like around, I'd say between November and March, it's fucking shit. Like the results, the performances everywhere. And then it just turns. And then when we need to most, we get enough points to secure relegation. And it's going to be the same as last season where we're safe and we got to hope and pray that the takeover happens again this summer. Otherwise, we're like, oh shit, we got to go.
I am sick of hearing about this takeover. It's not going to happen.
Same.
I might as well just accept
it. It's not going to.
I've accepted it. Sharky's accepted it. How many good? Peter.
Yeah, I have.
Peter's accepted it.
100%.
So it's not going to happen. We might as well just accept it.
It's just frustrating because the thing is, I just lost interest after the last one. I get it. People are saying the Premier League this, the Premier League that, but at the end of the day, right?
I've accepted it for far too long now.
Until I see somebody stand in front of St James's Park in the centre circle holding the scarf up, that's when I'll believe it. Let us know then.
I've accepted it as far as John has accepted Jonathan, so there we go.
And by the way, Ryan, you mentioned Steve Bruce and the accumulation of points. Does that not really annoy you? Because every single press conference, it's the accumulation of points. It's the accumulation of points. I'll tell you what, it's definitely the accumulation of points.
Custer next press conference again.
Oh, God, I remember
it's so annoying, man. That's one thing I won't miss. Rolling up your sleeves and accumulation of points. I won't miss any of that.
Yeah, I'm
just say the same thing, all that and all that. And
is it honestly? Do you know what? I wish I'd literally took a recording out of each press conference when he said the accumulation of points. I could put a full YouTube video together. It's the accumulation of points. It's the accumulation of points.
Sorry, John.
Yeah. Well, just going to rattle through some more comments. Really hope we get a takeover, but well, you know. True says,
Take over my ass, man. We won't get took over.
You got to trust Steve Bruce with money. I wouldn't trust Steve Bruce as far as I can from.
Definitely not. Sean Lynch,
I'm pretty confident.
I like Chubby Brown.
I'm confident this summer we're not going to spend any money at all. Just be loans again.
So does John. John, he likes Chubby Brown. He likes Johnson.
I see what you mean, Ryan. I think the only way we're going to spend money on Willock is if we get rid of Biggie. I can't see Willock coming back again on loan. I think Arsenal will keep him unless we've got the money to buy him. I can't see it.
And True says, and nose hair offside. Well, that's what they like to give him.
Oh, the Bamford one. Was it Bamford against Wolves?
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's a goal.
I'd rather get rid of Kraft, Hendrick, Shelby, and with those wages together, get like some decent player that we can use in the team. But obviously, thinking of that, like, why would you? Like, who would want to come and play for Steve Bruce?
Yeah.
But it's the name Steve Bruce, and I think,
the only thing we could do now is attract players like from Bournemouth, like Ryan Wilson or Ryan Fraser. But luckily, Callum Wilson's actually a good striker for the Premier League. He's what we need.
But the thing is, though, you look at what current other free strikers: Andy Carroll, Dwight Gale, Joe Linton. Not good enough. We need more. Not good enough.
What was those like rumors about Dwight Gale signing? Like, it didn't even happen.
Oh, please, nah. I don't want to see it.
That didn't even happen. Like people, I saw on Twitter everywhere that it's like he signed a new 4-year deal, but like there's no official announcement. So
nope, not yet.
Good.
It's just those two gone. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, we have to get a striker this summer because they're free agents.
100%. Yeah, we need a goal scorer. But the thing is, without Callum Wilson, when Naka got Stuttgart,
we need a striker, Joe Willock, and 2 new fullbacks, in my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, Kraft, he can go as well. I mean, he's terrible. I was going to go back to Ryan Fraser, which you mentioned him. Would you sell him or keep him on?
One more season. If he has another season like this, he can go.
Shocky, Emil crap.
That's all I was going to say.
Well, even if Ryan Fraser's fit right now, he doesn't get ahead of Alan St. Maximin and Jacob Murphy.
Exactly. I think Fraser's got to win. A lot of people think we should cash in on Fraser at the end of the season.
Listen. When the fans get back, I'll give him one more season, and that's all he's getting. If I have a repeat of this season where he's only turning up in certain games, and he's like, I'm injured. He's got legs made of glass. He's got legs made of glass. Honestly, he plays 1 or 2 games and he goes missing. If he has, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him one more season. And if I see the same again, he can go. I don't care if he goes for free. I'm just sick. Get rid of these players. I'm simply just not doing it.
Yeah,
Look what he did at Bournemouth. Look what he did at Bournemouth before he left.
I mean, some people have been really disappointed with him.
I've seen a few videos from Bournemouth fans, and they hate.
I'm just sick of the same old players just lurching about and doing nothing. You know what I mean? If they had the same passion as the fans, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, John, what do you think about Fraser? Should he go, or do you think we should keep him on?
We all know who prefers Johnson.
The thing is, personally saying, like Sharky said, give him 1 more year. And personally saying that it's hard to start at Newcastle. The thing is, we played for Scotland 2 games, banging in the goals. Since he's came back, he's been injured, sort of thing. Not one word said about him, right? But for me, I think he's been disappointed this season, Ryan Fraser, that sort of thing. He could have made a difference. But his attitude is not there, and it brings us back to when he was at Bournemouth, and I don't want that at my club at all whatsoever.
No, we've had too many of those.
Can I just mention something else about Joe Linton as well? When I've watched him, Fraser, when he has played, he has made an impact. Like that's why I'll give him one more. I'll give him one more season, and that's
he's the classic winner of trying. Like he can easily be any fullback and put a cross.
He does want to be at Newcastle. He does because Spurs, Liverpool want him.
I want to go to London.
He only came to us as a stopgap, really. So at the end of the day,
the thing is, though, John, do they think I care though? They can just leave. I'm sick of players that just want to just sit and take the money. I want players who actually want to play for.
Well, it's a guaranteed cash in if we get Ryan Fraser out because we got him for free. So we'll just we'll make a profit either way.
Tell you what, though, Alan St. Maximin will be a wanted man because he could walk in a top 6 side easy.
Probably could.
Oh, absolutely.
True says too drunk too, and Truce also said it's going to be like a Cleveland Steve. Oh my god!
Save that on Monday.
Well, I'll tell you what. I give that job. I give Steve Bruce next season, the cleaner's job. That's what he can do.
What's he cleaning?
He can basically be the stadium cleaner. You know what he can do? Right? He can go up and down the corridors. He can go up the stairs into level 7. He can stop hoovering that, clean the walls. Is that anything he's good at?
He can clean my grocery sauce.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
just
You can't clear the toilets. Yeah. I mean, if he gets bored at the stadium, I'm sure he can give Ashley a ring and go and do the training ground. So I mean, it's plenty to do.
Yeah, good idea.
Are any of you guys going to Sheffield United game?
Yay!
Right, guys. Well, my phone's about to die, so I better head off now. But good to hear from you all. And look after yourselves, okay?
You too, Dan. What you doing, mate? Take it easy, mate.
Right, Ryan, Luke, John, good to meet you. And look after yourselves, okay?
Nice to meet you, Dan.
You too, Dan. It's love to hear from you guys. Have a good.
All right.
Take care, man.
Take care, guys. Look
Take care, Dan. What you doing, mate?
See you.
So that was done again. Ryan, do you think you'll just be happy when this season ends as well?
Yep, I'll be very happy, but it'll be like this. I'm expecting the same cycle for next season, to be honest. I don't expect Bruce to leave. I think it could be a bit more exciting next year, just the fact that fans will be able to go back and, like, in some numbers and actually put pressure on him, because Steve Bruce deserves it, and we'll get a taste of what's to come against Sheffield.
That's where results would be very misleading, though, because we're the 12th man and we could push the players on if they're doing really bad, and we've not been able to do that, so it's been really frustrating. But I tell you what, and I will say this for one, we've been very lucky that Fulham and West Brom have been so bad. Let's take away Sheffield tonight. They were down in September. They were crap. But Fulham and West Brom have been so poor.
We deserve to be in relegation longer than 30 minutes, because that was, I think, during Aston Villa, that was the only time, and it was only half an hour. Somehow, I don't know.
Because West Brom and Fulham have just been so bad. They've had a bad start. Yeah, they had a good middle part of the season, but we already had the points on them.
Fulham lose against Burnley, is that them guaranteed go down?
Yep, it's all three of them are down. West Brom are down tomorrow. They're going to lose to Arsenal. And you got, I think Fulham. Do you know what? I think Fulham will bounce back up though with Parker if he stays.
Yeah, massively. Judy, Judy, well, to say on the live chat, no charisma, no inspiration, no strategies. Somehow, when we took the gloves off, we became. Oh yes, I could have got.
What gloves did you use?
That's the thing.
The washing gloves. Now I was telling you about the cleaning gloves, or what?
Oh, I mean, that was just... True says, I'm sure Greenland needs a new manager. Perfect for Bruce. I'd happy sending
Greenland. Hey, Brucey boy, you can put your CV in.
He can go manage one of the Caribbean islands.
Greenland, that's brilliant. Greenland.
I wouldn't have Steve Bruce as Canada manager.
I didn't think he was ever good enough to manage those sort of places like Greenland. Wow. Do you remember that? Remember them comments when he used to go, wow, wow, wow? He'd be that sort of manager. He's like, wow, 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 Greenland, wow.
Truth says, hi, Judy. And Judy says, hi, Truls. And then Judy says, oh, Fister goes, oh, my God, Jude. You're getting as bad as bloody Chippers. I was like, I'm going to go for a full night of all these comments. Oh, got them again.
I'm looking at our fixtures this season, and you know where it started to go downhill for me? I think was the Southampton game.
I think it went downhill when he got the job. Left, I think that's where it went downhill. Honestly, I've never been so gutted when a new manager got the job. Well, I was gutted when Steve McLaren got the job, but he was even worse. Honestly, if you see my YouTube video when Rafa left, I was absolutely devastated. Like, what?
Yeah,
how can you go from one of the best managers?
You're walking in your garden or something, your backyard.
I needed in my anger, I needed to breathe fresh air, because if I did that in the house, I think I would just throw my phone against the wall.
Could you imagine if Rafa goes to Arsenal? Like, I could kind of see it happening, to be honest.
He's linked with Spurs.
Oh God, don't go to Spurs, man. Don't go to Spurs. I don't know. I got something against Spurs. I just don't like them.
I think go on, Ryan. Come on, tell me what's the matter with them. Come on.
They just think they're so big because they're in a Champions League final.
Yeah,
they're a big six. They're a big six, and they made it to a Champions League final. And what else did I say?
I don't see Spurs as any bigger than us. Like, they've just had they had a League Cup. They're not that big.
Yeah. Just the fact they're a big six, and I don't know. Their owners can go fuck themselves too. Daniel.
I like how he's just straight to the point. They just go fuck themselves.
I mean, that Daniel Levy is a very funny owner.
He was the main antagonist against this takeover too. Him and FSG. Like,
I just don't get what like how Spurs are like relevant.
Man. Those yes.
John makes me laugh as well. And I'm sorry if there's any Arsenal fans watching, but how are they even like classified as top 6? Since when were they last in the top 6?
It's a phrase is literally just made up because they're the
season, though.
Biggest.
I'm sorry, they've got more chance these days. They've got more chance these days of getting relegated than actually finishing top 6. The way it's going.
I could in another 3 or 4 years, if it continues, they're going to lose their big players. They're going to keep signing over. They're going to have overpaid players that are mediocre. Exactly, and if it continues, I can honestly see it going worse and worse for Arsenal.
Yeah. True says Judy because of a comment about the fisting gloves. Hey, Judy's been coming up with some dirty stuff on Monday Night Show. My word.
Peter, what you been doing? What you been saying?
I know. Sean it says, "Can I be the new Newcastle manager? Try to play if you can. Put your CV in." Judy Hope says, "But yes, 12 years plus we've had the strategy plan. Hope that the 3 teams will do worse than us. Mike Ashley's content to keep us at 17th, and anything else is a bonus." Yeah.
Can I just say something as well about this whole the pile of managers? Like, we're not going to finish any higher than like 11th place with Mike Ashley. Look what we're spending. I feel sorry for Callum Wilson because he's going to be here for the next 2 or 3 years. And he's not going to win anything. Like, I don't see a maximum he'll not stay that much longer. I'd be amazed if he stays.
This season just feels like a copy and paste of last time, where it's just shit all throughout, and then like the last last 15 or 10 games, maybe a bit less, we start getting results, and it's good enough for us. And then new season, we go again.
I'll tell you what, Ryan. He's got one more. He's got one more season left, right? And I'll go mad if he gets a new contract. I'll say this, right?
I think I'd cry if he got a new contract.
I think that's the biggest thing we'll be wondering is if this guy gets an extension on his deal.
Nah, for me, do you know what? I think he's going to mess up, and I think we'll get rid of him by like November, December. I think we'll let him go. I think this time because look, Mike Ashley, right? I'll not pay out his contract, but once it starts getting lower and lower and lower towards that deadline where he's going to leave, they'll just pay him off.
Well, we'll wait and see. That's the thing. But you should. I would like to see him gone at the end of the season completely because I mean, I can. He wants to have the same old bollocks next season, which it probably will be.
Here's a question for you though. If Steve Bruce goes, what happens to Graham Jones?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure what happened on Graham Jones, but I'd happily see the back of the Steve Bruce other coaches as well, because I think they're just as used as a glass hammer.
Breaking news: Steve Agnew gets a Newcastle job at the end of the season.
Oh my god!
It's a bunch of chimpanzees in charge of our club.
Yes, I totally agree.
They don't even yell yours. They have points.
Honestly, when I look at Steve Bruce, sometimes you just have to laugh. You think, is he a man like in a different planet? Is he actually our manager? Actually, I think. You know what I mean? I've not been used to seeing Steve Bruce in the opposite dugout.
Oh God!
No, honestly, like when I watch a match and he appears on the TV, I'm thinking, "Jeez, is he actually our manager?" Jeez.
True says, "Yeah," and that's so sad. Yep. True says, "Keep them coming on Mondays, Judy." I presume.
You're gonna get them.
Judy Trippers will be all in with their comments on Monday's live show on the Four Horsemen. I can guarantee it's going to be another cracker. True says Ashley's got so much firepower against the EPL that he got from the NCSL, and it's solid.
Just gotta wait. I've got to see what happens, because at the end of the day, if he stays, Steve Bruce stays, it'll be, as Ryan said, it'll be the same old next season. The only difference is there'll be fans, and then we'll be able to tell them like how we truly feel.
Yep, I think the pressure will get to him. I mean, like, you've seen it in his previous press conferences. The bloke looked absolutely ill in terms of his mental health.
Are you about Gary Monk? He looks ill now. you ever watched the Gary Monk interview? No. Honestly, look at his face. He looks ill. He's another one. Roy Hodgson. I mean, Roy Hodgson's got a better record than Steve Bruce. Roy Hodgson, the one who plays Harry Kane on corners.
Oh God! Well, I think he's. I think he's going to be retiring at the end of the season by the sound of it.
Do you know what? I think Sean Dyche will probably take Palace if he doesn't have Tim at Newcastle. If Eddie Howe didn't take it.
I would like Sean Dyche. I think he's a very underrated manager, and I think he could certainly set a team up.
Anyone better than Steve Bruce?
Yep, absolutely, 100%. Agree. Ryan Tweedy says hello, Ryan. Hope you're keeping well.
1 second.
Oh, Shotty's car has gone off.
No, it's fine. I'm on my phone. I'm putting on George. It's okay. I can hear you.
No problem. Ryan Tweedy says, "Alright, lads. Hope you keep well, Ryan." Judy, the man, managed Sunderland. There's no way Brucey can wear our badge as anything but a mercenary. Don't mistake him for an old jolly, clueless bloke. He's a conman, a bully, and a leech. I couldn't agree with more than. Yeah, I couldn't agree with more.
By the way,
than there, Judy.
When I say Steve Bruce is not the worst manager, but in terms of his character and stuff, I think he just when you want to try and when you're trying to relate to a manager, he doesn't relate. If you know what I'm saying, there's just nothing there. With Rafa, there was something that we were just holding on to. That there was a bit of hope, passion.
He's the worst I've seen in my lifetime, and I'm almost 21. So
oh no, I watched Steve McLaren, and he was bad. I couldn't buy into any of his tactics. I couldn't buy into what he was trying to do, what he was saying. No, couldn't.
Well, it's just you were saying.
Imagine if Steve McLaren actually played Sissoko as a box.
Tell you what, Ryan, right?
A winner too.
Tell you what, I went to all of the games, right, and this is what I used to say in the interviews: judges after 5 games, judges after 10 games. You're not good enough. Get out. You stayed far too long.
I mean, McLaren. He was terrible, but
he was a joke.
I was going back to Judy's comment, and I couldn't agree with more what you just said there. The way he likes to have a go at the fans, just that arrogant look.
Yeah, it hasn't been as recent, but when things were getting, when the pressure was on him, he had a go at us. Shut up, Bruce.
Well, the thing is, he's got nowhere to turn, though, has he? So he's got to try and blame somebody. That's the man for you, though. That's Steve Bruce in a nutshell.
The fans won't be happy seeing team lineups playing 0-0s against fucking. I
tell you what, man. There was a game. I think it was 2 games the season before against Burnley and Norwich, and we drew 0-0. I mean, come on, man. I don't want Burnley and Norwich 0-0.
Steve Bruce will make Daniel Farke look like Guardiola next season with his attacking football.
That's if he lasts until Christmas. I think he'll be gone by then. Let's be honest.
Ryan says, anyone watching boxing tonight? No.
Is Steve Bruce in the ring? Or it could be interesting.
Judy says, is boxing tonight? Canelo versus Saunders.
John, just trying to get
win tonight, though.
Huh?
Yeah, you were saying, John?
Who do you think's going to win tonight, though?
I'm not too sure.
I
don't know. The thing is, I don't really watch a lot of boxing, to be fair. So it's hard to.
I'd like to see a Steve Bruce boxing fight. I'll pay to watch that.
I'll go say Canelo on points, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope Billy Joe really does it and eat but I love boxing, and I think if I was a better man, I'd go for Canelo on points.
But I'll tell you what it is, though, right? And that really annoys me with Mike Ashley as well. In Wales, I don't necessarily buy in anything he says. And I think I was talking to you, Peter, in the group chat, and you would have seen it for yourself. It's the whole training facilities as well. If you had any care about the fans, he's trying to act like he cares now. You've had 14 years as an owner. What have you done? Nothing. We must have some of the worst training facilities in the Premier League. You know what I mean? State of the what? You gave Rafa Benitez a lick of paint. So come on, man.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Where did you go? Wilkinson's or something? Get a bit of blue paint and just go over the wall like that. What is that? It?
I'd love to see Rafa on Sky Sports Monday Night Football or whatever, and I'd love to see what he thinks of us now.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear his opinion on it.
I want him to grill Mike Ashley, literally, in a way, just be honest.
He will. Be honest. I feel like he'll big up Steve Bruce in a way for some reason. I don't know why.
I think the last time he was on Monday Night Football was back in 2019.
Arsenal. It was against Arsenal. Monday Night Football.
Yes, West Ham against Arsenal.
I think he did a Sky interview from his house, but
to me, he's not happy. He's not happy with his treatment.
Yeah,
I don't think I feel like he's got some rough treatment, and he did. He was asking for a bit of money, trying to take it forward. Can we get the top 7?
It's
possible. I'm not saying anything like that.
It's backwards logic from Mike Ashley. He gives Steve Bruce money, but he gives him a loan for Rondon. This is me not saying Rondon's not bad. It's just me saying that give the man what he wants.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's it. Like Rondon, we could have bought for 16 million and we brought in Joe Linton and the rest is history.
Imagine Rafa trying to manage Joe Willock. He'd make him look insane.
Oh, yeah.
I could only hope that would get rid of Miggy. I can only hope that we'll get rid of Miggy and we'll bring in Joe Willock. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Just going to rattle some more comments. Thomas says, great stream, Peter. Thanks, man. True says, Bruce is the wits. The stats tell it. Yep.
I think Almiron works best in a 4-2-3-1 because
he does, yeah.
With a 5 at the back, when he's got 3 other midfielders like the same like distance as him, like they're on like the same part of the pitch as he is, and he has got no one to turn to. I feel like he's better with like 2 midfielders behind him.
I hate 5 at the back. I despise it.
For me, Almiron's the best when he's in behind the opponent's midfield and he just runs at the defense and like he'll play a through ball or take a shot. That's what he's best at.
Yeah, he's brilliant at number 10 role.
Yeah. Judy says the reason you can't relate to Brucey Shoggy is because he's a pod person from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, human on the inside. Oh my God, Judy!
Jesus.
Oh, no, honestly, the thing is with Seabrook, right, with Rafa, right, you just knew there was a bit of passion. Like, you know, if you were winning 1-0 and the lads are sort of tired, he'd get that bit out of you, like, oh, well, lads, we've got 15 minutes, try and get a second. Bruce is like hands in pockets. I'm like, just do something. Like, you know what, right? We could be drawing 0-0 in the game and we're doing nothing. And when the 60th minute, what you do? Roll the dice. Oh no, what I'll do is I'll wait till the 90th minute and I'll bring on Andy Carroll.
Yeah. I think I've got Ryan back in the stream. Are you there, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's there. Hey, Judy, oh my God. Truth says, hey, Thomas. Literally, I literally cannot stand Steve Bruce. He's literally the worst we've ever had. Horrible line Froster. He's definitely one of them. Thomas says, hi, Truls. Ryan says, hopefully Joel, but can't see him beating Canelo. Ryan says, agree, John. No one can grill Mike Ashley. That's the problem with him. Well, yeah. Judy says, at least our trophy cabinet's empty enough to fit a few of them. Whopper Sports Direct mugs in. You need lots of space to fit those bad boys in. Oh,
those mugs will be getting tossed across the floor, smashed one by one.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a question to pose to all you guys. Do you think Jamal Lewis will come good next season?
Absolutely. I do rate Jamal Lewis. I do.
I think he will do. He's not been good again, but again, because Richie's been performing well.
Do you know who I love? Do you know who I love? And everyone backed against him when he first signed for the club. Oh, he's not good enough. This, that, and the other. Jacob Murphy, fantastic. Yes. What a footballer! I
want to get him tied down to a new deal. I think he's definitely deserved that new deal, 100%.
What a footballer! When he's playing, honestly, he's on point.
I think he is. That loan did him the world of good, and I mean, you would wish him to be a winner because for me, he's not afraid to take on people. He's not like.
Not at all.
I know. I mean, like I know Almiron's like a number 10, and like his game's not really drilled past people, but like he always goes backwards. Jacob Murphy's the opposite of that.
That's what really annoys me though when I watch we're playing. I'm thinking like Callum Wilson or someone will ask for the ball. Let's just pass it back. It really pisses me off.
It's just what Steve Bruce has ingrained in this team, and like people like Callum Wilson are like, please fucking pass to me, man.
Did you not see it? Did you not see it against Arsenal? Every time he was like, come on and make it a run, like pass, like I'll run. Oh no, I'm going to go back. So defensive.
See the tactics that Steve Bruce used against Leicester. That was like a one-off. Like we caught him on the count. Like I feel like it was just a good timing. Like this is a rare sighting of us trying to counterattack, and like we could have been more clinical, but at the same time, we did take our chances pretty well, like with Callum Wilson, but.
We got so lucky that we got 4 goals when we did.
But he's going to try to copy and paste the same tactics again, and it just won't work.
Yeah, that's what.
Man City could play their reserves and would still get beat.
Yeah, that's what
100%. That's what will happen. Yeah.
Yep. No, I've just read that one. Judy also says, serious question for the panel. If we had to get rid of 2 players this window, who are we dropping and what positions do we need to show up?
Kraft and Hendrick.
I'm like what John is. Honestly, I think I'd already keep it with 6 players. I'll keep it with 6 players.
Did you say there, Ryan, you would shift off Kraft and Hendrick?
Yeah, I just went really close to my mic.
Well,
John Joe Shelby as well.
Yes.
The thing is, John Joe Shelby was good about 4 years ago. No, that's it. He's just finished. He's great in the championship. He's not really. It's just the guy can't even pick his nose, man. Let alone make a pick out a pass.
I've seen that coming before.
Honestly, man, when I watch him, I'm thinking, just pass the bloody ball. Like, we know that he's capable of doing something in a match, but he does it one game every 20. Not consistent enough.
John Joe Shelby's probably better off in some other league in Europe, to be honest.
Can imagine John Joe Shelby in La Liga. Gets messy. He gets spun. Actually, that's another thing. That's one thing that's really annoyed me this season about the squad. And I know you've said it a few times.
John Joe Shelby would thrive. Watching. He'd thrive against high-line teams where he could just ping balls to pacey players.
Peter, you mentioned it. You mentioned it, Peter. Ball watching. That's something that we need to cut that out of our game. It's annoying. It really annoys me. Yesterday, Leicester's 2 goals. Ball watching again twice.
Before Leicester, I've missed the last 4 matches due to work, but I saw on my break I was watching Paul's watch-along during Arsenal, and he was angry at John Joe Shelby for not getting El Nene. Fucking El Nene.
Oh, El Nene.
Do you know what annoys me, though? Do you know what annoys me, though? That was his first goal for Arsenal. But do you know Leicester? Jack, is it Mark Albrighton? His first goal since 2018, right? When you need a goal, or if you haven't scored for a long time, or if you've never scored a goal before, or if Newcastle are around, don't worry, you're going to score. You're going to score. You know what I mean? It's just, it's an absolute joke.
Yeah. Ryan says... Lewis has been a letdown so far, plus Fraser. I think Lewis will come good. I think he needs.
I don't know. I just feel like he has to have a proper left back to learn off of.
Yeah,
I
made this comparison with Andy Robertson. They both got relegated, right? But Andy Robertson had to compete with Alberto Moreno at first. Jamal Lewis was just thrown in as our only left back.
You got to remember as well, he might have had one season in the Prem with Norwich, but he's still learning. Do you know what I'm saying? He's only young. And people say, oh, well, don't call him young because he's had a few seasons, but we've got to persist with him. Do you know what I mean? We've been called out for a left back. We've just been shoving him in the team. And the thing is, we're criticising, but you look at Steve Bruce tactically, how he's been going about the side. Exactly. And I was talking about accountability, but the squad is just...
He's not a wing back either, and I feel like he could...
He's a left back. He's a left back by trade, and he'll get forward sort of thing. But listen, at the end of the day, under a different manager, an attacking manager like Eddie Howell or someone like that, I think Jamal Lewis would be absolutely fantastic.
Really.
Stephen Jones.
He's a full international as well. He's not like someone who's just come from the reserves. He's a full international.
He could pin good crosses too. Remember his cross to Joe Linton against Southampton? That was pinpoint. Yes. That was pinpoint.
I'm going to stay patient with the lad at the end of the day. I'm not going to shove players out the door after one season. I just think it's not fair.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ryan says Lewis should come good. Yes, I mentioned I think he will. Ryan says, let's be honest, Leicester were awful. Well, they were awful. We just capitalised on a lot of sloppiness.
Well, I would now we've got to be given a bit of credit for the first 80 minutes because we high pressed them and we don't normally do that on the road. You know what I mean?
We did.
That's true. But also, as well, Leicester looks so clueless without Johnny Evans too.
The thing is, they made some stupid mistakes at the back, but we did what we haven't done all season. We pressed them really hard for 4 goals. And let's be honest, I mentioned it before. Alan St. Maximin, before we've scored the first one, missed an absolute sitter. He's got to put that bottom left. And also, when the free kick comes in, and Fernandez gets his head in it, he completely misses it. He puts it on target. He puts it on target. It's in. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, and Dubravka saved us.
He had a worldly game yesterday, mind. He really did.
He was amazing.
Yeah, Ryan says Shelby is the epiphany of what we as a club rotten. Thing is, why did Shelby? I mean, given that captain's armband for someone who looks like he's completely past his best all season.
I think Federico Fernandez should be captain.
I've said Richie. Richie deserves the captain's armband.
To be honest, Fernandez is not a bad shout, but Richie, I think
Richie's my number one. Can I just say something else about John Joe Shelby? He done an interview a few weeks back, well, about a month ago.
He's talking.
And he goes, Steve Bruce is the best manager I've worked with. You're lazy just like him, and yet you've had Rafa. You're putting Steve Bruce on top of Rafa. You're actually taking the piss.
That was I saw it was like some Charlie Austin podcast.
Exactly, Charlie Austin. Charlie.
The reason Shelby probably said that was because him and Rafa didn't put the trust in Shelby.
No, because the thing is, Rafa in training would work you hard, and he doesn't like working hard. This is the problem. He's lazy, and whilst he's lazy, we underperform.
Yeah, so
Steve Bruce does not do training.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's the thing. I mean, we only train like possibly 2-3 days a week.
That's crap. Like, do we even have the thing is, actually, looking at those training facilities, do you blame them?
I mean,
Paddling pools and wheelie bins.
I mean, and you got a probably club like Leeds who are probably training 5 days a week.
By the way, we did get beat 5-2 off them in one game. Exactly.
My God, that was just.
I'm not looking forward to playing Leeds.
Can't
believe
Leeds are on a different scale to us. This is the Leeds side that were playing Championship football last season, and we won the Prem. And this next season, I'm going to back them for Europe next season. I'm going to put them in the top 7. I'm going to take a risk.
I think
I would too, because like you'd expect Wolves to kick on from this season. But Wolves,
I'm going to put my neck on the line, and I'm going to say Leeds going to get top 7 next season. I'm going for it.
I think they've got a chance. They really have.
I'm going for it.
Yeah,
well, all these clubs that should be up there, like Wolves, Arsenal, like Leeds, are going to leapfrog them.
You've got Newcastle trying to battle relegation.
They're going to be competing with like Everton and West Ham. Well, speaking of West Ham, imagine if they make Champions League, man.
Oh, I hope they do.
I think they deserve it. They really deserve it.
Yeah,
I must say.
I think Leicester will just bottle it just from yesterday too.
Oh, you think Leicester are going to bottle it? Again?
I think they've been let off the hook because they didn't Spurs lose today.
Well, it also happened last year with Brendan Rodgers, and like people are starting to question him now because like he's good, he plays good football, but like he just can't get over the line for some reason so far. But like
I've got a good feeling they're going to do it. I think they'll beat one of them hot tougher teams. I think they'll just got to win one of those games and they'll be fine.
I think it'll be both Manchester clubs, Chelsea and West Ham for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Judy says it feels like our club is the anti-Midas touch. Talent comes here and fades. Don't know if it's management, coaching, the training facilities, the Geordie climate. Something saps the flair. Well,
it's definitely not the Geordie climate. It's basically, if you look at the facilities, you look at the manager that we've got, and there's just nothing there. Like you know what I mean. Like players won't progress, and that's sad. Unfortunately, we've got the stadium, we've got the fan base. We just haven't got enough quality in the side, and it all reaps down to your ownership, to the investment, your managers. There's just nothing there. The facilities. I mean, paddling pools and wheelie bins. Come on, man!
If we have Callum Wilson, say maximum, and a fully fit defense next season, I can't really even see change that much. To be honest,
tell you who I'd let go at the end of the season as a centre back, Fabian Schär. I just think his attitude's wrong. Sorry.
Well, he's a free agent anyway, so
I'll let him go. I think I'll just let him go. I think his attitude's wrong.
Well, there's rumours we could trigger that 1 year extension.
Please don't waste your money.
I think I did post a poll that we do need to get rid of center backs. I think just because we have too many already, and if you want to move away from 3 at the back, which I feel like Steve Bruce wants to do, we got to.
I rate Kieran Clark, by the way. I rate Kieran Clark. I actually do.
Kieran Clark and Fernandez are our best defenders, in my opinion.
I rate them both. But by the way, why can't we stop promoting some of the centre backs from the under 23s? If we don't like spending money, so why do we need to start bringing more players through? This is the problem, and that's all down to your facilities. Crap.
I guess Kel Watts, when he comes back from Plymouth, maybe give him.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how he's done League One.
He's had a good season.
Okay, nice.
Ryan says, what about Rio Ferdinand lately? Saying Man United should be unhappy, but not Oslo. Rio Ferdinand just talks shite.
Don't listen to anything that guy says.
Judy says, when I think of Leeds, I think of Gary Speed running through midfielders like he wants to destroy the enemy goalie. They never forget their pedigree. Ashley forgot ours, especially when he hired Bruce. Yep, well said there.
Well said.
I got to go eat dinner, guys, so I'm going to head out. Maybe if you're still streaming, I'll hop back in.
No problem. I'm not sure how long we're going to be on left. We've been going on for over 3.5 hours, actually.
Yeah, but
it's getting popular. KPS getting popular.
It is getting popular.
I'm so far back where I have to eat dinner now at 6:30.
Yeah, it's no problem, Ryan. But it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, nice talking to you, mate. You take care of yourself.
Potentially, I'll be back, but we'll see.
See what happens if we're still on. Yeah. Cheers very much, Ryan. See you later.
See you, mate.
You too. Take care, Ryan.
True says, what did John Nillen call their boat? Oh, God, the steam. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Trolls. Anthony, your boy Judy. Do you know what I mean by that? Trying to imagine the movie goal with wheelie bins and a paddling pool. Oh my god.
That's our training facilities. Like, that's the facts. So the facts are in front of you. You know what I mean? Like, when a player signs for your football club, yeah, they'll look at the great stadium that we've got, but they'll also check out your facilities. And if they're not up to standard, they're not going to sign other. I mean, that's all. It replicates your owner. Like, he doesn't spend money. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why we've never progressed. And by the way, if we get a new training facility, I think we need to change location, like, to build it.
Yeah, possibly. It was up to. Jules says sorry for Monday comment there. Just couldn't keep it in. Oh god. Judy says bye Ryan. Keep rocking the pink. God knows what other things Judy's going to come with on Monday. As well, definitely. Yes, as I mentioned, guys, we might run over. Still keep going for a little bit longer. If you want to pop in the live stream, the link is in the pinned in the comments, and it's down in the description as well. Yep.
Can I just ask a question about the Sheffield United game? So obviously I know I won't be there because I'm not one of the lucky 10,000. And let's be honest, if I got offered a free ticket, I still wouldn't go because I want a full house. But how do you think the game's going to go? Like, do you think Steve Bruce will get some pelters? Do you think, even though we're staying up, do you think he's going to get those 10,000 fans will voice of frustration? Or?
Well, they probably could do. I mean, depends where they're going to sit in the ground.
What they'll do is they'll put it right in the east stand so the fans can't get there. That's what they'll do. Right in the east stand.
That's probably the thing, yeah. I mean, if they're only going to have about 10,000 fans. Judy says, oh yeah, I can behave. She says sometimes, yes. Getting bad as chippers at times.
Hey, right. Johnny, you going back to games? Are you going to games next season, or are you going to try and make some?
I was going to try and make some games next season if I can. Depends on me work. But
you're going to give Steve Bruce some of your hard-earned cash.
We'll see, but I can't promise. Work comes first, and watch along comes as well. So
exactly,
I can. If I want, I'll be happy doing the watch alongs in a minute until we get it over. You going to the games? Are you going to the matches? Are you?
Yeah, I'll be. I mean, I've missed. I'm quite local, you see, so I could probably just get transport and stuff over.
Aye, fair enough. It's just things like I've got a season ticket, but at the end of the day, it's just work. And
work comes first. That's true.
Aye, but if I can get
not your garbage that will get served every so often.
Hi, exactly. Ryan says, who's going to win the Champions League? I've gone for Man City.
I backed Man City. I think they'll do it.
I think they will as well. I think they're going to get there.
They're going to win the Premier League at St James's Park, more than likely.
Ryan says it's going to cost a fortune to sort us out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The owner has to come in, and then they're going to have to put their own money in to try and get the squad where it needs to be. But I don't think it's not going to work overnight, but it'll definitely work over time. It's not, we'll sort it out within a week. It takes Man City, when they got bought, they weren't like great within a week, were they? It took them time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's up to it. True says not on Mondays, but then again, not supposed to either. Ryan says hopefully Bruce gets loads of shit. Well, he certainly deserves to get loads of shit thrown at him. He's just lucky there's been no fans there this season. Tony Buss says the game was just like the Bournemouth game last season, a one-off. Well, that is my concern. I mean, we played well, but then the next game against Man City could go to pot.
I'll be honest. Really I said after West Ham, and we picked up 35 points at the time. I said that was job done. We were safe, and people says, "Oh, we're not safe." I can't see Fulham getting anywhere near 35 points, even if that's what we were on. If we didn't get the result against Liverpool, or we didn't get the result against Leicester, you got Fulham. They got 4 games left. You can't see them getting 3 wins, let alone 1 or 2. It's just the way they've been. They won 5 games all season.
Yep. Judy says, is it still a trouble with the Carabao Cup? Yep, it is.
Carabao Cup?
Yeah, I think Man City win the lot. They win the league, Champions League, and the Carabao Cup as well. Well, they won the Carabao anyway. So
when I think of the Carabao Cup, I think of our disaster against Brentford. I'm thinking, how on earth, man?
Yeah. True says we will have 280 million the first transfer window. Not under Mike Ashley, no chance.
What's that?
What's that? True says it's a treble, Judy. Not from what the pundits say. Oh well,
The treble, we can't even win it. We can't even string 2 wins together, let alone a treble.
Hi, that is the thing, isn't it?
I don't know. The Man City one, I'm expecting a hammering, but it depends what Man City turns up. It depends on their attitude and depends on our attitude. Like, if we play like we did in the last 10 minutes against Leicester, we're going to be in for a long night.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. I mean, if we let them press, it just says if the takeover goes through, well, not get me hopes up about it, but nah.
Support the team. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got to support the team.
That's the main thing. Yeah, I think we're going to do that.
Yeah.
Just like at the end of the day, we've got to stand united.
Yeah, as I mentioned. But going back to the game, if we let Man City press, we'll only get one thing.
Don't get us wrong, and I didn't like to be defeatist. I'm quite realistic. I know Man City are 10 times better than what we are, but at the end of the day, as long as we try and keep the scoreline down, if we play like for like 80 minutes against Leicester, we'll just keep it tight. Okay, they might beat with like 1 or 2-0 or 2-1, whatever. But as long as it's not like 5 or 6-0, because I'd hate to see that. Hate to see a pub.
I mean, what's the home record been like against Man City lately? Okay, we lost in the FA Cup.
Beat them 2-1.
2-1, 2-2 draw last season.
Man City have got they've got a better record than us. Let's be fair.
Oh yeah, I mean they do. I mean, remember that 1-0 defeat where Rafa went with this funny side lineup, and that my God, that really found that really.
Oh
odd.
Man, it's that game we won 2-1, but we went 1-0 down after like 24 seconds. I think this is going to be a rout. This, isn't it? It's going to be like the biggest scoreline in the Premier League history. It won't be us under Rafa Benitez of all managers.
I mean, that was a funny lineup he went with that game. It was like, what the hell?
I just think at the end of the day, if he's going to go fight, because he went fight at the back, Steve Bruce against Man City in the FA Cup game, I remember that. I can't remember what formation he went in the one at the Etihad, but if we could play a very similar way, like just not get absolutely pumped, like 4 or 5-0. Was it 2-0 at the Etihad? It was, wasn't it? It was 2-0. Can't remember what the score was.
Yeah, 2-0 at the Etihad.
I can't remember how we played. I think we played all right. I think we just like conceded 2 daft goals, but if we don't, as long as we're not too open. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be too open against City because, like, De Bruyne and oh man, don't want to think about it.
They'll have an absolute.
I didn't want to think about it. Like they're saying, like, Man City will focus on other stuff. It's Man City. You just don't know what Man City is going to turn up.
And they've not won the title just yet. Not yet, still. Because
even if they have, though, like Man City will always play their best team. Like you just don't know. They will punish you. One bad mistake that you make, they'll punish you. That's what they do.
Yeah. True says, I believe there's a bigger chance it will go through. Not that it will well until something is announced. Isn't
he taking the Premier League court or something? I heard.
Well, we'll wait and see. But I'm not building my hopes on it. But until something gets announced, then I'll wait till then.
I'm just looking forward to going back to the stadium next season, to be honest.
Yeah. Ryan says, I'm with John. No return till Cashley's gone. Well, that is understandable. If people still have their thoughts that they still don't want to go back, while Mike Ashley's I respect that to their decision. Absolutely. It's their decision. It's what they want to do. I said I will be back, and again, that's my decision.
The thing is, I missed the first season under Steve Bruce, and let's be fair, you do miss it still because like you're not a part of the crowd, and it's not the same. Well, I've also had this season of not watching anything. So for me, it's been a couple of years since I was a fan.
But exactly. I mean, I didn't like this people going at each other's throats saying, "Oh, if you go back, you're part of the problem."
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
It's not right at all. That. I mean,
fans can vote with the fans. Fans can vote how they want to vote. At the end of the day, you don't judge.
I mean, last season we only stayed away because we were all unhappy with the way Rafa was treated and gone out the door.
His treatment was shocking. Worst I've seen.
So we'll make a stand for it for just one season only. But I've been missing going back to the stadium. I want to get back to the stadium and watch the lads again play. So,
but you couldn't have foreseen the pandemic though as well. Like we missed that season, then we also have missed this season as well. So it's just the way it's been. Unfortunately,
it has been too long. But as I said, if people don't want to go back, I respect the decisions, and that's how it should be. Respect people if they don't want to go back, and if they want to go back, respect their decision. I mean, this going at each other was absolutely scandalous.
I feel there's a fan base where you find it hard to keep away because it's the club that we all love. Like it's a football that gets you through the week. Like you work to go and watch the game. To work a ladies team. Whatever. It's the working person sport. That's what I'm trying to say. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to go meet up with their mates, go and watch the game. And whatever happens, if you win, great. If you lose, hit the booze. It's as simple as that. Couldn't talk about it.
Well, that's it. We're missing. We'd like to meet up, go for a drink before the game, stand outside the club shop, get people's thoughts as well. I miss doing that massively. I really, really do.
Yeah, non-league football as well. Like, it's just going to be good. Just in general, just to get normality back. I mean, there's nothing normal about watching Bruce ball, like, but you know, at the end of the day, it's a football.
See, that's another thing. Look forward to get back to that. I mean, we did get to a few games when the pandemic was still on, but just not an awful lot. And of course, lockdown came again.
Dangerous as well. I think the government said it was dangerous. So,
yeah, that is the thing. But hopefully, I think we should be back to doing that very, very soon. Indeed, I would say.
Absolutely.
No, I think. True says, have a good night, stay safe, have a good fun show. Thank you very much for dropping in the live chat. Truls, and most likely we'll see you back on Monday for the Four Horsemen as always.
I'll tell you what, with Steve Bruce as well, I'd literally just, you obviously want to get back and you want to try and support the team, you want to try and support the manager where you can, but if we get a similar start next season, I think he has to go. Just pay him off around Christmas time. Just bring someone else in before it's too late.
I think that's it. I mean, like, can we really have it's going to be the same old next season if Bruce is still here and Mike Ashley's still here.
You give him you give him about 3 months and then see where it goes, and that's it. That's been kind. And then if it's poor again, you've got to get him rid for Christmas. Get him gone.
That's the thing. I mean, he's had the likes of ASM, Willock, Callum Wilson now bailing him out since the international break.
But the thing is, don't get me wrong. If it was my choice to get him gone at the end of the season, I would. But realistically, they're going to have him on next season.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was actually going to go back to ASM.
Go on.
How he is all like him for his work rate and all that. However, there can be a slight frustration to his game, I could say. I mean, like, if he knows he can pick a pass out or a cross in the box, he should do it. I think there's times where he hesitates and he tries to take on one or too many players at a time, and then he's run into a brick wall after that. That could be my concern with ASM at times. Not to mention when he can get a load of injuries as well, which is another frustrating thing as well. If you agree on that.
I was going to let Luke say something if he's going to say something.
Luke?
Oh, sorry. I was about that.
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think sometimes ASM can have a bit of a frustrating side on his game?
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
If he knows,
it can be a bit frustrated. Like, at times when he tries to do things, even he doesn't know what he's doing. At times, even he doesn't know. But when he loses the ball and doesn't track back, then it's frustrating. But at the same time, when he gets fouled as well, he stays on the pitch for 5 minutes before he gets back up again, So he needs to take the tackle, get back up, and go again. But when he gets tackled, sort of thing, he just pretends that he's injured and stuff, He doesn't need to do that. Just get up, get on with it. But listen, he's done well since he came back.
Yeah, you were saying there, Luke?
He doesn't want this shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ryan's back.
The thing is with ASM as well, what really annoys me about him, I think he's a quality player. I mean, like, what a signing. But, he runs into brick walls. He takes on too many players rather than pick out the pass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's just there's something there, and it's like, I think he's playing to get hacked down. And the thing is, players are going to hack him down. He's going to get injuries because it's how fast he is. Like, someone's going to think, right, okay, alert. Alan St. Maximin's on the ball. He's charging at us. They'll do anything to hack him down. But the thing is, when he's still holding onto the ball, he's giving himself that chance to get hacked down, pick out the pass, and then skip past him, and then pick out a space, find a space. Simple. Do you know what I mean? It's just
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing.
I think if St. Maximin can be able to score and assist more, people would think compared him to Neymar more often. I'd say
he'd walk into any top European club. St. Maximin, like, of course he would.
I think if he's able to finish and he's actually able to contribute and know how to pass the ball and improve his decision making overall.
Exactly.
I think he becomes world class for me because he's already fast and he's already like you can't get the ball off him most times. He attracts so many players to him. Like, he just needs the goals and the end product for me.
I don't think that Bruce is actually getting the best out of him, and do you know why? Because I feel like at times
absolutely not.
He's playing him out of position. Like you see when we're signing up like in a formation, I feel like he's all over the place. Like he doesn't have a clue where he is at times. So that's like, Bruce.
Yeah, he's been given like more this free role rather than on the
you know what? Like his goal against Burnley, EA gave him a 70. EA gave him an inform, but it was a center forward card.
Oh yeah, he got it 85, didn't he? But the thing is,
even that confused me. It's like, where does he play? Like,
but that's what I'm saying.
I think him and ASM play a striker or some shit, but he's not. He's more of like a left wing cam to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's just, when we're set up in a formation, I think, is that really where he should play? Like, and then when he's in the game, it's like he's over there, and he's over there, and like.
I think he plays really well on the right as well, to be honest. But I think left, just cutting in on the right, it's just really good.
I think he plays very well with Jacob Murphy. Every time I've seen them both play.
Yeah.
I think they link up really well.
Well, Jacob Murphy is the kind of guy that hug the byline, cross in. Alan St. Maximin is the opposite. Yeah. You kind of need that variety as well, like of each.
I don't know if Steve Bruce knows what variety means.
I'm just waiting for the day when St. Maximin can just cut inside from the left.
Right, Ryan. Yeah. Variety, did you say?
That never goes into Steve Bruce's mind. Like, you know how some managers will rotate their wingers, like if it's not working. Steve Bruce is like never thinks of that.
The only thing that Steve Bruce could rotate is a cabbage. Honestly, it makes Steve Bruce makes me laugh. He really does. Like I was just telling you before, when I watch him in the dugout, I'm thinking, Jesus, he our manager.
I think the only thing he rotates is when he gets his kebab, puts it on a table, and rotates the plate. And he rotates the plate so he's got all the meat in front.
Oh man, he just I don't know. Like I think like St. Maximin and I watch him. I think we are so lucky to have him. Like I think we had a better ownership. I think I wouldn't be saying that, but because of like who he is and who he's got as his manager, I think he'd be gone soon. Him, you know.
Say what you want, but I think before signing him, we just looked at him. It's like, oh, it's a tricky French player. Like there's probably no in-depth scouting into him, and luckily enough, he turned out to be like a bargain, and we're actually going to make some money out of him too.
I think our scouts watched him against Burnley because Burnley were actually going to sign him. Imagine Burnley got St. Maximin.
No way.
Yeah. Like Burnley, Burnley had a friendly against his last club that he was at. Burnley were going to sign him, and then Burnley, I think we pipped him to like. I think they were going to pay 15 million. I think we ended up paying, was it 17 million, whatever it was for him?
20 or some shit.
I and Burnley were going to pay it. I think they were going to accept it. Then we bid a bit more, and then we got him. Imagine Burnley.
That was disgusting too, because we spent 60 million on two left wingers almost, and Joe Linton and St. Maximin almost.
Because honestly, I remember because Jeff Hendrick was playing for Burnley, and he's thinking, and then the season after, he's signed for Newcastle. He's like, bloody hell, I'm actually playing alongside Alan St. Maximin. Like, whoa.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll rattle through some more comments. Judy says 9-8 Truls after Truls gone. Ryan says, been 5 years for me, but I'll not go until he's gone. I don't judge, just know it's the reason he's still here. Look at what Man U've done. We could have done that. I miss it though. Yeah. Well, again, it's your decision, Ryan. With respect that you don't want to go back until Mike Ashley goes. And
the thing is though, like even against Arsenal, I think there was like 40,000 fans. That's not enough for me though.
No, that's the thing.
Oh yeah, that game.
It's not enough.
That's the thing now.
If you're talking like half-empty stadiums, and even against the bigger clubs, if you just keep away, fair enough. But it's not going to do a dent in his pocket or the Premier League. They'll keep putting him on TV. They'll keep doing it.
Yeah, Truls says, see Thomas and Judy have fun. Thomas says, night, Truls. Ryan says, made of glass ASM and end product disappointing. That is the frustrating game, as we mentioned, with ASM at times. If he knows to pick that pass when he can, do it. And when he goes down with tackles, he can stay down. You think, oh God, is this
another? Be critical.
His assist against Bournemouth is what I'll say Maximum should be able and in the future should be capable of doing.
Can I be critical though? Like yesterday against Leicester, when it was Callum Wilson squared the ball across to him, and he took that. He tried to place it. He put it right towards Schmeichel. He's got to put it bottom left. Come on, man.
I remember that. I remember the one chance he had 1-on-1 against Fabianski at the.
Oh yes.
Remember that? It was the 3-2 game or something.
He's got to score. He's got to score.
It was last season at the Olympic Stadium. I remember that game. That was.
Oh, we were down there. He had 2 chances where he was through on goal.
Yeah.
And he
was that the game me and you had, Peter, where we're doing our best to try and
it
wasn't
Fabianski, it was Martinez, I think. Or no,
Jerry, he was awful. He was awful there.
He was an awful.
Roberto.
You could have a shot from about 50, 60 yards that go on the top corner. He'd completely miss it.
Aye, exactly.
Remember him, Peter?
He was terrible.
I remember the West Ham fans at like half time were like, see you later.
Yeah,
I remember Fernandez's goal, like he should have caught it, but he was nowhere near it.
He completely misjudged it. Like,
I remember one against West Ham played against Burnley at Turf Moor, and he completely misjudged trying to catch the ball on a corner.
I remember that. Oh dear. Was that when Chris Wood was going for the ball? Oh dear, yes.
I forgot who scored, but he was Roberto was trying to catch it and just
Chris Wood. I think he nipped it off him and scored.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that game was just ASM not good enough for a top club without massive changes. I think a lot of big clubs will be looking at him. There will be one.
I'll tell you what, right? If he goes in one of those big clubs, he would improve his game massively with the quality he'd have around him.
Oh yeah, because the managers would teach him how to finish and improve decision making. He'd be on the train. He'd be on the train.
He'd fit right in at Liverpool. He really would.
Probably would. Yeah, I think he definitely would.
I think he would, especially if Mane or Salah goes. But
Liverpool want him apparently.
The thing is, I can't see Liverpool spending that much money on a winger. The only reason why they got Salah and Mane was because they were cheap at the time. And
what do you think he's worth?
I think he's worth 60 million.
Fair
enough. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because I think he's one of our, if not one of our biggest assets. We talk about Callum Wilson, but he's our biggest asset by far.
That's the thing. Ryan says Bruce understands variety in a kebab shop. Well, yeah, exactly.
Top variety. He just the thing is with Steve Bruce, he barely changes anything, does he? He does it like last minute.
Well, that's the thing.
He goes, I'm rolling the sleeves up, I'm trying.
You could tell him bringing on Joe Linton was like, okay, we'll hoof the ball and he'll hold it up. And then Jeff Hendrick, it's like, whoa, Jeff Hendrick, dude, just pass the ball and keep the pressure off.
Tell you what, right? I'll be critical. We played well yesterday for 80 minutes. After that, he brought on Joe Linton, he brought on Jeff Hendrick, and then Leicester, 4-1, 4-2. And then they had another chance, and then had another chance. Honestly, give them another 5-10 minutes, it's 4-4.
That's one thing, too, about this season is we decided to turn up the last, 10 minutes. Literally the Crystal Palace game where Joe Linton and Callum Wilson scored.
Shelby scored the absolute thunder, didn't he? Thunder cunt.
Oh no, I meant the one at
Selhurst Park.
Yeah.
Oh well, we've done nothing for about 75 minutes and we just turned up.
Yep.
We switched on.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know, I'm yesterday I think we played well for 80 minutes and fair play, we got 4 goals, but that defending though, you were thinking it's 4-3, it's going to be 4-4. Yeah, didn't blow 4 in a lead, man. Didn't.
If this was the middle of the season, we'd definitely be worrying in the future more of how we could actually defend leads. But at this point, it doesn't matter. We got the points. We move forward.
I think if we played Leicester about a month ago before their injuries, I think we lose that game 6-4 something.
Yeah,
we do. no, so do something stupid.
Yeah, because I think they're only playing 3 at the back because they have a midfielder crisis and injuries or something.
Hey, Peter, you've also been talking about your 5 at the back as well. Are you still against 5 at the back? I mean, I didn't rate 5 at the back.
Well, it's been working how we've done it, but it's just Brucey's not going to change the formation, so that's why
I'm on about long term, even next season.
No.
Oh, hopefully not next season. No, we need to lock.
I think it works now just because it's more about points than performances, and it seems like we're getting the points over that.
Yeah.
I think the last 3 games we should be playing 4-2. Steve Bruce, realistically, and I don't expect him to, but he should be experimenting with 4 at the back formations again. But he's probably not. He's probably afraid to go to 4-3-3 again because.
Oh god, that did work.
Do you know what I'd do against Man City? I'll go 4-1-2-1-2, like FIFA style against Man City. Just go for it. See what happens. I'd go for it.
The thing is that the formation winners when Graham Jones came in. Is our fullbacks that are getting screwed over the most because they aren't good enough, and our winners would never track back. I find
that was some performance out of Goodison Park, man.
Yeah, it was always like 2v1s and some shit.
Yeah. Ryan says it's just ASM's attitude. I don't like it when he turns it on when he feels like it. Well, I wouldn't say. Although you question, why was he allowed to go to France during the pandemic?
It's our football club, innit? It's the ownership. They didn't care. The thing is as well, like, the thing is with ASM as well, like you say he turns it on when he wants. Also at the same time, about like say Callum Wilson and like ASM and that, we don't have a plan B, like or plan C, D, E, F, G. We've got no quality.
Yeah, that is the thing.
We're two different sides.
The thing is that Steve Bruce's signs are good, but he just has no clue to use them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And
were they his signings, or were they just made up by the scouting team? Or was by them? I don't think the manager ever have a say.
No, definitely not at all.
I think they just brought in and say, right, you've just got to get the best out of them.
I think Joe Linton and Alan St. Maximin were like the biggest like deals the club have made too, because it's $60 million altogether. Like, we've never spent that much before all at once.
Yes.
And you could tell too, because we bought those two players before Steve Bruce came in.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking whether or not Steve Bruce will last the whole of next season. Probably not. I'll be amazed if he does.
I'll be amazed.
I feel like he will, and then for some reason,
if he gets a new contract, I will probably cry.
I think I will as well, because no chance he deserves a new contract at all. Do
you know what? Even if they said, right, he'll stay on all of next season, then he goes.
That'll be up there with Rafa leaving if he gets a new contract.
It'd be depressing. Let's just not talk about it.
Imagine if Rafa Benitez had the players we have now.
I think we'll be in the top 10 with Rafa Benitez.
Yeah, I think easily.
I'm not saying like top 7 or anything. We might be pushing for 8th, maybe not Europe, but we'll get there.
I think I told you the Sharky too, but remember when I was saying that like Rafa found his way when Almiron came when we were playing 3-4-3, like that was working so well, and you would have just built off that, and like we would have gone better and stuff. And
thing is, though, Ryan, Steve Bruce knows how to destroy players and a system.
Yeah, exactly.
He knows how to roast them.
These players now, it just screams the best at 4-2-3-1. And that's what that's what most like teams play with nowadays, because it's modern and it works.
And the thing is, you can tell the difference between Steve Bruce and Rafa. Like Jeff Hendrick would not be signed, even if he's a free transfer and just wages. He wouldn't be signed. Anyway, Pierre.
Thing is, Rafa, like even on his budget, like all the signs were like 8 out of 10 for me.
I just think Rafa couldn't do much more of what he had, to be honest. I mean, for what he wanted to work with, I think he done well in the circumstances, Rafa.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it says Bruce will last without takeover. Yeah, I could see that happening. If there's no takeover, I think Bruce will definitely be on next season. Unfortunately, but you just pray and hope that if he is, it's his last season and doesn't get a contract extension at all, because I think we would definitely
Merry Christmas, Geordies. We're giving Steve Bruce a 3-year deal.
How can Mike Ashley allow Steve Bruce to buy Callum Wilson, but Mike Ashley only lets Rafa only get Hosselu? Do you remember that time?
Oh dear, yeah. Hosselu, yes.
Could it be because the amount of money we lost when we got relegated, but still.
Actually, though, Joe Linton, the Hosselu.
Not Hosselu.
I'll get Hosselu back, to be fair. Couple of million, 5 million quid couldn't go wrong.
Hosselu actually tried most times, and like he scored some crucial goals against like Liverpool and Chelsea, to be honest.
What really baffles me is how we went all out for Joe Linton just to try and for the board to make a point to the fans that were signing players, whereas he could have went for Rondon for 16 million. He scored loads of goals that season, and no, you go straight with Rafa. No, I mean stupid.
Does anyone else miss Rondon?
Imagine Rondon with Jacob Murphy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we had Rondon was like that striker that would be missing. Like that, he was that striker that Mitrovic wasn't. You know, that big striker who could just like he was a presence in the box, or just flick a ball onto him and he score. Look at Rondon's goals.
Look at his goal against Bournemouth, where it was Kennedy put the ball in. He just absolutely destroyed Ake.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he was such a powerful striker. Like, you know what I mean? He was built.
Yeah, it was.
I wouldn't mind him being a second striker or just an extra striker at the club.
Like, no, the thing is, I'm questioning Joe Linton. Like, where is he supposed to be? Like, what is his actual position? Because he's not a striker for me. He's too slow.
No,
he can't do that. He can't do that role. I'm actually thinking putting Joe Linton at the back. So I think he's gonna. All he does is try. He's too deep. He tracks back. I'm thinking if Dubravka ever got an injury, Hyman net, see what he does. So I think he'll save.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately. Brother Lad says, hello, guys. Stunning performance from you guys at Leicester. The city was a great performance, I must say. And you think, where the hell did that come from? Because I didn't think anyone expected it at first.
I tell you what, we've got a good record at the King Power Stadium as well, I think. Apart from the 5-0 defeat, we've got a good record down there.
Yeah, I mean, like, when we got promoted, we won 2-1, and then the season after that, we won 1-0. Yeah, actually.
We have. I've been there once, and the one time that I'll go, we got absolutely thumped
5-0, yeah. That's when I lost to Steve Bruce, too.
Get out now, Steve Bruce, get out now.
I felt so sorry for you and Archer that went down there and watched that utter dross.
It was absolutely, I tell you what, it was absolutely pissed it down the rain as well.
Aye.
Well, what's going on, camera?
Oh, I think Shoggy's gone off there. Is he back? No, he's gone off there. Aye, so... what would you... John, if we offered Bruce a new contract, it'll just show that this club does not care at all. And they're just doing things on the completely...
Sorry about that, to be fun. Just went completely mad.
I was saying, John, if we offered Bruce a new contract, it would. What would you can imagine how the fan base would feel like if he got that new deal?
You know what it is, right? If he does get a new contract, then for me, I think most of the fans think it's done. I think most of the fans say, "Okay, I'm done," because at the end of the day, he should have got sacked months ago. They had plenty of opportunities to sack this manager. I'm telling you, you know what I mean. But for me, he doesn't deserve it. I mean, his health is not good. Fans don't want him. The players don't really want him. Yeah, but if he does get a new deal, then I expect relegation with it as well because it's
I think that's because there will be a time his luck would definitely run out if he stayed on as manager at this football club.
Tell you what, Peter, as well, it will well and truly run out next season because he's been lucky that there's been no fans there when it's all gone badly wrong. Because when the fans are in that stadium, right, if we get hammered off, like say a mid-table club like 3 or 4-0 without trying, he will feel a wrath.
I think
during the game and at full time, the boos will be absolutely like he's never heard it before. Trust us.
Yeah, I mean, like he's only just here at the moment because he said he's not going to walk because there's no fans in the ground to voice their opinion, and people just putting like flags outside the ground. I mean, what's that going to do? That's not going to do much, is it?
You got to vent your frustration inside the stadium, and you got to make it feel clear for the whole game. Like, yes, you want to try and enjoy the game, but if you can't enjoy it, and you're not pleased about something, then you've got to make your actions clearer. I wouldn't necessarily run on the pitch. I don't think that's right. But at the end of the day, we've got to, at full time, something's got to be done. Like we did under Steve McLaren. Do you remember? We lost 3-1 to Bournemouth, and everyone started shouting and screaming, like taking for his head. Something similar.
Absolutely. I mean, like Luke, if what would you be feeling like if Bruce got a new contract at the club?
He's very low.
Well, Luke, I think your microphone's very low, Luke. I don't know. Still quite low.
Fell asleep.
Anyway, I might wrap this stream up very soon. We're going just over 4 hours.
Popular, Peter. It's getting popular, mate.
Yeah,
you'll be beating my record soon.
Anyway, I think we'll run through the last few comments and then we'll wrap it up then. So I was Ryan Sreedy said because Bruce is a puppet. Well, yep, I totally agree with that. He's definitely one of them. Leicester done bad at home this season. 8 losses, yes.
Oh yeah, they lost. Yeah, they lost to Fulham, didn't they? Yeah, Fulham beat them 1-0 at the King Power.
Arsenal beat them at their place as well.
Aye, Fulham won. I remember that.
Bruce is perfect for Cashley. He takes the heat off him.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why he's here because Mike Ashley doesn't want the pressure. Even though he's going to get it, he's going to continue to get it, and then that's why I don't side with anything he says. You know how I have 14 years of absolute dross. Why should I?
Exactly. I mean, like, just says
the thing is, I wasn't born yesterday. Like, I know this guy all too well, like what he's about.
Well, yeah, well, we've just said everything I think we'll have for tonight. Anyways, we'll wrap it up there for tonight. It's been great. We've been going over 4 hours. Would you believe it?
Good effort. Good effort.
Good effort.
Yeah, well
It certainly is a good effort. I'm going to make most of this StreamYard as much as I can now because I think doing these live streams are well worth it. So, yeah.
Peter, you should do one like every couple of weeks or something.
I'm thinking of doing. I want to do more of these live streams because I think they're definitely worth doing. Well, John certainly does plenty of them every time.
Like what you could do is like a game reaction or something. If we play it on a Saturday or a Sunday or whatever, just try and do a reaction or something.
Another thing, because I like to base it on different kind of stuff a lot of the time. So yeah. But anyway, guys, thanks very much for coming on. Please do check out Sharky's channel, Toonami TV, even though he hasn't uploaded, but he has got some really good content there. Please do check out John's channel, John Sinclair TV. Help him on the way to 700 subscribers. You can tell he's really starting to build his channel. He's really starting to progress forward for this channel. Ryan, thank you very much for coming on as well. It's great to see you. First time you've been on my show as well. And Luke as well. Great to have you on as well. So I think that's the first time you've been on my show as well. So yeah.
See you later. See you later, Peter. See you later.
See you lads. Have a good one.
See you later.
See you later.
No.
Here's John. And see you, Luke. Well, guys, I'll just quickly run through these last comments and then I will end it there. So there we are. Thomas says, 321 says, good night, everyone. Good night, Thomas. Ryan says, Chess PD. Ryan says, good night, lads. Yes, so thank you very much for tuning in the night. Those who joined in the live stream and also dropped in your comments in there as well. It's been good. We've been going over 4 hours. I believe this is the longest I have done a live stream on the channel. So again, really has gone great the night. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, drop your comments in on how you thought of that as well. Did we cover a lot of the good areas about why we think Steve Bruce is the worst manager? I know some people have had different opinions, but it's their opinion because not everyone agrees with everyone, but we always respect other people's decisions if they don't always agree. So, yeah, and Bailey Books and Sport, yes, he's the worst manager I've ever known. Well, yeah, so thank you very much, guys. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe if you are new to the channel. It'll really help build this channel even more. Tomorrow I might come in with a FIFA live stream. I'll see if might try and do one. But if not, make sure you do keep an eye out on Monday for the 4 horsemen of the tour. That I can guarantee it's going to be another blast of a show on Monday. I can really guarantee it really will. Thank you very much, guys, and I shall see you all later. Take care.